Hello, everyone. Welcome to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, where we will be deciding who are the 3 representatives that will be representing EMEA at the Game Changers Championships by the end of it. I'm Zach, and with me here today is Echo, and we're going to be bringing you the action because we have some banger matches coming up. The first of which, I believe, is a certified banger, as we like to call it, KC versus O1O.
Yeah, I mean, like K-Corp, Odd One Out, these two have faced before. They also faced up on the in the playoffs of the last split, and obviously K-Corp won that one out, which was a little bit, disheartening for the side of Odd One Out.
Okay, Echo has disappeared for a second, but I don't know if we can still hear them. But while Echo makes their comeback, just to catch on to it, they were saying, I think, KC versus Odd One Out. They've faced off twice before. During stage 2, they did go up against each other during that group stage where Odd One Out were able to find a 2-0 win, but KC got revenge in that upper semifinal during stage 2, and they were able to take them down. And I think map 3 was even at overtime. I don't remember if I was casting that one, but that was a really, really exciting map. And we have Echo back. Hello.
Sorry about that, everyone. Just a little bit of technical issues, but yeah, we're back and we're ready to go. Both of these teams, like we said, they've faced before, and crucially, Odd One Out though, they've made a lot of changes, right, Zach? They've got 3 new people in. Obviously, we've still got Claudia in as the main player, but Suspaka or Devil is filling in for them. So these 3 new players, could they be the difference maker? We've got Jademo, we've got Devilassa, and we've got Suspaka. Are they the difference that could mean that Odd One Out can win out today?
I think definitely having that strong, experienced hand at the helm helps with them signing Jademo. Last year on Ascend, as well as this time, I do think they were playing with a couple of teams during contenders as well. So they've kept their skills sharp. We have seen that they've been able to lead a team, as an IGL before, to a top 3 finish. So very excited to see them return to the stage here. So yeah, I definitely do. I'm looking forward to what Odd One Out can bring to the table with these new additions. But you were telling me a little bit of a fun fact about the players of Odd One Out and their agent compositions before we go into this.
Yeah, so 3 of them are Sova mains. Obviously, we know Sixsonia. She's played 36 games of Sova out of the 42 that she's played overall this year. It might be 34, one of the two, but I think she's played 8 games that weren't on Sova, and they were on Sky and Fade. The rest of it, the entirety of last split, she was on Sova. We know how good she is, but Jademo and Suspaka also play a lot of the Sova. And this is where I think it could get a little bit tricky, because Jademo, as an IGL, you want to be comfortable when you're IGLing. You want to be on your preferred agent, know what you're doing, and just, make your calls kind of like without having to think about your mechanics, about what you're doing with your utility. That could put her under a little bit of stress. Suspaka, on the other hand, though, her agent pool is one of the most flexible and creative, let's say, that I've seen across all of Game Changers. She's got Harbor, she's got Deadlock, she's got Sova, KO, everything is under there. These compositions that are coming out today, I'm expecting them to be very exciting.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. I think it's a question on my mind as well as to who is going to be picking up that Sova role for this team, because Sonia has been reprising it with a decent amount of success, I would say, in those previous games. But yeah, I think Jade coming in, whether we're going to see them on the controller role instead, or swapping over to something else, or just staying on the Sova, it's going to be a little bit of a question. But on the other side, we've got Carmine Core, a team that has been looking very strong this year in terms of consistency since that stage 1 and ever since they signed Roxy, I would say.
Yeah, since they bought Roxy and after they made it back into stage 2 again through that contenders run where they came first place, they bought Roxy in and they just look absolutely incredible. They didn't do as well as I think they were probably hoping. They got 6th or 5th, 6th in the last split because they fell to both Falcons and G2, I think it was, which I think is understandable to fall to both of them. But, they're both pretty good teams, you could say. So maybe it was just unlucky matchups. Maybe we could have seen them go much further, but this team is so strong. And there's even 2 ex-G2 members on this roster.
Yeah, of course. Glance, who's been there since the beginning of the year, I think definitely a really valuable addition for this team. Brings in that needed experience when you are starting like a new roster. And of course, with Roxy joining in, like you said, they've got those very experienced players chiming in. But also you've got Nello as well as Matrix. Matrix and Nello, both of them have been very consistent, I would say, in terms of just being able to get frags and do the damage. So I'm excited to see them, especially under Kuripuya, who was, going through contenders last year and was able to, also develop that idling experience for this team and really like keep them going, harness all of their strengths in the same direction.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, should we take a quick look at the battlegrounds where we're going to be seeing these two teams match up? Because the map veto here, obviously we can look at last year a little bit, how the maps went for them, but this is a new year. Haven is back in the pool again, which obviously we haven't seen from these two teams in a long time. So we are going there first, and then Lotus, which Lotus was an absolute stronghold for Carmine Corp in the last split. Odd one out, it wasn't great for them, but they've had switches, so maybe they're feeling better about it this time.
Yeah, I think Odd one out as a roster itself, they have a lot of question marks behind their name because of all the all the players that have been changing. I think this year, for better or for worse, it's been kind of like a revolving door of players for the most part. And I'm happy for the ones who did get signed by other teams. I think Fluxy got signed by Heroic after last stage. And a couple of other players have also been able to find homes like Jada. But overall, with so many experienced yet players coming in to play with this team for the first time, there's going to be a question of how much synergy they have. And I think that's the biggest differentiating point between these teams. Like both of them have experienced talent. Both of them have players with that top level of caliber of play and that experience to put it through. But KC have just been playing together for so much longer. So it's a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, and that was one of the strongest parts of Odd One Out in the last stage as well. It was their fundamentals. It was what we talked about every single time they were on cam, was just how good they are at those fundamentals, at playing together. Now that the roster switched, we don't know if it's going to stick that way.
I mean, I am excited to see what they are bringing to the table, because I think that one of the biggest problems that Odd One Out seemed to struggle with, especially in the previous stage, was kind of what they were doing during the mid-round. Like, they had these very carefully prepared executes. They had like really good strategies. And of course, occasionally if somebody's able to have like a pop-off moment, it was looking really good for them. But, when in cases where that wasn't like outcome, I think that was the situation where they really seemed to struggle. So having somebody to come up with those kind of late round plays, be able to figure things out mid round, I think that's something that they did seem to struggle with. At least I'm confident that with Jademaw coming into this team, that is going to be something that they're going to be better equipped to handle, just because of the sheer amount of experience that this player has as an IGL for like a top team like Ascend. So I think that having that kind of caliber of an IGL can be really helpful for Odd One Out's chances. And personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do with Jademaw joining.
Yeah, no, and while we're starting out on Haven, these are our team comps to start with, and Carmine Corp, they're going for that new era, the kind of neo-Haven comp, with that Neon coming on in, replacing the Jet. You play relatively similar overall, but it allows you to go for those Flood retakes a lot easier and rotate around the map, try and keep that operator moving. Whereas Odd One Out, they're sticking with the basics, they're sticking with what they know, and both comps have an incredibly good rate at the top level as well, so I'm very excited to see how they end up playing against each other.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference in that initiator. And I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, that Neon comp, I still remember when the Asian came into play, everybody kind of had a question mark around their name, a question mark around Neon, like, where would this fit in? Where would this be better than Jen? And I still remember like Victor being one of the first people to really get into play here on this map in particular. So very excited to see how Matrix is going to be using it, because most of the time we're used to seeing Matrix as a Jet main. This time around, going to be playing Neon instead, already going aggressive here down towards short, going to be creating a little bit of pressure and push the rest of Odd One Out away. In fact, they're going to be consistent.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going for a little bit of a C split here. A lot of teams like to do this in their eco round, pushing up through B whilst going garage towards C. It messes with the rotates and it really confuses the defenders, but they're still anchoring on this C site.
Going to be the first kill coming in. Annie able to find the opening onto Kuri here, still looking to hold strong. And finally the trade comes in. Numbers though still in favor of Odd One Out. A 4v3 situation as that plant does look to come through here. Utility already being pushed in as that retake attempt starts. But this dark cover, it's finding so much value and up close and personal. Annie just finding the damage, finding the kills, and now it's a full-on knife belief fight. Glance forced to back away for a second. Still a winnable situation though, 1v2.
Yeah, 1 versus 2. It's Glance against them all. She's got one shock left, but she's not going to risk pulling it out. It all comes down to this crossfire. This is beautiful. The fundamentals are there. The swing comes in a bit early, but they win it out. Susparker taking down Glance. An Odd One Out. The first round in the bag.
There we go. First round for Odd One Out. They take that pistol, and overall, right, they've realized that there was a heavy stack towards that A side, at least 2 or 3 players. They immediately go over back to mid, get that opening kill, get the spike down, and then settle down to play that post-plant. Fundamentals, like you said, looking really strong right now. And Odd One Out, off the back of that win, they're able to capitalize and invest quite heavily, I would say, into this. Setsubaka not going to buy anything, but I mean, there are 4 other guns that they could pick up if needed.
Yeah, and a lot of these Killjoy players like to do things like this, where, sorry everyone for the lag, we'll get that fixed as soon as possible. They like to go for this go so they can pick up a Vandal in the next round. This is becoming slightly more meta and it allows them next round to have a slightly better buy. But for now, actually, a big aggressive push out towards mid. As soon as this gets spotted, they're contacting up to the turret. We'll take that first angle. And now we're going to see Odd One Out surge up towards mid, up towards C, get the spike down as soon as possible, but they still need to be careful about Garage and about this mid push.
Here we go, full-on warfare coming in right now, and it's just chaos across the board. That shock dart actually not going to connect in the ghost, able to find a kill. Setsubaka watching the flank, able to get 2 before being shut down, and Jade actually gets the trade here. A double kill, in fact, to shut things down. Roxy now on her own, a 1v4 is what we're looking at. Jade is low, but still, with that one-way coming in, it's going to be all the more harder for Roxy to even come through here. Tries to white swing, but Jade, aware as always, gets a triple for themselves in the second round.
Yeah, and the awareness, like you said there, is perfect. Jade, while side gelling, fully knows what she needs to watch and how she needs to play around it. The kills, as that mid-push comes on through, those mid-pushes, they're a little bit risky to go for. It's not always beneficial, but the contact there was really nice. They exploded once they found contact with the turret, and obviously Odd One Out, they had the gun advantage, so they were going to look to win that out in the end. Crucially though, I like this from Roxy. It's a little bit risky, but there's 3 light shields on Odd One Out, the Outlaw. It becomes an operator in this round.
See, Roxy can pull it up. It seems like Odd One Out are aware of the possibility here, so they're immediately going to check early on with the drone, commit the paranoia as well, possibly to try and move forward here. Garage control taken by Odd One Out, and they're going to be looking to hold it at least for a little while as the rest of the team looks to come in. It does seem like KC, they're opting for more of a retake setup here. Matrix going to be the one to lead an early retake back into side before it's even taken, and I think that might be the cue to push these players away. Roxy, though, a double kill for her, and that is huge. Curry chiming in with Matrix for a couple of kills of their own, and the IGL got to be left alone here. No ult to be able to pick up that spike. Just a question of how much more damage can you really find?
Yeah, and she needs to try and find as much damage as possible. Obviously, it is only the bonus, and a lot of spam coming on through. She's getting crunched around from the back by Glance as well. In between a rock and a hard place, Nello from behind shuts her down. Jade wasn't able to find exactly the value that she probably would have wanted there, but it's still good. They got down Roxy. That means the Outlaw is out of the hand, so they're fine going for light shields now, which actually is quite good for them.
And they only lose 1 player in the process, so that's also going to be looking really good for their economy. Finally, though, Byron versus Byron here, and it seems like A-side is that place where they want to contest. Look at the stack here, though, coming in from the defense. They have 4 players ready to go. We saw that play already during that pistol round. Early aggression coming in from Matrix with the help of the initiator utility. It looks like we might be seeing a repeat of that right now.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're finally seeing that typical A lobby push, and Matrix using the Neon to full extent, gets in, gets out, but obviously the IGL does fall down the Omen. No more smokes for the defensive side, and actually there's some re-aggression here. This is going to be unexpected. The drone Matrix probably going to follow that up, but it only spots out 1.
Oh, that's a really nice dark cover coming in from Jade there. Gonna be able to cut off this line and enable Devil to back out of that site. They know for a fact that there is at least 2, if not 3 players still there on this A side, so gotta be looking for that rotation call. The problem is that Killjoy Utility, Roxy has her entire setup on both B, Garage, as well as C, so any kind of aggression towards these angles is gonna call for a quick rotate. In fact, already that Sova Utility being used has drawn a little bit of a rotation over towards that B and mid side.
Yeah, the silence over towards A, it's going to slowly start to put that doubt in the mind that maybe it's a C hit, and now finally you can see everyone's there, everyone's here. The calling from Kurapia is perfect in this round, and they're there ready to anchor down the site. The stun, it's going to stun up Matrix, but they can't push in with it. The blind is perfect, and finally they execute. It looks like it's coming onto site, but it might be a little bit too late.
Oh, huge kills though. The aggression on side, both Jade and Sonya between them able to find a couple of kills. However, it's going to be a 1v1, and Sonya with 11 HP still able to find the kill. And the round here for Odd One Out, who have been able to push their lead to 3 here. Unfortunately, economy for KC still going to be there, but on its last legs. They do have a lot of ults charging up though.
Yeah, they have a lot of ults building up, and actually this was an amazing push. It was so late in the round, I didn't think it was going to work out, and it all came down to that 1v1 that Sonya just wins out. The veteran looking to win it out there, and it was perfect for her. Now, odd one out. Obviously, they've got a huge money advantage in this round. Light shields across the board for everyone else, and actually a sheriff for Nalo. And the same kind of A lobby take from both sides, but it's a little bit of a fake. The smoke screen there, just to make people think they're going over towards short.
Yeah, I want to keep the rotation from coming in as far as possible here. However, game given away by Roxy's utility already. Alarm bot not going to be active at least, so no double damage coming in. But off the back of the flash, nice little jet drone play there. Devlaxa able to get that first kill onto Roxy. It's just going to be the player towards backside. Already spotted here by Annie, so that kill going to come through without too much ado. It will be a 5v3 that we're looking at here. And I mean, no ultimate either, unfortunately. Yes, you saw the ultimate get picked up here by the breach, but no ult in play. And look at the play from Odd Out. Everybody towards long because they know there are no smokes really available for this team, and they've got that one way.
Yeah, they've got the one way, they've got the Sova ult as well if they really want to use the Hunter's Fury, and this is just looking bad and worse for K-Corp. Not even expecting Jade Moore to be pushed up so aggressive.
Just gonna be Glance. I mean, Glance is an incredible player, but in a 1v5 with the clock ticking, might be too much to expect even from her. And a 4th round for Odd One Out. Economy now completely broken, I think, if I'm not wrong. You do have the hero rifle on Nello, who saved last round and looking to buy it. In fact, gonna be reconsidering it. But yeah, I really like the side take coming in. Like, off the back of that flash, they're able to just clear backside with the help of that updraft in. They don't take the fight immediately, and there's just not much that Curry can do to get out of there.
Yeah, no, like, that was just really, really nice. Odd One Out, they know if there's no smokes, they can play down long and keep themselves safe. And what I'm liking now from K-Corp, though, is they've moved back to more of a standard setup. This is kind of like the Heretic setup, where you have the breach over in towards the back of B, and this allows the breach to support every single lane of attack. Odd One Out, being careful. Jade, she knows the game on Haven. She knows in an eco round, you so often see teams pushing hyper-aggressive through mid. We saw the contact play, actually, from K-Corp earlier, expecting the same kind of thing here, but no such luck. And now it's just going to be silence. The main issue, the main concern, is that Judge over towards Garage, but it looks like we're exploring towards A, so Odd One Out should be fine.
Here we go. Nobody really taking too much space right so far, yeah. I think that Odd One Out, they've been burned before, you know, while trying to take A, so yeah, they're gonna wait for any kind of play, any kind of aggression to maybe come out of KC's side, knowing that they do have the better weapons. They can afford to let them come to them instead. And with that A short being cleared, it's going to be a rotation coming in from the side of KC, but Odd One Out, they're just walking and contacting their way up. It does seem like the smoke will finally come through. There's like an inkling from KC that alright, A is going to be where that hit is coming, since nobody's triggered Roxy's utility yet, and they're going to be flooding into sight right now. Matrix with the ultimate waits for the paranoia to fade away, and they try to push forward, actually able to get a kill, but here comes the Sova ult, and oh my god, between them, Glance and Matrix, they do so much damage. It's just going to be up to Sonya now, a 1v4.
Yeah, a rough execute there, and like you said, it's just Sonya, a Vandal. The rest of the guns actually being picked up by K-Corp, and Roxy takes the first peek, but then Nalo swings off of it. The fundamentals are so good. And a little bit of whiffing, a little bit of missing, but eventually Roxy takes her down, and an eco round for K-Corp. That is got to feel bad for Odd One Out now, because they had no reason to lose that.
I think it started with this Neon ult. They were able to get the Jet and Matrix through the dark cover, able to find another kill as well onto Jade. I think that the spacing was just a little bit awkward in that round, and KC took full advantage of that chaos.
Yeah, no, they absolutely didn't. It seems like K-Corp are thriving when it gets into those chaotic moments. Like you said, like I said before the show started, the K-Corp have so much time together. They know how they play and they know how to work together. Oh, and actually an immediate off the rip Hunter's Fury to try and find something, and tags are found, but only 2 onto Devil and Jade Moore. But doesn't affect them too much. They've still got health, they've still got their bodies, they're still alive to push forward. And for now, they're just trying to clear out all of the Killjoy utility. Sorry about the feed there, we'll get that back as soon as can. And actually, wow, a Rolling Thunder to re-clear Garage from K-Corp. That's aggressive, but no one is found, and that's the ultimate used. That's 2 ults used this round, and not much found from it.
Yeah, a little bit of chip damage at most being done. I mean, Sure, the ult did manage to tag up both Jade as well as Devil, but everyone's still alive here, and the Devil is only a couple away from the Rolling Thunder of her own, so that could be a huge ult. They also do have a lockdown of their own to try and force this A site, which does seem to be the call here. You know, Suspecta gonna put it down. The Aftershock in an attempt to try and break it. I think the Shock Darts combined with it might be enough, but unfortunately it doesn't quite connect, and it's just gonna be them forced out of this site here. And off the back of that, it's just a fake strat because the call seems to be to go to B, and Roxy's the only one here. Roxy has to hard anchor this.
Yeah, and actually the perfect spray down onto the updrafting Jed and just keeps re-swinging back into it. The flood is coming in, the pre-take, and it's so good. Sonya falls as well, and it's just down to Jademoor, just the IGL left.
No, it's either 1v3. Recon gonna at least be able to clear out the remainder of the site, but there's no time on the clock. 12 seconds, 10 seconds to get the spike down or find these kills. And again, the crossfire, it just makes things impossible here. The first kill comes through. In fact, Jade with the second, but the position of the last player fakes the tap. I think they know that there's no time. And yeah, Jade gonna just try to get the plant to get the extra bit of money. Well played by Glance at the end there. Gets the kill as well, insult to injury. And KC, they catch up here, narrow down the lead to 1.
Yeah, and I can't lie, I believed for a second there for Odd One Out. Jademoor, she got those first 2 kills on B, and it looked like she could have maybe hunted down Glance, but it's a little bit scary, a little bit risky. And I think we saw a timeout happening there as well, and this is the perfect time for Odd One Out. They won the first 2 rounds. This round looked like it should have been theirs. The Killjoy ultimate was good. It baited the rotations over towards the backside of A towards Heaven. And now Odd One Out, they get the chance to relax, to breathe a second, and to just think about what is not going well. This is probably going to be an eco round. They might have that hero rifle. They've got the knives as well from the Jet, but they can use this round to build up towards ultimates. The ult cycle for Carmine Corp, they've not got anything close. We've almost got the Rolling Thunder on the side of Odd One Out. We've almost got that Sova ult if we can build up the ult orbs in this round. And Odd One Out, now they just need to start looking for those little advantages that they can start to turn into rounds.
Definitely. I think that ults are going to be a major focal point for Odd One Out in this. Like you said, economy, unfortunately, not looking the greatest. But yeah, they've got the Jet knives. And I think with the Rolling Thunder, as well as the O1O, they could try to get some information, maybe make a set play. But in general, I think unless it is going to be a win condition, I do think that it's going to be a bit of a quieter round here for Odd One Out, unless of course they hit some crazy sheriff shots, which I mean, it's GC. I feel like the GC Deagle just always hits different, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, so a lot of people have been saying if we ever get a Game Changers gun as part of, you know, Riot's in-game bundles, it's got to be a sheriff, right?
It's got to be a sheriff. I agree, 100%.
Like, the GC sheriff is just overpowered, and now we've finally got an eco here for Odd One Out. They don't have good guns. So like I said, they've got 2 sheriffs, which they could do a lot of work with. And actually, K-Corp, they're expecting something fancy. They're expecting a push over towards Garage BC because of that BC split that they did in that pistol round, but it's not happening. K-Corp immediately. Kurapia is calling a perfect defensive game here. The rotations are so quick to always the right locations, and the support is now here to back up on A site for an entrenchment, for an anchor. But the drone spots out nothing.
I think it heard the drone coming out of Sonya's side, but here comes the stun. Actually gonna hit the Neon, but Glance is there as a little bit of backup. Could try to kind of hold down this pseudo crossfire from short. Dark cover there for long as well. In fact, there's a little bit of a gap, which I think could be intentional because I saw Matrix looking through it, trying to like jump peek and find somebody. But yeah, they're just gonna wait out this dark cover before they charge forward. Unfortunately, Rolling Thunder not on the cards here, but the knives still are. And Annie is gonna have to be the difference maker this round. The flash comes in, the push through, the dash as well. But 2 players just towards backside, anchoring down, and Matrix actually gets a spray down here. 2 kills, just to go a little bit further. But Jade able to get the trade and also retrieve the gun here. 2v3 situation. The problem is that Roxy now, of course, has the lockdown, and that could be a problem in this retake situation, especially with the clock ticking. Jade has to get the spike down. Gonna be tapped again here. Curry jumps down, but Sus actually able to find that kill now. A 1v2, and this time around, Jade not able to really do that much damage. KC, they win the round here, but that was a very successful eco by all means for Odd One Out.
Yeah, they did a lot more damage than I think they really should have done. Annie pushing a little bit too aggressive. They've used the stun slightly earlier, and they would have been a little bit worried about waiting for that second cycle of the breach utility. So they felt like they had to rush there a little bit, which I'm not sure if they did. They could have started to poke and prod elsewhere and go in together as a team, but they did a lot of damage. They're still on light shields, but they did build up towards that Rolling Thunder, and they're 2 away from Sonya's ult here as well to get that Hunter's Fury in line. They put themselves into a really good position for the rest of this half.
Aggressive position taken by Curry here. Again, just that crossfire kind of setup. Roxy ready to swing on top of that contact. But again, with that deep dark cover being placed by the defenders here, it's going to force pivoting towards B side, it seems like, by O1O. There is only glance towards the backside. The smoke comes in, the dash is through. Annie actually able to take that space here, but does not clear out backside properly. And there's the punish here. Glance still able to hold down this position and trying to do a little bit more damage, especially with Nello coming to help. Finally, Devil able to at least get a kill here. But yeah, Nello's still looking to, cause some pandemonium here. It's just going to be Jade and Devil trying to find something, make it happen. 3v2 situation. Problem is the spike, it's with them, and there's still so many players on this A side. Roxy off the back of the paranoia finds the kill, and Devil now a 1v3 knows where all three of them are.
Yeah, nice headshot there as well onto Matrix, but headshot through the wall at that range, not going to get the kill, and she's knocked down 7 HP. But the spike, it's going to go down. That's more credits into the pockets of K-Corp, but Odd One Out, but K-Corp, they're pushing back in again. Devil can potentially look to fight into this, but it's a little bit risky. There's 2 people there, and it's just not enough. She gets taken down. She did have the ultimate, but she wants to save that going in to the next round to try and use it on a where you've got more players. And that round, it looked like, again, it could have been Odd One Outs, but these B pushes are not going well.
Yeah, I think after the first kind of 3-round streak that O1O were able to find, especially after winning that Thrifty, KC seems to have like new wind in their sails. And like you said, Curry seems to have adapted, kind of has an idea of, all right, this is what O1O have been doing. They've been trying to condition that A push and then rotate. But, I think the reads have been pretty good in terms of their responses to utility. And I feel like O1O has been really respecting these dark covers that are coming in from Curry. Like, they are not willing to really contest too much of these smokes or try to get through them. In fact, they're just happy to wait them out. And I think it's that sense of timing that's really enabling KC to get these rotations on time. Also, the kind of early info plays that we're seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this early aggression, this early info, and that, like you said, does set up everyone else. The Breach is already rotating over towards B, where they have that perfect utility, that universal utility with that stun, which is so powerful on this defensive side. And this A take, it's nice. And I like the fact that for once Odd One Out, they're holding on to it. They've left Jade Moore here. They've left Annie here. Whilst they're re-exploring elsewhere, they're pushing Matrix back up C, whilst they're still holding on to A. I think they're hoping for some aggression, but nothing is coming yet, so they're going to keep on pushing. They're going to keep pushing over towards C to try and bait something out of A, and it works. Annie takes down Krupia.
Yeah, Curry probably trying to fall back, didn't shadow step because thought nobody was there, but that long time that I think Annie has been there since the beginning of the round. So 40 seconds in, finally going to be paying off. I don't know how she has that level of patience because I could never do it, but I guess that's why she's a pro player. Annie, though, yeah, able to get a kill. And that, again, like with Curry going down, suddenly the start covers not being there. I think the rounds where Curry did go down early were the rounds that Odd One Out were able to more or less convert as well. So things looking good for them. But 30 seconds left. I think that they've been really running down this clock here. They finally got to make a move now. C seems to be the call they're looking to execute here. Breach utility already coming in along with the stun. And Annie takes up the space. Do the recon though. Glance able to actually find a kill. Rolling that are now going to be invested towards Garage, but there's only one player and the counter stun comes in as well. A narrow choke point really working out in their favor.
Oh, and tags 2 with that as well. Glance has had so much impact in this round.
Huge.
1 left on site, 2 even if you count. And yeah, they're all going to push towards it, but this Killjoy, this lockdown, it's shutting down the front of site. They've got to get the kills. They've got to get out as much as they can, but Glance on a 4K.
Oh, they knew exactly where Suspaka was as well by the end of it. Just predicting, you watch left, I'll watch right. The kind of team play you really expected. Of course, who else would it be? It's going to be Glance and Roxy at the end to be able to find the 6th round for KC here. I think that's what 5 rounds in a row right now that they've been really just been able to rack up, with the exception of one in the middle from Odd One Out. But yeah, really incredible round from Glance, like you were saying. The Huntress Fury being able to tag 2 and find a kill, her initial kill as well, and finally her being able to shut down Annie, who was absolutely popping off that round. Really huge factors for KC there.
Yeah, like the perfect timing on that recon as well. It was mid-execute for Odd One Out. No, they obviously don't have all of these little fundamental pieces set up yet where someone's watching for the dart. Someone's going to break that dart. You need those protocols set up at this level because otherwise someone like Glance is going to take advantage, is going to find her timings like that. But Odd One Out, we know that they've done it in the past. We know that they've built this kind of thing to get to an incredible level last split. So now it's just about building that stuff up for them. And this round is looking like we're trying to set up for almost a lurk play over towards A. We've got 2 people there lurking. And Jamie doesn't have the ult to rejoin with everyone else.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be trying to break some of that Killjoy utility, maybe so the shock darts going in. Unfortunately, it doesn't really connect with the nanoswarm, so Roxy gotta be able to continue jump peeking and chilling on that C side. Again, Roxy has been just so pivotal in playing spoil sport on both B and C, so consistently Odd1Out are forced to kind of push the issue on this A side. They have taken short control with the help of this dark cover, and it's actually let them scale up quite a decent amount. Glan seems to be aware of it, though.
Yeah, this is once again just incredible calling from the controller player from Carmine Corp, allowing people to get into the right position so early. And yes, the execute comes on, but there's already 4 people here.
Recon, though, again, it's going to provide so much value, and all of them just swarm onto site. This is the coordination that's been kind of missing the last time they tried to get to A. In fact, gonna have time to even flash the spike over to Killjoy for an additional ult here, and it's just going to be Roxy now in a 1v5. Really, really huge ask to ask, but I mean, if anyone has done it before, it's been Roxy who's been able to win out these unwinnable clutches, but already position going to be given away by the utility. Annie and Suspaka both ready to, you know, take contact together if that turret does go off. Star cover comes in as well, and Odd1Out, they're just not making it easy. They want to conserve the economy they have as well, because there's no, like, barrel of savings available. Roxy, on their other hand, despite having the money, gonna, you know, opt to save the gun, knowing that they have the Vandal as well in play. Tanya actually already here to try and find the kill.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this from Roxy. If she can even get 2 kills onto Odd1Out, that means someone's gonna have to buy up light shields next round. But instead, she eventually falls because 6 Sonya, no one's expecting her to be there that quick. And that right now doesn't put anyone towards any of their ultimates too much quicker. And actually, we're seeing a timeout come out there from Carmine Corp for this last round. They want to go into the next half with a 7-5. It puts them at such a huge advantage. If they can win out the pistol as well, that's going to look so good for them going into the second half of this map. So Carmine Corp, they're in an incredible spot right now, but they can't buy up an operator from Matrix. I don't know if we've even seen an operator so far from K Corp, which is it's a little bit of a shock for me, because Matrix, like I said, has been, you know, an incredible jet player, good at Raze 2, which means she's going to be good at the op. So I'm surprised we're not seeing that.
I think that on the Neon, especially, Matrix does tend to favor kind of like a very aggressive kind of playstyle. I mean, yeah, you could also do it with the op, but I think that also the kind of combos and the kind of like fights she's taking, I feel like the Vandal or the rifle in general is kind of helpful towards that. You see a lot of the situations where, you know, it's her and Nello as well as Glance trying to make like a play towards a main, or just her pushing down C alone. So I think when you're playing that aggressively, it makes sense that you're going to be picking up the rifle. But yeah, I agree. It's a bit of a shame that we haven't seen an op come through from her yet.
Yeah, and like it's still good. Obviously, it's not as good as it is, you know, on the jet or the chamber when you're on the Neon. But being able to move it around the map so quickly and into so many different unpredictable angles can be so useful, and it really puts this little difficulty. It masks the location, and it makes Odd1Out really have to use the drones super early to try and clear you out when you're on that op line, and then they have to go for the blinds, the stuns, and they use up all the utility before you can get to site, which then means the execs, which we've seen from Odd1Out, they've been really good. They're execing onto C, onto A. They're using their utility in really good places at really good times to allow themselves to overwhelm, even when there's a man advantage on the site itself defending. If K-Corp are able to pull more of that utility out in the early round by going for these aggressive plays and keeping hold of it for as long as possible, whether that's with an op or a Vandal, that's going to put them into such a big advantage in the later parts of the rounds.
Yeah, I think the fact that despite having like number disadvantages in a lot of these rounds, KC are still able to make it up just by the sheer force of anchoring that they've had in a couple of these rounds. It's just been absolutely incredible, whether it's been Roxy or even, I think, one of the rounds, it was Matrix and Nello kind of like being able to zap around and get a couple of really incredible kills there. They've been looking really, really good. And I think that is going to translate to even more like speed on that attacking side, because, you know, when you got a breach in a Neon, you have to be really careful where you're playing, because odds are, if you're watching, it's going to be not 1, but 2 stuns tossed in your face, as we saw the kind of retakes that have been coming in from KC this time around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like it's the FUD retake style that we saw from teams like Crew coming out, like Crew's FUD retaking in Champions was absolutely incredible. And you can see Carmine Corp looking to lean into that a little bit, try and get what we call, like, you know, the pre-takes in there. And you need an incredible IGL for that. And that's exactly what Kurapia is. She's such a good IGL, getting everyone into the good locations as soon as possible, that it makes it so tricky to play against as the attacking side. We're back now. Sorry for the tech issue there. That was because someone's monitor, but we're back and we're ready to go in. And this looks like Odd1Out. They might just be hard execing this C site for the first time in a lot of rounds.
Yeah, I think Annie once again gonna be able to do the updraft kind of play, clear out things, and you do have Sonya watching for that flank, spots out multiple players, but only able to find one before getting traded out here. Lockdown gonna be put down as well to try and get some additional space, but the question is, how is this post plan gonna look? They're gonna be falling all the way back to watch for this backstab, but it does seem like everyone's looking to come in through this garage side instead. I mean, for the post plant, they don't really have any else, but they do have that one way coming in, and here comes Glance pushing through. Already the recon gonna be able to spot out Jade, who's still looking to play on site with the help of the smoke. The reflank as well from Devil. Timing could be perfect here. Roxy caught in the open, able to turn away, maybe a little bit of a shiver down the spine, but not gonna be enough here. And on site still, Jade looking to cause problems for the remainder of the players. Nello and Matrix able to find a couple, but the clock, it's still ticking here. And Annie has the perfect angle to deny the defuse, and there's just no time anymore. It's a question of how much you know, can you like get another kill on your stats here? But Annie denies even that much, and yeah, we're having a 6-6 half at the end.
Yeah, coming
Paper Rex Classic, I approve. Sorry.
It's one of the prettiest classics in the game, I cannot lie to you. Although the EDG one does look incredible too. I'm thinking about getting it. But going back to the game, this was a really, really nice round from O1O. As soon as Sixonia called out that there was this hard flank going, they popped the Killjoy ult down to allow them the space to get into good positions. And that left Jade Moore on the back of site where no one was expecting her. That smoke, you do not do that smoke if you're holding back site. So no one knew she'd be there, and then she could get those kills. And then the double flank going back into garage, the reflank as you called it out, was so good because you don't expect two people, both your breach and your jet, to go on the flank. Amazing work, and now we've got 4 sheriffs. 4 sheriffs from Carmine Corp. That means they've only got 1 smoke. They've only got their signatures on everyone except for this breach. That's a play.
I mean, Jade already took a great deal of damage from those sheriffs. Most of them are wallbang as well, still looking to cause the damage here. I mean, I feel like this is a strat that I've seen on Ascent, but not really on Haven as much, but they're still looking to kind of lean into it, push through. Dark Cover gonna fade away now, and here comes the concussion off the back of it. Perfectly timed peek too, but only able to get 1 for 1. Jade able to get the first one. Smoke comes through from the Jet to try and get away, but look at the amount of damage done. Both Glance and Curry so incredibly low here.
Yeah, and those sheriffs, you need to be starting to hit those one taps. Originally, when you're going for multiple sheriffs, you're looking for double body shots when people are jump peeking. That's why they went over towards C, because a lot of the time on C, if you're not going aggressive as the defenders, you're jump peeking. 2 body shots at that range with the sheriff, you should be able to get the kill. With 4, it absolutely should be. That could be 4 leg shots and you're fine. But now the re-explore back over towards C, and O1O, they've stayed tucked into their locations. I like this. This is so good from them. And Sixonia peeks in, gets 1, and this is the Ghost.
30 seconds left.
Ghost, yeah, got much more spamming value available. Garage gets cleaned out. Annie's still here, though, to watch the remainder of the pushes. And yeah, just the help of the sun, Devil able to find the first. Annie gets the last, and gonna be an impeccable pistol almost to come in from O1O. It just felt like Casey had no avenue they could come in. It was just a breach utility, one time after the other.
Yeah, and like the breach utility is... It's why breach is picked so often on this map, right? The stun, it can cover the entirety of C-Long, the entirety of A-Long. Because you've got this such long avenues where at the end of the day, if you're kind of up beyond Cubby, there's nowhere to run as well, which a lot of those players were. They were pushed up that little bit too far, where when they got stunned, they can't run away. They cannot hide. The jet smoke lasts for about 4 seconds. That's about it. You can't really hide with that time as well. So now, Annie, with the Outlaw, this is going to be full-on operator mode here. The Ultra being picked up as well, building up towards this Hunter's Fury. But this is a full 5-person short push.
Oh, huge info. Full 5-person short push, and yeah, they saw at least 4 of them down on that corner. Beautiful stun though, and here we go. The power of the Neon really coming in. Matrix able to get that first kill. Outlaw still in play though, unfortunately. Not able to do too much here, as Matrix is able to find a second as well. That's 2 guns that have been retrieved here. Immediately going to be the call for rotation to come in, and it seems like O1O are aware of it as well. You can see Suspect already rotating back over. Jade Moore, having cleared out all of this, has the necessary info here. It's about how much delay you can really buy for the Omen to be able to flank here. Still going to be a 4v5. The flash comes in off the back of it though. There's going to be a peek here. You got to be able to hit those sheriffs, otherwise Nello just gets a double, and that is huge here. Now, though, it's just going to be the Spectre at this range. Almost impossible here for Jade to do anything. 1v3, how much more can the edge?
Yeah, like, I mean, going up towards Garage, it's your only acceptable option here, but it's also going to be really readable. You can see already, K-Corp, they're moving towards these good positions, and this is going to be so bad for O1O's half. As long as Jade Moore can't pull off something absolutely incredible. The jump, almost missing the smoke, just to allow her to push up that little bit further forward, but Nelo's holding inside of it. Pulling back eventually, and as a team, they're watching every single avenue, every single angle that Jinhwa can go towards, and she's going to find absolutely no purchase. She's going to walk into 2 here and just get taken down. Odd One Out, losing out on that round. K-Corp, that's so good for them, but Odd One Out, they're going to be feeling rough about that.
Yeah, especially since they only really had classics. Like, Matrix really pushing the, putting the KC classic to some good use there, able to find not just 1 but 2 kills, and also being able to pick up this gun for Nello there. I think Nello even didn't pick it up until she got onto the side. She was able to get the 2 kills onto C with the help of just a classic. Again, the power of those flood attacks when it's a 4v2 on side. It doesn't matter what gun you have. It's just going to be so much damage in case you take full advantage. Breaking the eco completely here for Odd One Out. And yeah, they really have nothing to play with except for a Sheriff onto Suspect.
Yeah, they've only gone for 1 Sheriff, and this looks like the Sheriff has only been brought onto 1 person for the point of going for the Operator. So we're going to see the Operator out from Odd One Out this round. But like you said, the classics, you don't expect this to win. K-Corp, they showed that they can do it. Now Odd One Out have to return the favor. They have to try and show that they can do it. They've got almost all of the bodies here so that they can really put the damage on. But K-Corp, they just cancel. They can retreat back. And for now, it's just going to come down to Jade Noir. She's going to get seen eventually, holding in this smoke. It can't last for too long. The drone is actually going to push her out. This is very early drone. Now you can't use that for sight. And now it depends, is she going to call the rest of her team over? Is she going to call anyone else over and leave that C site weak? Because that's what K-Corp are hoping for. They're hoping to weaken the C site hold as much as possible. But no, she's pushing forward. She's just walking, clearing so much space, and eventually gets taken down with X. You're going to come out onto C now, but they know everyone is going to be here. It's all down to the classics.
Oh, and the Sheriff already able to find that first one. Manages to find that first kill, but Matrix has the info, sliding into them, calling out at least 3 players. So it's going to be a call to rotate once again. 18 seconds left, though. They've got to be able to get onto site and get that spike down. 15 seconds. It's going to be tight, actually. I really hope they're able to get the spike down in time, because I don't even know if they're going to make it to site. This is like absolutely just insanely close. And
she missed it.
They missed it?
Because of the aftershock. She tried to throw the aftershock to stop the flood from coming in, but it just delayed her too long. The breach utility is so slow. And it's Thrifty after Thrifty.
I know technically you could say the classics won that round, but it was more of a case of, time, which is something that I think the other KC is quite well known for at this point, but I didn't expect to see it from the KC-GC team, but it's okay. It's just 7-8. Both teams have a bye, and like you said, there's the Operator for Odd One Out. And I've been looking forward. I haven't seen Annie off nearly enough, in my opinion, so it's going to be exciting to see what she can really pull off with the Operator. It's in the right position as well towards short.
Yeah, but as soon as they hear that aggression towards A lobby, they weren't there quick enough for Odd One Out, so they choose to back off, put Annie onto a slightly safer angle, and then anchor down front site onto long with the breach with the Sova. And this is good. They're slowly starting to call Jade Noir over as well, try and pull up towards B, pull up towards A, and make sure everyone's there, but the execute comes on in.
Oh no. Nice shot, though. Annie still able to get one before the trade comes in from Nello. Spacing not quite the best, I would say, but yeah, KC still able to get an advantage and get themselves the plant and back away safely. Dark cover, gotta let Jade Noir try to work a little bit of magic, but unfortunately, Paranoia already invested, not gonna be able to find too much. Everybody now from this KC side towards short here. I don't know if they have any kind of post-plant play. They're trying to trigger the breach Ozen. Oh my god, what a play from Jade Noir. At least able to get one, but unfortunately, Glance and Roxy between them once again, just able to pull off cleanup duty and get themselves an 8th round for KC. Operator unfortunately only able to find one, and I mean, this push, I feel like it could have been such a free round for KC. It didn't have to be this close at all.
No, it absolutely didn't. Odd One Out, they managed to pull up towards site and really hold down, do as much damage as they could before that retake, and I love that TP from Jade Noir. It's one of those aggressive Omen TikTok TPs that you see all the time where, they just go beyond the breach ult, and it was so close, a little bit more spray control, and honestly, she could have won that round out, but now an eco, a Guardian for Annie to try and do whatever damage she can, and immediately actually takes down one, pushes forward after that dash as well to try and find more, but no. K-Corp, they have none of that. They want to back off. They want to go towards C, and it's the right call. C is completely empty.
Still gonna be careful about it though. Already drone coming in to make sure nobody's hiding up close and personal with the judge. I feel like everybody has collective PTSD from plays like that. So yeah, they're gonna be able to get themselves onto site and get themselves a spike plant for sure. Finally, odd one out. They're gonna be rotating over. This time around, though, it's a bit of a more aggressive push onto site. They know they don't have to worry about a breach ult or something like that. However, it's just going to be 2 guns in the hands of these odd one out players. A lot of the heavy lifting is going to fall on the shoulders of Jade Maw here, the IGL, with the only rifle here, aside from the Guardian on Annie. How much can they really pull off here? I think for KC, it's just them having to run down the clock. Once they get that spike down, it becomes their friend, not their enemy. And odd one out, they have to still make their way onto site somehow already. Saspaka able to find the first kill onto Nello. Trade comes through from Glance, though. Annie towards backside gets yet another kill. The flame cleared away by Roxy as well, and Devil trying to stick the spike. Glance, though, completely obliterates her and the rest of the team. 3 kills for Glance, and KC, they take a lead again.
Yeah, and Glance has looked on fire this entire map. You can see her there, 17 and 9, barely dying, always getting kills. And this was a really nice opening from Odd One Out. Going aggressive like that to take down Matrix, it works. And putting the pressure on like that really makes K-Corp think. But Odd One Out, they're not happy. They're calling another relatively early timeout because they want to sit down with their new coach and work out exactly how they want to go about this. They've still got the operator onto Annie. They've got that back. They've got some ultimates, and their ults are all building back up again. They've got the Killjoy ult 2 away, the Breach ult 3 away. They've got the Hunter's Fury, and they've got the knives that they need to eco. This is the round they need to win. This is the swing round. They need to use whatever they have, everything that is there in their tank, to push forward and to win out this round, because this round is crucial. This round could be it.
Definitely. I think that, like you said, swing round. I think this could also decide like the momentum of the game, like who kind of has an advantage, because right now KC, they've been able to win the last couple of rounds. So for odd one out, it's going to be very important that they can capitalize on this, because I think if they do lose this round, there's also the danger of them, kind of falling into that economic trap of just not being able to buy enough, and consistently forced to either force in the hope of them getting a thrifty or just save and let KC get to like a really high score line. So it's gonna have to be a very important round for them. Matrix, of course, gonna be actually playing off the ult here, so they also have to worry about all the ults from KC's side. They got a Hunter's Fury for that post platform Glance, as well as Matrix with the Neon ult to be able to just go around and shoot a laser beam at people. Never really the nicest feeling. And here we go already. Very, very quick push onto A side. Killjoy utility gonna be here, of course, but not really gonna do too much to stop Glance aside from a little bit of chip damage. In fact, everybody's just vacated side completely, and KC, they've got it for themselves for free because they're playing for the retake.
Yeah. Odd one out, they've called for the retake here because obviously they've got just the Killjoy over here. But actually, with the amount of time it's taking K-Corp to move towards side to get this spike down, honestly, they could have gotten to site. They could have started anchoring. They could have taken down Matrix, but they're not to know. The Hunter's Fury are going to try and stall out as long as possible. Suspaka looking for a kill as well. Sonya gets 1. This is so good. Odd one out now. They can look to flood retake this.
They could. Nello gonna be able to actually finally get that spike down. So yeah, now, like you said, 5v3 situation. Op gonna be a little bit less helpful, but of course, Annie can always just lock it down from heaven. The problem is that Jade is a little bit low here, but everybody else looking fairly healthy. Just a question of how they're gonna really make this retake work out. Unfortunately, no ultimates available for the side of KC, since they had to use that Hunter's Fury to be able to get onto site at all and create some space. Here comes the Omen ult for the information. A bit of distraction as well, as Saspaka able to actually get the kill. Some sharpshooting attempts coming in from Glance, but it's all up to Nello here. Under heaven, able to get the first, but yeah, that will be all. Nello also gets the kill for Jade Maw jumping down, but yeah, an important round for Odd One Out. The retake done successfully, and they tie things up again and keep the operator.
Yeah, they managed to keep the op, but they still lose 3 people. The money is still not going to be amazing for them, but they needed that round and they got it. The ultimate from 6 Sonya to cause havoc, to allow Suspaka to, from heaven, get those kills, is good. That was really nice, but the flood retake protocol wasn't there, so they wanted to wait. They wanted to play together as a team. And yeah, we saw Jade Maw die to falling, but we've all done that at various points in this game, right? Like, and
I've done it. I did it yesterday.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
And actually, Odd One Out did ban Abyss, so maybe that's just their entire fear is just falling off of the map is the end of the world.
Yeah.
But now, like you said, full buy round, and again, we're seeing K-Corp aggressively take this A lobby space. This is good. This is consistently what has good value on Haven, to shut down the defenders outside of A lobby, go back, re-explore the map, and then decide where you want to hit. And this drone from 6 Sonya, it has to be used early because you want to make sure that they're not here right now, that they're not in short, and they're not splitting you. So this is really good from both sides. K-Corp, now they've got to do something.
call seems to be to put some pressure towards Garage, an area where they haven't really been exploring as much, I would say. They've been kind of focusing on direct A and C hits for the most part. Paranoia, though, to come through, and a little bit of space taken off the back of that by Jade Moa. But if they go so far, there's going to be a lot of players there. That said, Annie able to find that first blood, and with the help of the one-way, Jade Moa just absolutely doing a lot of damage. Glance gets taken down to a sliver of HP, and Suspect are there to finish the kill. Two remaining players now, both Curry and Nello. How much more can you really find here? Curry actually able to get that first kill, takes out Annie. That's going to be the operator dropped. However, I don't know if they know that there's not one but two players waiting here. And yeah, you can see Curry debating, do I want to TP, do I want to plant here? And the call seems to be to TP onto C, or at least fake that. A is still going to be where they're pushing. A 2v2 is what they have onto site, and Nello hasn't cleared short. That's where both these players are, and sure, the plant is able to come down, but yeah, they have to be careful about this crunch retake.
Yeah, they have no idea that people are coming from them from behind, but now they might do. They see just one, just the Killjoy. And yeah, they're managing to get it, but it's not planted for them. The stun, it's huge. Devil's all stunned up. She has to try and peek into it to try and find something.
Oh no. Actually had the isolated fight, but Nello just goes huge this round, a triple for her, and just being able to cover all of her teammates, keep them safe while they get onto site. That was a round that O1O had every advantage in. It was a 5v3, but yeah, I think, or like a 4v2 by the end of it. But yeah, just still really, really well played by the side of KC, just playing together, like you said, pushing CT, getting that early information, finding that kill, and after that having the awareness to know everyone else is flanking. Just really well played.
Yeah, K-Corp, they're looking like they've sorted all of their issues out from last stage. They know what to do in these little tiny clutch situations. They have the fundamentals to peek together, to play together, to work off of each other. And now Annie, with the lone Guardian here, pushing aggressive, trying to find as much as she can, but the stun is perfect. She has to be pushed back, and now the A hit, it's going to come on through for K-Corp.
Jade Moa does have a bit of an elevated angle, could cause a little bit of pandemonium. Actually gets a couple of cheeky little leg shots in onto Roxy, but yeah, a lot of players now want to side. Nello gets that first kill. Again, just how much damage can you find with the help of utility like this? Nello still able to just find so many kills, 2 for her. And Suspect got the only player remaining, able to at least get 1 kill for herself. But yeah, KC, they find themselves 11, the eco round. An expected outcome here, unfortunately, for odd one out. And now, at the precipice of match point, they're going to be able to finally have another buy and play. They have 2 huge ults here, both the Rolling Thunder as well as the Lockdown, which are really incredible during the retake.
Yeah, but it's mirrored on the other side as well. K-Corp, they have the exact same thing. If they're looking to stage retake while odd one out, they have to be scared, because the reach out could be used into them in spawn. It could be used late once they retake site to try and stun them up before the spike gets diffused. Odd one out are in a really tricky situation here, but the lockdown, like you said, it gives them a lot of space. Whether they're using it to retake or whether they're using it to try and stop executes out onto site, they have the tools they need. And for the first time, we're seeing a B hit. On odd one out, they seem to have read this.
Sonya's position, though, spotted out here, and unfortunately not much that can really be done. Nello gets that first kill, and yeah, Annie at least able to get a trade, bringing it down to a 4v4. Glance taken out of the equation. In fact, both Sovas taken out of the equation, so it's been a balanced trade so far. Jade Moa again looking to get a little bit aggressive here towards Garage. Tucked away into the corner. Here comes the flash, as well as the stun connects the first time, but they're not able to really push in past it. Alexa now going to fall back, and it's going to be Jade Moa playing inside her own smoke. Has to be careful of the timing, and Nello gets the kill. That is huge.
Taking down Jade Moa. No more smokes, no more info denial. Yes, you still have the 2 ultimates for odd one out, but you can't buy up next round. So you need to use them now to win this round if you can, or to risk saving and going into the next round with the 3 guns that you've got. But there's still time on the clock on odd one out. They want to win this. They need to go into this not on map point. So they need to be so careful how they're going about it. But no, they just peek in.
30 seconds left.
They swing and they line up, and Roxy takes them down. It's now just one. Just the Killjoy.
Killjoy versus the world. I mean, yes, Aspaka does have the lockdown, but I mean, there's just no safe way to really get it down and, you know, avoid being reflanked or even try to find a defuse off of it, because it's an open plant for, you know, courtyard here. So it's just going to be very difficult to be able to clear out all of these angles, even with the help of the lockdown. And yeah, Nello, again, a 3K for her. It's just been incredible in the second half. And yeah, 12-9 here. KC, they've got themselves match points on their map. And just one round standing between them. Still both sides holding on to these ults. It's like a game of like chicken right now. Who's gonna use them first? Nobody really wants to commit them.
Yeah, they don't want to commit them until they need to match them on the other side. Both teams wanting to play quite a reactive style of Valorant here, and Six Sonya kind of shows why there. Peeking into that mid, that wasn't reactive at all. That was just looking for a timing, and she was just really unfortunate with it. This is why they want to play that reactive style. It's that little bit safer. And yes, you might allow some space, like they're allowing this A lobby to be taken. But actually, this is dangerous. Annie pushing forward again and finds the opener yet again. She's so good at finding these first bloods.
I think, yeah, there's come that Rolling Thunder, countered immediately by the opposite side here. And yeah, you can see them trying to push forward with the help of this lesser weaponry, but unfortunately just not able to do too much damage. And KC, they find all of these crucial kills. 2v3 situation right now. Devilasa has to be able to get at least one, if not both kills right now. And it does do so. It's going to have to be Glance 1v1 situation. Sova versus Killjoy does have the ult to boot. Timing going to be everything. And there we go. Odd one out. They're able to keep things alive here, keep the lockdown for themselves as well. 12-10, 2 rounds is what stands between them in overtime.
Yeah, and those 2 rounds are still going to be so difficult to get. Annie showing once again, last stage, she had an incredible first blood rate. She was getting them 0.3, like, so, you know, 1 in every, or 3 in every 10 rounds. She was getting that first blood, and that's so good. And she keeps consistently going for this again. But it's not enough. The team isn't following up in the way that we're used to from Odd One Out, and now, yes, they have those ultimates online, but now K-Corp are building up towards more of their own. They have the Hunter's Fury rotated in. They've got that Neon ult rotating in as well. K-Corp, they're in such a good situation. They're going for a regular C-split here through Garage. Once they've got that site, Odd One Out need to retake, and they need to retake quick.
Here we go. They're going forward right now. How much can you really do here is going to be a question. So much on the table here for Odd One Out and KC. They seem to have so many advantages right now. Seems like they can really do nothing wrong, honestly, the way things are going.
Yeah, no, sorry. I think everyone at home has a little bit of a stuck feed here for now, but we'll get this back in as quick as possible. But Zach, do you want to carry on? Because it sounds like you've got the live thing.
No, mine's also gone. It was there for a second. I saw them about to execute, and I was like, "Yeah, no, I can't see anything." I was hoping that maybe your feed wasn't messed up. It was just from my end because internet issues. God knows what's happening. But yeah, a little bit unlucky there. But start looking at what was happening. It did seem like KC had it handled, unless of course Odd One Out pulls out something miraculous. I think we're just gonna have to wait for production to tell us whether or not it is over or not. But I think we do have a little bit of an update coming in. KC, we're the winners of that map 13-10. So sorry everyone for the stuff last round, but KC did win it out. So there you go. Nice effort from Odd One Out. Remember that this is KC's map, and they really went head to head. I think until like Nello was able to pull off the back-to-back 3K in 2 rounds, it was looking like it was a very rough map for a very balanced map, I would say.
Yeah, like it was so back and forth, and there were moments when obviously, the first 3 rounds, absolute chaos. 4 sheriffs weren't able to win enough, and then going beyond that, just the thrifty into the thrifty with no time left. So much chaos, but K-Corp looked like they thrived in it, and that's partly down to Glance, who is just one of the most consistent players I think we have in Game Changers at the moment. She's so good at just consistently getting value every single round, and she has some rounds where she gets a 4K and has absolute amazing impact. But she's always there, always providing value, and always providing impact.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember in the first half, I think it was like round 6 or 7, but basically, she pulled out the Hunter's Fury. She gets a kill onto site, backs away, uses the Hunter's Fury, gets a kill with it as well as a tag, and then has the recon for the retake immediately, and just not just her kills by themselves, but the kind of impact she was able to have with her utility. So many times you can see like Nello or Matrix just spraying through smokes, with the help of the Sova recon to be able to get them those kills. I think it was just really, really nice coordinated play. We've been seeing glimmers of this throughout from KC in the last 2 stages. Stage 1 was really rough for them. Stage 2, like you said, once they won contenders, once they got Roxy, things were looking great for them. And I'm glad they've been able to keep up the momentum. But that is just map 1. That was their map pick. So kind of excited to see what Odd One Out are cooking on that map number 2, which, like you said, that Lotus, it does tend to be KC's stronghold.
Yeah, K-Corp was so good there last time. Incredibly good stats on both the attack and the defense on Lotus. So Odd One Out choosing to go to that, choosing to go to the old stronghold when, don't forget, K-Corp, they haven't changed. They've still got their same roster. They've still got the same staff supporting them as well. they should be about the same as they were last stage. So odd one out. I'm hoping we're seeing something cook. Like I said, Suspaka is an incredibly flexible player, so I'm hoping something special is being cooked up there.
Yeah, I mean, I love a good Killjoy mate. I think last map as well, Suspaka was like really incredible. Especially, you know, when you consider that she hasn't been with this team nearly as long. So I think, you know, stepping in onto the same, filling the shoes of a Sentinel player like Fluxy, who I think is generally one of the best Sentinels in the EMEA region. So yeah, big shoes to fill, but doing a great job of it so far. So let's see if they can continue to have the impact on that map number 2. But, you know, talking about map number 1, I do think we have some stats ready to go. So kind of curious to see what that post-map breakdown will look like for both these teams. Oh yeah, okay, sorry. I a little bit of a fumble from my side. Well, different stats coming in, but we have a little bit of a break coming in. I just wanted to keep talking about the map. But yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a short break and come back at the end. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 Group Stage Game 1. Wow, that's a mouthful.
Yeah, you did
It's still
it.
KC. I did it in one go. It is going to be KC versus Odd1O. Continuing here to recap for those who missed map 1. I mean, even those who are watching, unfortunately, sorry about the last round again. But yeah, it was a 13-10 victory for KC on their map pick. Now we're heading over to Odd1O's pick instead of Lotus, which I am personally really excited by because I like Lotus. I like seeing what kind of team comps people cook. But like Echo was saying, this is a map that KC has historically been very strong on, right, Echo?
Yeah, like K-Corp, it was probably their best map. Like, they typically like leaning towards things like Icebox and Sunset instead in their vetoes, but actually their Lotus was incredible. And they had 100% win rate on it. They were winning both sides most of the time. And they were playing, the relatively standard Game Changers comp with the Breach in there, which most people love playing. It's not necessarily meta at tier 1, but it allows you to play for those trap plays, those brawls, that brawl style play that the Breach invites. And actually seeing how good K-Corp were playing around that Breach and around that recon, I'm expecting them to be just as good on Lotus, where if you're playing that Breach comp, it's a relatively similar playstyle. You've got those 3 sites, you've got the Breach centralized, so you can really stun up everywhere, and it leans into their playstyle a lot. Odd1O, though, well, it wasn't great for them last split, Lotus, so it seems that they've worked on it. It seems like they've done something to it since they got these 3 new players in, since they got this new coach in, and I'm hoping they've built something really special here to surprise us and surprise K-Corp.
I definitely agree with you there. I mean, yeah, the 100% win rate is what worries me, but that's also good news because that means there's a lot of WOD footage out there, for Odd1O to be able to pick up on. And again, there's that question mark. Odd1O, it's both like their advantage and their disadvantage. The fact that they have so many experienced players, but also the fact that they haven't played together before. So there's a question mark of synergy, but also question mark of what are they cooking, because we don't know what to expect. We already kind of saw hints of those on Haven. So very excited to see what they're going to be bringing to Lotus, which is their map pick, starting with the agent selects, which I do believe we have coming up right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at who is picking what. If we're going to go for the standard,
who's the Sova?
Odd1O is still going for the Sova, and Sonya, she loves this Sova. Like it's one of her favorite things. And yes, you can play it on this map. And when you're playing the Neon, actually, it's probably the better initiator, the recon to go with, although it is very rare. What it does do is it means K-Corp, they are now being tested in a way they weren't on Haven. When you have this slightly off meta pick, it's still a recon. You still play it in a relatively same way in the macro sense, but the micro, the place the recons land, is going to be so different to where those Fade Eyes land. So you have to be looking elsewhere. You have to be changing where you are depending on how it's going. And this is going to really test K-Corp.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think a lot of the times, if you don't break the recon in time, it's just gonna be free kills through smokes, which you already saw a preview of on that Haven. So yeah, Sonya can definitely bring a lot of value, especially with those shock darts as well. Just makes a lot of Roxy's utility possibly opt the lead, especially on that C main. So Roxy gonna have to be a little bit more creative with the trips instead of the usual default ones that you expect to see here. But yeah, basically a mirror comp with the exception of that Fade versus the Sova. I mean, Fade is a very popular choice with Fnatic having kept it as their go-to on this map since like the very beginning, I would say. So very excited to see what they're going to be.
Yeah, and like it's relatively standard that like they're going to want to play, quite trap heavy, try and look for where the Neon is pushing, and it's kind of like a fundamental skill test of how good the team is at keeping up with the Neon, at playing with them, because obviously no one in the game is as fast as Neon, right? Unless it's an Omen TPing itself, right? That kind of thing.
Go.
The Neon goes so far ahead of everyone else. It's a skill test of, can you trade them? Can you get into position and allow yourself to trade the Neon, even when they're speeding ahead, sliding, dashing, and everything that Neon loves to do? It's a really good way of testing those fundamentals. And for both teams, having the Cypher, obviously the Neon leans a little bit worse into the Cypher because you're sliding, right? You're sliding into the trips, you're running on the ground, you can't blast back over, you can't updraft over. So that's where, like you said before, it puts Roxy into a difficult test of, do you know how Sonya is going to break your trips? Are you able to play against the Sova? Because it's very different than playing against the Raze where, you might nade and blast pack to break it, but most of the time you're just going to go past it. So it's a very different play style, and K-Corp, they're going to have to make sure they've got those protocols set up and they know how to play around a Sova on the enemy team, not just a Fade.
Yeah, definitely, especially the shock darts. I think they're just going to make things a little bit more challenging for KC on that defense side, especially because, like you said, right, there's just so much workarounds for the Cypher utility available thanks to you having a Silva on the team, and especially Sonya, one of the more experienced Silva players, I would say, really having a chance to. I think she was looking really good on that previous map as well. So, can bring a lot of value into this particular one here. I just think that for this particular map, the pressure is definitely going to be on O1O because they do have this map that they chose to play on. They already, despite that close fought fight on Haven, they did lose that one as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a mental, I would say, burden for them heading into this map. But I think that, they've got a really good IGL. I think Jade was also playing out of her mind on that previous map. So looking forward to seeing if they can kind of keep up that, fight for fight, push for push, kill for kill kind of mentality they had going in on Haven, because it was really scrappy in a lot of those rounds, but they really made it work.
Yeah, they really did. And obviously Haven and Lotus, they're relatively similar maps in terms of how you typically want to play. So the IGLing, like I said, was really good on Haven. We were getting both teams rotating perfectly across the map to the right locations as and when they needed to be, which is really, really good. And I love seeing that. So we're going to have to see how that goes on Lotus, if it is similar, because it should be relatively similar in how it goes, how everyone's rotating. But there's these little tiny nuances with Lotus that, Jade Moore might have a slightly better view of, especially when they've got this over. They might have that slightly better understanding of how they want to play around with it.
Yeah, I think in terms of early info plays, there's a lot that you can really pull off with this team comp. So looking forward to seeing what they can indeed manage to do it. But I do believe we have the game ready to go. We are in, and we got some action on Lotus coming up here between these two teams. KC already one map up for those just chiming in, and odd one out. Well, let's see what they have left in the tank to be able to take it forward, because it is a game of Lotus that's starting up here. And here we go. Already very, very aggressive push onto A main coming through.
Immediately taking that Rubble control as much as they can. And the defenders, odd one out, pushing hyper aggressive out towards B main. And Roxy was not expecting it. Annie takes her down so quickly. And now the A site completely open. K-Corp are aware of this. The spike's going to go down to a nice open plant. But crucially, it looks like K-Corp, they're moving up towards Heaven. But this spike cannot be seen from Heaven. So they need to keep someone over towards Drop and over towards Tree.
Here we go. Well, I mean, it is a 5v4. Still a viable retake, I would say. Here comes the stun. Annie on site, gonna be hit by it as well as the flash, but Suspaka has their back here, able to get that first kill. Glance, though, on that backside, gets a double kill of her own, but now Kuri, the IGL, left alone in the situation. How much more can you really do here? The answer is absolutely nothing. A triple for Annie here, and an impeccable retake from odd one out to be able to start this game off. I mean, I think they've been looking really good in terms of these pistol rounds throughout. So really good start for them.
Yeah, no, a really, really nice start. And it all started with that first pick. You're not expecting as a Cypher that you're going to have 3 people watching you down B main like that quickly. And it's great. Odd one out, like you said, they're really good at these pistols. They know how to play around the different timings that you can go for. And K-Corp just seemed overwhelmed. That retake came in and K-Corp didn't seem ready, despite the fact they had time. But now they've got 3 ghosts actually on board. They're still looking to try and cause damage here. And it's just going to be that Rubble take. Same as it was before, looking to take control of Rubble and then try and make a decision from there. Same as Haven A lobby. They're hiding inside of the smoke, all 5 people. Wait, that was quite cool. I like that.
Seemed like it would work for a second. Sova drone though. Oh yeah, it caught out everybody. I was like, okay, maybe they can hide for a second. But yeah, Sova drone gonna catch everybody prowling here. And yeah, odd one out now. Beautiful recon to try and play off of here. Cypher again towards his back side. Has the backup as well. Sonya with this Guardian just absolutely being the Guardian of the side. On track for the ace. But yes, that's Smoker gonna steal away the kill to creep here. Only a 4K for Sonya. But yeah, that's really charging up the Sova ult here. And this bonus round, I mean, since there were 3 players who only carried in the ghost, it's very likely that we could see a bit of a more substantial buy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think I've seen this exact aim labs routine before, over towards A Haven, where you just spam everyone down with the Guardian. And okay, quick tech pause. I want to talk about that because that was really, really cool. K-Corp, they tried something that if it was against a Fade composition, it would have worked, right? Hiding inside of that smoke, pushing up, hiding in that little cubby. The drone goes for so much further, so much longer than the cats and the prowlers do. And that's the kind of differences that I was talking about. K-Corp need to be aware that the Sova is very different in these little micro changes of the timings and how things are going to be moving, how things are going to be working. They didn't seem ready. But I really like that idea. And yeah, really, really nice start of their eco round. Now going into this one, they've got to buy. Like you said, 6 Sonya's ult, it is building up. I'm expecting that we're going to see a potential fight here over Rubble to get 6 Sonya this ult up.
Kind of like that play coming in here, so concession look likely here. This time though, it's going to be an early and fast lane coming in from the Neon to possibly, you know, buy a little bit more time on that A, but again, KC, they've been able to kind of change their lane of attack. They've been pushing with that A side quite heavily these last couple of rounds, but now with the buy actually kicking in, they look to probably channel into B instead. The problem is that this is a site that to be able to hold in that post fight, you have to take a lot of space off of, and the way O1O is playing, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to pull past. The problem is Annie's in a very vulnerable position right now. First step, going to be the Prowler, immediately gets broken here. KC still advancing though, just enough to break that tripwire, and now they pull back towards A once again.
Yeah, wanting to move back over towards A, and what matters here is if Jade Mile reads this. If the information being given to her is enough, especially off the back of this drone, to call people over towards A or to start pushing this flank. And it looks like, yeah, they're just going to push the flank. No, they've decided a bit too risky. They're going to go join. 6 Sonya now needs to get out. They're playing for a full-on retake here. She needs to try and play her life. But this stun, it stalls the push so well.
Yeah, Sonya now going to be stuck towards backside. The Hunt does at least catch one player towards the bottom, but yeah, still the double peek, it has to be perfect, and it actually works. Annie gets a kill, Sasmaka gets a kill as well. Curry finally getting a trade here, but yeah, the Flood, it's just perfect for O1O and out here on this bonus round, and Roxy now left alone in a 1v4. Not much time left in the clock either. Has to be able to get these fights somehow, and well, at least gets the free peek, but 3 players, too much to handle, and beautiful round there for O1O and out. Just so quick. The read, like you said there, Echo, was perfect. And the reaction time, the backup, it was exactly what you want from a team.
Yeah, it was. I was expecting Sonya to need to get out, but actually the stun coming out from Devilasa from B side, stunning and stopping and stalling the push out towards A, allows the Neon to go and join. And this is the power of the Neon, right? When you're up against a team that is pushing, you can rotate over there so quickly if you have the stall from the breach. And as soon as they were there, everyone else could come and join and help. Really, really nice round. Really good showing that O1O understand how to play this composition perfectly.
I think they're really just being able to use it to full advantage, whether it is these proactive drones as well as the recons coming through, as well as the way they're just rotating. I think that, you know, Jade, despite not playing at that highest level of GC, at least for one split, I think that definitely proven to be able to continue and really bringing that kind of adaptability to Odd One Out, which I think was the biggest piece that they were missing. So I don't know if it can just be attributed to her IGLing, but I think it's definitely a huge factor. Now though, you know, it caused a little bit of pandemonium. Jade gets the information, immediately able to TP away and continue to try and play anchor onto site here. C retake does seem to be the call, and Jade has successfully gotten out, left the site open for business here, and it's a question of how much more space can this KC roster really take. It looks like they're going to push into Waterfall.
Yeah, they're going to try and take this additional space, and the
Nice.
GC Sheriff comes out on top. Jaden falling, but the Flood retake, it looked like it wanted to be happening, but the stun was so good, and the Sheriff
Curry.
shots back again. Wait. Huh?
Okay.
Out of nowhere?
The Devil from CT just able to get 3 kills, tap, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Sonya clears out the close corner, but the Sheriff still into play here, and Glance gets the kill. And a 1v2 has to be an ace from Devil to be able to close this out. Fight has to be perfect, and Matrix in the corner doesn't even get checked. The Thrifty again for KC. This might be a repeat exactly score-wise of that map number 1. There was 1 to 3 there as well, and this is kind of where we saw KC really being able to recover, but this time after this Thrifty, will Odd One Out be able to keep up their initial momentum? Because they have one thing that's different that's going for them. They've got 3 huge ultimates.
Yeah, they do. And what they need to be aware of is K-Corp, they have theirs on the way. Their fence ultimates, they're coming up soon. These ult orbs are going to be crucial for the defender side to keep an eye on. Typically we'd see some kind of trap be set up over towards one of the sites, but actually we're not. We're just having Annie run aggressive, take control of A, and that forces K-Corp to go towards C, but it still gives them this ult orb. And Glance can head over there, get the ult orb, and have her ult for the retake.
So ult comes in here. Not really going to connect with anything, unfortunately. So KC that's an ult that's already out of the way, and KC, they look to try and push towards the C side here. Matrix, I mean, 2 trips ready to catch anybody who tries to run into site, maybe slide through, but nobody's really home to play off of them except for Devil. They think they're aware that there could be somebody on site willing to play off the traps, but so far, O1O, the moment they hear KC coming, they're happy to back away, knowing that they have the utility to be able to push for a retake instead, and that KC will have to spend a lot while going forward. 2 players now from O1O are actually going to be pushing forward on site, and there's been that little bit of a fake towards A. 2 players making some noise, putting down some smokes, and the rest of the team, they're ready to execute here.
Yeah, but O1O, they're not falling for this. They've seen the fakes that K-Corp like to pull out, and they're not falling for it. The Aftershock, it's going to slow down everyone trying to support the Neon, but Matrix does take out the trips, and this is good, but the rest of the push has to come in, and the stun, the flash is perfect.
Devil on site, not able to anchor too much. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and both Annie and Devil only get a kill apiece here. Oh no, Sonya looks just a little bit lost, peeks into 3 players, and Roxy shuts that down really quick. However, this Fade utility, it's going to cut down noise, but that spam from Corey, from Jade, it's going to be the cue that this is the push. And with the economy being what it is for this team, it might be better for Jade to just hold on to his gun, especially since the armor is still intact here. But 1v3 seems like she wants to try. It's going to be a heavy ask to really be able to make it through. And Omen versus Omen, Curry comes out on top this time around, the second round for KC here. And 3 players still standing, which is going to do wonders for the Rico.
Yeah, and we're really seeing, like you said, a parallel to Haven. It's looking like K-Corp, as soon as they get backed into a corner, they know what they need to do to pull the momentum, to pull the tempo back into their favor. And this round, it's really important for O1O. They do have a stinger, but they've also got the Neon ultimate to back it up. Next round though, they can't buy. So they need to try and build up towards ultimates and try and win this out as hard as possible. And we can see they've done that by pushing towards C. They're changing things up and they're trying to adapt to what K-Corp are doing.
There we go. First kill already. Matrix able to find that first one. Annie, though, walking with the Neon ult. Maybe able to get the timing. The flash is perfect. Able to get a kill, and just going to be trade after trade here. 1v2 situation right now. Sasuke in the clutch potential situation. 1v2. Neural Theft, though, going to give away her position. Show her rotating towards that C side. But yeah, it seems like they still want to go towards it. Sasuke forced to kind of play patiently here. Not aware of where the rest of the team is, even though she does have an ult of her own. But C is the call here. Spike gets tapped to make sure nobody's really lurking around here. Plant not really coming through them. The spam not able to do too much damage. Roxy still able to get down the Spike without much ado. And now 1v2. I think if Sasuke can get one particular kill isolated, that's going to be the neural depth available to play. But until then, it's just such a difficult round.
Yeah, and it's at the point, like I said, of the econ where saving it might just be the better decision here. She's got that half armor. It's going to take a hero rifle into the next round. But actually, Matrix pops the ultimate here on the Neon. And yeah, there's trips. This is so difficult to push back into. And Matrix just spamming that left click and eventually takes it down. There's no hope that you can win that as a Cypher. And you can see she's happy about it. She's enjoying it on Neon.
Yeah, I mean, if you can hit a sliding Neon on an ult, it's really huge. Like, the only reason Annie didn't get more was because there were 3 people there ready for the push, and even then she was able to get 1. So yeah, O1O gonna be taking a timeout again, like a very eerie mirror to that map number 1, which kind of saw a similar state of affairs play through here. KC, this is where they were able to take the lead despite O1O's timeout. So gonna be important for O1O to be able to capitalize off of it. But the problem is, like you said, the economy is just in such a dire state. You have, it seems like, Annie and Devil forcing up those rifles. The rest of the team, though, I think even Spectres are going to be a rough ask looking at the eco that they have.
Yeah, but then there's the thing of, actually, if it's a Sheriff in a Game Changer's player's hand, is it really a Thrifty? Is it really an eco?
That's true.
But kind of like going back to the actual game itself, we saw this exact thing on Haven, right? O1O, they call a timeout going into round 7 because it's 3-3, and they weren't able to win enough rounds off the back of that timeout to really make it fully worth it. Yes, they managed to end it in a 6-6, but it took them a long time to get there, and most of those rounds were actually pulled back in the latter part of that half. So now O1O, they need to try and see a switch up, and you can see they're doing a full save. They're looking to fully buy up in the next round. Doesn't look like we're going to see an op, and again, Neon op, not always the best combo. It can work extremely well. Lotus, nowhere near as prominent as it is on Haven. And we're not seeing any hyper-aggressive set play from O1O here either. We're seeing them just take the time, build up a little bit of pressure on different parts of the map, and then hopefully they're going to force K-Corp to a place that is advantageous for them. But K-Corp for now, just contacting. Just one smoke, and they've got so much control for free.
They're just able to slowly scale up. They haven't really taken any fights yet, and the problem is, again, with the help of the dark cover, you just don't have any awareness of where these players could be. But Jumpy from Sasuke actually got to catch out Korea here, so the problem is that's the Omen, so they're not aware if that's actually a lurk player or just somebody else. But yeah, there's the impression of the execute being given. These two are doing a wonderful job of faking right now. 3 players on site though, and the rest of them gotta be holding their own. In fact, they've pushed up C-Long here, so very aggressive angle being held. The call though from KC seems to be towards this B side because that's where the spike is headed right now.
Yeah, and actually, I really like this from K-Corp. They're playing really patient over towards B, partly so they can split into it, as everyone does out through Hobbit usually, but also just in case there was any B aggression, because O1O love to do that. A little bit of stall to try and stop people pushing as far as they can, but now this Sheriff, it's going to have to do wonders. Oh, and the smoke goes down, revealed immediately, and 1 kill found.
So good. I mean, that's Korea taken out, so they don't have any more smokes. They can't keep, making this retake look even more difficult. That as well, that could possibly be picked up here. The flash timing is going to be everything, and they have to be careful not to push through. It connects, and oh my god, Sonya with the Sheriff actually able to get that first one. 28 HP, all that's left on Matrix. Sonya could get this kill with the help of a possible shock dart here, but both players looking so low, and Roxy comes in to help as well. A 2v... Make that a 1v3 situation, and none v3 as Nello gets both kills, just playing on the spike, not really letting things slide out of their hands. And KC once again, despite the timeout, are able to find a round. A nice eco though by O1O. They do some damage at the very least, but I mean the way KC's been kind of putting these rounds together, I don't think eco damage is going to be enough. It has to be genuine round wins.
Yeah, it's what they really need to start building up towards, and you can see O1O, they're still not got a lot of economy. In order to buy the next round, they have to buy light shields on a few people. And the ults, yes, they have 1 ult, but it's matched with K-Corp, and they're nowhere near any other ults. They need 3 ult orbs, and they're not really taking too much pressure over towards they usually. But yes, this time they're getting 6 Sonya this ult orb, building up towards this Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, it's looking like potentially just a regular C hit. We've not seen K-Corp just outright execute a site. They almost always want to try and get a feel for the round, but this time it looks like we might just be hitting relatively quick if we see the smoke come out from the Omen. But no, again, we're backing off, we're playing slow, and we're getting a feel and understanding for how O1O are playing before we execute onto a site.
Yeah, and like KC, they've been so methodical about this, just being careful to create fake plays, create the impression that even when they're giving the impression of hitting somewhere, it's not like a guaranteed hit. So rotations have been forced to get delayed by O1O here. A beautiful paranoia though from Jade. It's gonna buy so much time. And the problem is when it fades away, there's going to be multiple players. Jade actually able to TP away. Never mind. Curry chases them down along with Matrix. The timing not quite there. And Sonya not able to protect enough in the onslaught of 5 players rushing in. And with those opening picks, here we go. Full control of the side taken. There's just going to be Annie stuck waiting for the remainder of her team here. Rolling Thunder, though, it's going to be invested early on. A counter coming through as well. And I mean, Annie has to be the one to make some magic happen here. It does get spotted out, unfortunately, so it's going to make things all the more difficult right now as Spike finally goes down. Roxy gets a kill. Annie gets a double, though. That might not be enough. It's still going to be a 1v3 for Devil Axa, and yeah, Matrix just able to close it out. 5 per KC now on the attack side.
Yeah, and I love the wide swing there from Matrix. Not even necessarily using the neon, the neon slide or the neon run. Just wide swinging all the way to try and pull the crosshair before eventually stopping. And that spray is out of control by the time you stop, and easy enough for Matrix to get that kill. And you can see both of these neon players right at the top of the scoreboard. They are just these spearheads for their teams. And yes, there might be a few more deaths for them than some of the rest of the team, but Matrix is looking so strong. 4 deaths, 7 kills on this neon, and I imagine a lot of them are first bloods as well. Matrix looks so clean here.
Paranoia coming in. Here comes the aggression from the odd one outside. At least the impression of it. They've taken a lot of space though, and with that multiplayer push towards A main, I mean, they are going to be forced to fall back a little bit, reconsider options. It does seem like KC's looking to at least push into C here again. These trips, the problem is so far they haven't been able to really find too much value off of these kill trips here. Here comes the cage. Spaka gotta be able to use it to re-clear a little bit of space, maybe make sure nobody's really encroached onto C quite yet as the backup does come in.
Yeah, and the rotations, again, K-Corp, like you said before, methodical. They are looking, they are poking and prodding, finding out where everyone is. And again, we're seeing the same setup on the defender side on this rubble. And I think K-Corp, they know how they can take this away. They know Jade Moore is going to be way aggressive out towards rubble. And yes, it's broken. But Jade Moore, she's still over here. She still has to have a protection. She has to have some kind of fight. And yes, the Hunter's Fury comes on as well.
Oh, despite the recon, though, the kills go in favor of O1O. Trade coming in from Nello, but Nello's only 30 HP. A lot of the heavy lifting on her shoulders, and that's a Spike drop. Curry TP onto site here, but now Spike so far away from her, and it's the high-low triple setup here. Curry actually able to isolate a single fight, but Sonya quick on the refrag, and O1O finally able to win a round here. I think that Hunter's Fury, the kill from Sonya with the help of Annie, as well as that Hunter's Fury to just, you know, cut off these players and cause them zoning, just phenomenal.
Yeah, no, like it's a really nice trap play. And, you know, you have similar trap plays when you run, you know, the Fade Raise composition. You have similar kinds of trap plays, but that Hunter's Fury is a nightmare to deal with. And you can see why, right? It's such a wide area of effect that when you're putting it towards somewhere so small, like outside of rubble there, it's just looking so strong. And yeah, going out into this round though, O1O, they've still got some ultimates, but they're maybe the slightly less powerful ones. So you're kind of looking at glance here for K-Corp. She keeps finding this trip and it's not being punished. She's got this ultimate online. O1O need to shut her down.
Yeah, those are really great points about that trip being broken. I think KC have been doing it for multiple rounds now, and again, it just forces somebody to constantly hang around that B side to be sure that they don't get flanked or other stuff. So really just a problem for rotations. Now though, here comes that Nightfall that you were talking about. Counter Paranoia immediately there, but the problem is that it doesn't really connect, and Matrix able to once again find a kill for free here. Jade Moore going down early on means there's going to be no more spokes to find further deterrents either. On top of the mound as well, there's an angle for Glance to be able to take down Devil, and again, there's 2 kills that they found, and still look at the patience from KC. They want to be sure nobody's flanking them. They want to be sure that nobody's going to try to make a push or some other kind of play. Annie has to be able to find this kill here on the lurk, catches Roxy, and suddenly things look a little bit more balanced here for the side of O1O. 30 seconds, here we go.
They've got the Cypher on site, the kill trips are set up. Oh, so Spark is not in the right place. She's not able to capitalize off the back of it, and she's getting flanked. The Neon running on him when she's paranoid, and the swing from Annie. It's too late, the whiffs.
All right, huge round from Matrix, a 4K, but it should have technically been a 2K. Still a great round for KC, but Annie, a bit of an unfortunate moment. It looked like her mouse got stuck. That's what happens when my mouse gets stuck. That's what I tell people anyway. But yeah, a little bit of a whiff there, unfortunately, for Annie. And KC, off the back of it, able to find another round. A nice try by Spaka to try and stay alive for so long. But yeah, just player after player going down one by one, and just there being no trades. Like, yeah, there was a freebie for Matrix, and at least was able to find one, but, you know, even after that, just nothing that you can really do there, and unfortunately, yeah, Matrix just goes unchecked that entire round.
Yeah, no, and again, it's once again Matrix just on top. She's looking so strong. Like the Neon, we talked about how she's good at Jet. She's really good at Raze. Her Raze stats are incredible, but this Neon, I can't believe we've not seen it that much before. I want to see more of this Neon the rest of this split. She's looking so confident on this pick, and you can say the same for Annie, but we've seen Annie on it before. They loved running this Neon on bind, and, you know, O1O, it's a very different team to how it was. So the fact that they're still running a relatively similar composition, it might be time for them to change it up a little bit. But this round here, it's still an eco for O1O. But we've seen these ecos, we've seen these thrifties go the way of the thrifty team, especially if they're able to get all of the anchor players over towards there, and there's 4 people here already.
It looks like they want to execute onto it. Beautiful flash comes through, and there we go. That's the first. The second for Annie as well with the Guardian. I mean, we saw this kind of play before coming from heaven. It seems like Annie's still able to find the damage here. 3rd kill as well. Annie single-handedly laying waste, and there's still a shotgun outside as well that they haven't even had the opportunity to discover. The rest of KC, they back away. They decide, all right, screw this. A side not really looking very hospitable right now, and they book their way over to B instead. The problem is that it's still a 4v2, and there are guns that could possibly be retrieved on that A side if necessary. You know, that's available here for Roxy. All she needs to do is be able to isolate a kill, and it's a very high risk, high reward play that these players are pulling across. First kill coming through, Annie goes down, and suddenly things look much more manageable for KC. Sonya though gets the trade, and now all up to Roxy. There's the first kill. There's a neutral theft. The Euro theft that's gonna give away the sound cue, and here it comes. Catches the Cypher unaware as well, and now Classic in hand has to be able to do everything. They're gonna be able to find the time to reload as well, and Jade, the dark cover, might go away here, expecting the reflank, actually going to be watching the angle. The Sheriff has to connect here, and Roxy just playing time, gets the 1v3, and KC, they look unstoppable here. Round number 7 in the bag for them, thanks to Roxy's heroics.
Yeah, Roxy's heroics saving them there, honestly. And this was so good. This was reminiscent of that first round where they managed to get Annie onto the A side, and she feels so comfortable there. You can see how good she feels with that Guardian in hand, pivoting around the different angles on A side. It's honestly absolutely incredible, and I'm loving watching it so far. But that was just so good. Having Roxy be so comfortable in that clutch. Yes, it was an eco round, but it was still a 4 versus 2. And even when you're on an eco, you should still be eyes odd one out, expecting to win this out. Hello, everyone. You get to see our beautiful faces a little bit more. We've got another tech pause. Everyone, sorry, we're trying to get some stuff fixed in the background as quick as possible. But Zach, talk to me about this game so far. It's been so good, and it feels closer than the scoreline says.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these rounds came down to like 1v2s or 1v1s, but you know, I think that KC, they've been kind of dominating, at least in terms of them being able to find those early picks and just play around odd one out. I think the rounds that odd one out have been able to convert were rounds where they either had a stack or, you know, they had like that initial advantage to be able to capitalize off of. So map. It's a very different KC from what we've been seeing in the previous few splits when it comes to this particular map as well. Usually a little bit more faster, but they've really adapted to odd one out style, I would say.
Yeah, no, they really have, and it's a really nice style to watch, and you can really see it shows off how well they've worked in the little bit of an off season that we've had, right? Where they've had the chance to sit down with their coaches, with Caribia, to just work out how they want to play, how they want to move about the map, and how they want to really play the best possible Valorant in a macro sense, and then still win it out with their individuals, because they have some of the most incredible individuals on a team that hasn't made it into that top 4. It's so fun to watch, and yeah, they are looking incredibly strong. Going into this round, they are building up towards Nello's Rolling Thunder here. This is the key thing to look out for, is if they get this online, or if this ult orb is not given over for free.
I'm out of here.
I think I would want to try to fight for at least a little bit on that A side, but C has just been left open, and KC, they're happy to take full advantage of that heading into this particular one right now. They're going to be charging forward, like you said, looking to capitalize and possibly get themselves that ult orb here. Tap it, manage to get it onto board, and here we go. We do have the Rolling Thunder in Nello's hands, and again, Seaside just looking so vulnerable last round in the half as well. So it's going to have to be important for Odd One Out to try and get this to be sure that the deficit isn't too high here. Again, look at this kind of defaulting coming out of this KC side. They once again are able to just contact their way onto C side, spot out the Cypher, maybe even break a trip or two if they get close enough. And now here comes the actual execute, possibly as they look to go in, but now they've seen the breach as well.
Yeah, they're just drawing utility out slowly from the defenders to make it difficult for them to flood back in, and now the door open. That's going to put a question mark in the head, but the trip's still there.
Oh,
Actually,
my God,
Annie,
Curry.
She peeks out a little bit alone, a little bit solo, and gets taken down. Now the execute, the Rolling Thunder.
Does seem like they were aware of it, so a bit of a retake play, 1-for-1 trade as Matrix leaves herself a little bit too exposed. Side has been taken. Nello gonna be able to get that spike down. No ultimates available for either side right now, but Sonya, I mean, a couple of kills could get that online. Jade on the flank as well. 4v3 situation. Numbers in favor of KC still. The TP comes through. It's a bit of a fake TP. The problem is the fade utility. It's already caught out Jade, and they know exactly where she is right now. Roxy with the weapon advantage tries to do some damage here as the rest of the team, they push onto site. Sonya gets taken down. No more Sova recon available either, and now it's just going to be a 1v4. Nothing that Devil Exa can really do as Nello takes her down, and force 8 KC. They finish the half in style with a strong lead right now.
Yeah, an incredibly strong lead there. And yes, this is an attacker-sided map, so K-Corp, they're expected to do well on that side, but an 8-4 half is... it's maybe a little bit too much, and all that they have got a lot to contend with here. So much risk for them on this attacking side now, especially because this Sova. It all comes down to how you use the Sova, but specifically, what I enjoy is they've got the drone, and having the drone in this eco round, it's such a good eco tool on the attack side to clear out so much space. On the other side, K-Corp, they're going aggressive. They are looking for something over towards Mound, and they've got the breach over towards B as well, because obviously you've got that universal utility with that stun.
Aggressive push here off the back of the stun, and I mean, Matrix already able to get that first one, still fighting for her life here. In fact, gets a second as well with the help of Curry, but Saspaka able to make the numbers look a little bit more even with 2 kills towards that A site. Gonna be able to find the damage. Unfortunately, towards B, 2 players again willing to push out. This time though, they fall back, they take down Annie, they get themselves a numbers advantage, and they fall back. Now, O1O, they know the position of the remaining players. They know that A side is looking a little bit empty here, and they should be able to get that spike down. The problem is, how are they going to be playing this post plan? Because right now, at least numbers are in favor of this KC side. And Matrix is very low. That could be the saving grace. They haven't broken this trip either, so very cheeky plays. That's not actually able to slip under it. All right.
They're not going to be expecting this either, but Roxy,
oh my God.
Yeah, she's clean with it. She's good at that. We know she can do that. Now it's just one left.
Oh, yeah, just caught between Aftershock and a couple of pistols, and not much that you can really do. This is really, really bad for O1O. KC winning this pistol is, of course, great for them. You know, 9th round on the board. They're going to be able to have a nice eco as well. I think the saving grace for O1O is that they were able to get the spike plant, so they could force up in this next round. But yeah, 9-4, already 1 map down. They're going to have to be pulling some miracles out, you know, to be able to bring this map in, because things look a little bit dire right now.
Yeah, no, it's just not looking perfect. And just to make clear, everyone at home, it's not a tech pause. That's just some issues on our side, but it's not a tech pause. And going back into this, like I said, this is dire for O1O. It looks like they might even wanting to be forcing this just to try and win out this round, to try and put K-Corp onto the back foot. And yes, K-Corp, they can bounce back pretty good, but a B-site exec here, it's pretty typical that you see that in these rounds, and Glance is ready with it. That's a seize, I think, in her hands, ready to stop the exec as quick as she can.
Yes, she can. Well, I mean, there we go. Nello, again, has just been an absolute beast this whole series, and it continues to be a menace right now. 3 kills already for her on the round. Jade Modo, Stinger in hand, able to at least do some damage, get a couple of kills now, a 2v3 once again. Sonya looking quite low here, so a lot of the heavy lifting going to be falling on the IGL's shoulders. They're going to be walking, taking contact up onto the C site where there is still Roxy playing in CT. You're going to have to manually clear it out. So Roxy's kind of watching CT, but she's turned away, has the time, and get the kill. Sonya at least finds the trade there, but yeah, now 1v2, 25 HP. How much can you really do here? Has to be able to isolate the fight somehow. Go for the peek, and it's just 2 players ready for the kill. Kuri gets it done. And it is going to be a 10th round for KC. That was a force as well by the odd one outside. So, yeah, just a question mark as to what they're going to do next.
Yeah, and the force, it's one of those high-risk, high-reward pieces, right? If you're able to get it, it should give you the round after as well and set you up nicely to keep the momentum in your side on this attacking side. But it just doesn't work out. They were a little bit split. The Aftershock Seize combo was really nice, honestly, from K-Corp to stop the support for Annie and left her out on an island, out alone, trying to push out onto B. But now we're seeing the Rubble take. O1O, they love to do this on their defense. They love to do it on the attack as well. Take Rubble as soon as you can. It's a good piece of kind of real estate to control in the early game. And actually,
nice
Creepier goes in a little bit alone and gets taken down for it. But the Guardian on the other side of the door. Bit of a shame that, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, also Matrix able to shuffle it away. You know, make them be like, yeah, you might have gotten the kill, but no gun for you. Jade, at least with a sheriff, able to find one more. But Nello, oh my God, just can't do no wrong today at all. Another 3K for the breach here, and I think this is like Nello's 5th 3K today so far. Possible 4K on the cards as well. But yeah, Nello has just been a beast in both of these series. I mean, usually you expect your Neon. You know, you're used to seeing your Neon have those kind of numbers, but I think this entire both these maps so far, Nello has just been absolutely incredible in being able to find these multi-frags and time them well as well. Setting up the rest of the team is one thing, but just popping off yourself. Yeah, Nello is having a game and a half right now. And what more can Saspaka really do here? Spots out multiple players. Yeah, Matrix good for the kill. 11 for KC right now. 2 rounds away from a 2-0 and odd one out. They're going to have to dig deep here because this is their last fight, their last chance at keeping the map in their pocket.
Yeah, and the worst bit for them as well is because Nello's been outstanding so far. You can see her shooting range, shooting gallery here. Absolutely incredible. She's got the Rolling Thunder online. And the Rolling Thunder going into what is a bonus-ish is incredible. Like this ult is absolutely round-changing. And when you're going up against better weaponry, it completely shifts the tables. Throws them out of the window even. And K-Corp, they're potentially on track for match point already, and potentially even match win after that, because it would force Odd1 out down to an eco if they can win out with this Rolling Thunder. It looks like we might just be seeing a CXX here from Odd1 out, but they want to try and pull stuff out. They want to try and get rid of this breach, get rid of this ultimate if possible.
Ooh, nice though. Sisbaka gonna be on the lurk here, gonna be watching for the flame, just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, although Jade Moa is there to take out Nello, so no more Rolling Thunder available. That's a huge win condition that's been taken out of the cards. Roxy now on site, looking to play Anchor, and Jade expects her inside her own cage, able to find her second kill as well. Huge round coming out of the IGL so far, taking down Nello as well as finding the kill to Roxy. Now all the fighting is going to come down to this 4v2 between Matrix as well as Curry. They fake the tap. They're going to be looking to take a little bit more space towards CT. Matrix alone right now, Curry on the flank, so Matrix gonna have to be able to get these kills one by one. Spots out the first player, but look at this, Annie waiting to play off the back of the contact, gets spotted out as well, and there's no trade. 2v3 suddenly. This looks so difficult right now, and oh my god, Matrix just goes absolutely ballistic. It's all down to the IGL, all down to the captain, but it cannot be done. Matrix is able to get that 4K and get KC to match points. A round that had no business going so well. Matrix somehow makes it look easy. What the heck?
Can we play that Matrix clip just on loop for the entirety between these rounds? That was incredible mechanics.
Disgusting.
Like, that is the kind of thing that you dream of as a Neon player, right? Like, that is just out of this world, and it started out so well for Odd1 out. They were at such an advantage, but Matrix is just so good, so clean, and you see just incredible. The spray control. And then just a little bit of a whiff from Jada running away at the end there, scared, and gets taken down, and K-Corp, they didn't even need to use the Rolling Thunder there, Zach. They've still got this incredible ultimate. Yes, there's a few for Odd1 out. There's a few that could potentially look to stop the bleeding, but it's going to be so difficult. It's an uphill battle at this point.
Yeah, and I think Matrix is feeling it as well already, like a heavy flank coming in with the help of that ult. It's going to clear out so much space, so they know for a fact that, all right, this A side is going to be that point of contention, but like you said, there is still that Rolling Thunder, there is still that Cypher utility, and off the back of it, knowing a player is incapacitated, they go forward, but Roxy gets taken down. Curry there for the trade at least, and Curry off the back of the Rolling Thunder, able to in fact find a triple kill before being shut down. 2v3 situation once again. Jade on the lurk here, might be able to find the timing, has to find the timing. This has to be the double kill comes through. Oh, gets both. Okay, I was a little bit worried for a second, and they know for a fact Nello is still around here, but look at this reposition. Able to actually cut off the rotation, possibly timing gonna be everything here for Nello.
Yeah, and Jade, that flank was so good, but like you say, it's all down to Nello. She needs to go in quick. She needs to try and find the utility. She heard the jump up there from Devil Asset, and she takes it down. It's just down to this 1 versus 1, and Jade, she's not had a great time of it so far, but the spike's been pinged, and she's in a good location. Nello's looking for her, but has no idea where she is.
Oh.
The backstab. Beautiful. Jade with a 3K as well now to try and keep Odd1 out in this, and it's an uphill battle, but you can push it up that hill.
Yeah, like you said, this attacker side, it does tend to look a little bit more easier. So yeah, I do think there's a chance here for Odd1 out. They just have to build up the momentum, and I think them being able to get that round and also, be able to get the Rolling Thunder out as well is going to make things a little bit easier for them in the upcoming rounds. But still, that's a really big slope to climb. They need 7 rounds in a row. But I mean, it's Odd1 out. We've seen like incredible things from them. If anyone can do it, it's got to be them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All Matrix's wall there. Not exactly perfect. Disappeared out into the Matrix itself, but now she's still set up there. She's got this preemption angle, and she's holding it down. And this frees up everyone else to rotate away from A side, away from Rubble, because she's got this deep angle. And we can already see Caripia already over towards C. We've already got Glance in Hobbit watching B. And now, if this is a B exec, this is looking so good for K-Corp on their defense. They're ready. Yes, they're on an eco, but they're in the perfect positions to try and stop this, to try and fight it. But no, they're going to back off. Odd1 out. They want to go and re-explore elsewhere and really try and play the map to the best possible way.
Definitely agree. I think it's just them being able to, if they can take advantage of this round, win it, and make sure that the eco doesn't come through for KC. I mean, it's going to be give them the round that they really need to build up their economy as well as momentum. I mean, at this point, every single gun, every single round really counts here. They need 7 in a row to be able to keep their chances in this best of 3 alive. And they look to go towards C right now. Curry perfectly on time with the dark cover here. The paranoia combination as well. The counter stun there. With 25 seconds left, KC might be able to win this off time if they're not careful. And knowing that there's still a couple of players down towards that side of the map, they're going to be pushing towards B site instead. Already 3 players ready to go here. Neon Wall coming through in an attempt to try and plant, and the Rolling Thunder actually going to be forced out here. Odd one out. They get all of these kills, and the real theft invested as well. Gonna be able to smoke out the remaining players. Curry in a 1v5. Nothing that can be done. I got a little bit dicey there, Echo, but you know, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it was just a really nice exec out there onto B, trying to keep the rotations on C for as long as possible. You expending the Rolling Thunder, yes, but it's absolutely necessary to confirm that site hit. And one thing that is just an absolute highlight to me in that round is Susparker going with the Outlaw, running aggro with it. Like, that's just so rare to see, and it's always fun to see, especially on a Cypher. But now, continuing on, it's still, everything is in K-Corp's hands, and now they're going for this Rebel take again. They're trying to stop Odd One Out from taking it first, keeping it under their control, and it forces Odd One Out to make plays elsewhere, or to fight into them. And so they're doing that. They're running elsewhere, they're looking for this C site, and they're trying to break as much of this Cypher utility as possible.
I think the C side has been consistently very difficult for Odd One Out to really advance into, with Roxy playing the way she is. There we go. That's the first kill off the trip. But Jade is at least able to get the trade with the help of that elevated position. There is still got to be that flank coming in from Curry. Gets spotted out by the cam, I think. And yeah, the white peak not exactly going super well. The slow down after the help of that fade out has caused a little bit more of pandemonium. Ooh, I don't know if they spotted Jade still up there. I think they might have that realization, and with that door being open, gonna pivot back towards this B side instead. But it's just a fake call. I think that Odd One Out there's just trying to, you know, bait out a little bit more from KC, maybe another push or two before they really commit. They have a little bit more time to work with, so yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, they've got so much time, they can put question marks everywhere else on the map. And at this point, K-Corp, they might choose to save, right? They don't want to keep giving Odd One Out ults. They could save this. They can go into the next round. They've got enough rounds that saving this isn't awful for them. But no, it looks like they're going to start to lean back over towards the C site, and they're expending utility, so they're going to fight this. What they need to do is they need to keep playing together, keep playing off of the utility, and try and take their ones as and when they can.
I mean, they've got a haunt here. Glance gonna be able to combine it with the stun to try and push forward. That's multiple stuns that came through, but the counter breach stun is perfect. Oh my god, despite the stun, it's gonna be Matrix who goes down. Glance at least able to get the trade, but the clock is ticking, and yeah, I think that's the information. The rest of Odd One Out should be able to get out through CT, but the clock ticking, they're gonna have to be very careful about it. Jade actually able to take down Nello as well on the way out, so it's just gonna be Glance who's allowed to save a rifle here, and that's another round on the board for Odd One Out. 5 is what stands between them and overtime, and it's looking more and more likely here the way it's going. A little bit unfortunate they had to burn so many ults on that eco round, but despite that, they seem to be doing quite well. And I mean, despite Roxy being able to find that first, I think Curry going down the way that she did was kind of what broke the round here for KC completely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, Odd One Out, they're building up a huge bank behind them. Even if they keep losing the next 2 or 3 rounds, they're going to have enough to keep buying up, and they're going to keep building up towards their own ultimates. Karma Corp is so far away from ults. Honestly, I'm shocked they haven't called a timeout. I think they've still got 2 left for K-Corp. They need to try and halt this momentum, because we've seen what it can do. K-Corp, they had the momentum on their side beforehand. They need to try and stop it. They need to try and fight back against it.
I mean, I think the thing is that now it's an eco round, so definitely another chance for Odd One Out to be able to lock it in. And I mean, at this point, they've gotten 3 rounds in a row, and they're able to consistently charge up these ultimates, so it looks doable, if nothing else. But yeah, it's gonna be still a very rough ask. The Paranoia, unfortunately, gonna mess up Saudia's drone a little bit. Nobody really on site, although, again, like with this dark cover coming down, it is gonna be a pivot over towards this B side. Beautiful Paranoia to be able to try and catch this crossfire out. Matrix gets the first one, tries to get the second, but yeah, it's just gonna be the rest of the team to chime in. Sonya and Devil Axe still holding on for dear life, bringing it down to a 1v1. Cypher versus Cypher. Roxy is able to retrieve a gun as well and has control of the spike here. The cage comes through, will let Susfaka possibly pick it up, and Roxy gonna let that happen. Happy to try and, you know, play for a retake situation instead. Suspake, though, able to fake the tap, rotates over towards the C site, and Roxy is pulled over. So she didn't really have anything, but it's the stack coming in. So yeah, gonna be a full-on rotate coming in for Roxy all the way on the opposite side. There's that cam, though, hasn't spotted Suspake, right? So position could prove to be fatal. There we go, that's it, though.
Yeah. But honestly, I think she triggered it a little bit too early there. Like, she wants to try and pull that once she's closer towards sight, if possible. But she saw them. She knows exactly where Suspaka is, and now it's all down to her. Just her left on sight, like you said. And oh, the peak coming on through the fight. Taken. The Suspaka wins it out. Oh, keeping her team in this match.
Too close for comfort, man. These eco rounds, Casey have no builds making them as close as it was. Like, it starts off with this great shot from Matrix and just trade after trade. Like, there's no kill that goes unavenged here. And I mean, being able to bring it down to a 1v1 as well as, you know, tap out that Cypher ult, it's gonna be nice for KC here, because O1O, they only have that Neon ult and of course the From the Shadows for Jade Moa to work with here. No ultimates for their own side either, but this is a round where they finally have rifles for everybody in hand here, and this is their chance to kind of close it out. Look at them though, they're looking to go aggressive, proactive, already pushing B as a team together right now.
Yeah, and I mean, pushing B like this has worked before for O1O, and yeah, we can see it working out for K-Corp as well. Taking down one and just immediately backing off, playing the numbers, playing the advantage. Meanwhile, they've got Jada on the back side, but it just doesn't work. The ult, it's always so risky to go for that kind of play. And when you're in these situations, you've got to go for something to keep yourself in this match. But now it's a 3 versus 5. No ultimates for this retake, but they've got the bodies, they've got the numbers.
Oh, these stuns from Dallo have just been so incredible at denying space for O1O, and look at how split up they are. It's going to be so hard for them to get the trade. It's going to have to be hero plays coming in, and Suspake, the first one to go through. Paranoia ready here. Actually doesn't connect, and Suspake able to get that first kill. Looking good here. 4v3 situation. Timing going to be everything on the peak, but both Roxy and Matrix, they go huge. It's all going to come down to Annie here. She's been having some phenomenal games before, but yeah, Matrix might be able to put the nail in the coffin here, and does do so. A 3k for Matrix, and 13 to 8 KC, they pull off the 2-0 successfully in series number 1 of GC EMEA stage 3. Absolutely huge win for them to start off with, and that's gonna feel good for them heading into, you know, the upcoming games for sure.
Yeah, I mean, LA Blue all the way right now, and K-Corp, like I said, they're going to be feeling good about this because they know what it feels like to have to go back down to contenders next year. They don't want to put themselves in that situation, and they want to fight. They want to see K-Corp on this championship stage, if possible, later on this year, and they're showing a really good starting of it. They look so good, and I mean, we've got to talk about these Neon players, right?
For sure. I mean, both of them were really incredible. I think that in particular on this map, Matrix was just having an absolute blast. You know, the kind of pushes that they were making, as well as just the amount of first splits that Matrix was able to find was incredible. Annie as well, I think on the defensive side especially, had some really nice plays. And of course, I mean, both these teams, they looked incredible in terms of being able to trade each other out and keep up as a whole. But it kind of came down to who got those first few picks. And I think when it comes down to finding those chaining opening kills together, Matrix was definitely looking just on fire on this map. Like, she has 6 first kills to Annie's 5, and all 6 of those were like pretty insane site opening kills, I would say, that she got. So
yeah, I know, like, she's not only good in that early as well, right? Matrix is so good in the late round where she's just so quick in those clutches, and she's so good at her mechanics when she gets down to, like, you know, that 2vx when she's got someone else to work with. And as we can see here, just absolutely incredible work from Matrix. 1 kill per round. Yes, that's still only 1 kill per round, but they were all high impact, and we saw those 3Ks, those 4Ks that she got. Incredible play from Matrix.
I think that Matrix on the Neon is definitely something that I did not know I needed on my bingo card this year, but I'm very happy to get, because most of the time you see her, you know, playing the Jet. Sometimes, you know, on maps like Bind, you see her pull out the Raze like grudgingly. All right, I'll do it for the team. But Neon is something relatively new. I think she pulled it out on Sunset a little bit. But yeah, I'm glad that they're bringing it into more of these maps, especially on maps like Haven as well as Lotus, where, you know, with that 3-side, the rotation potential is just so strong. And yeah, Matrix was taking full advantage of it. But yeah, speaking for O1O outside, I mean, we're talking about the hiccups that come comes with having, 3 new players coming in ahead of the split, as well as, new IGL coming in. But despite that, right, both of these maps, it looked incredibly close. There were a lot of rounds where there were these micro mistakes that KC were happy to jump on and punish, but on went out, it seemed like throughout this entire series, they were able to hold their own. It looks incredibly dicey, a lot of these rounds, and I think especially on that map number 1, it could have just as easily been a victory for On One Out as well, the way they were playing. But yeah, KC, map number 1, rough start for them, got their grip, were able to pull off a 13-10 win. Map number 2 as well, rough start for them, take a timeout again, win a thrifty, and after that, I think they just kept the W keying and the momentum going. I think that in particular, I think the point that you highlighted about Curry players calling today being impeccable, especially on the defensive side on both of these maps, just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, like her defense calling, and neither of those maps are easy on the defense, right? It's tricky to get your calling right, to get everyone into the right situations, to allow someone like Matrix to pop off in the way that she did, to allow Nalo, and then to allow Roxy and Glance, their moments to shine. And I think that's the big thing for me about K-Corp, is they had so many shining moments individually and as a team, which Odd One Out, they showed those sparks, right? And we've seen this before from Odd One Out in their previous iterations over the last year or so, where they have so many sparks. They just need to start to reignite that into a full fire. And then I'm sure we'll see what we saw from them last split again. But I'm so excited to see how they develop and if they can reach the highs that last split they did.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Jade Moa told me was that their goal is to, get into one of those 3 slots for, EMEA, and it's gonna take them quite a bit, placing at least top 2. I think, going by the statistics, I was doing some math. I'm really bad at math, by the way, so if I'm wrong, please don't sue me. But they're gonna need quite a high placement to be able to qualify, if not winning the whole thing outright, which is the easiest way, I suppose, for any team to qualify. But yeah, KC, they pulled off their game, but on the GC EMEA channel, we're not done yet, because we do have another game coming up after this. It's gonna be Heroic Valkyries going up against Valiant GC, and I think for that we're gonna have both Akavask as well as Winter come in for a cast. It's gonna be it for me and Echo for today, but we're gonna be cheering on the rest of the teams, and after this break we'll be back with game number 2. So don't go anywhere, guys, stay tuned.
One enemy.
Standing ahead.
Spike down. C. Enemy remaining. Last 30 seconds left. Spike down. Thrifty. 30 seconds. Kill. Down B. One enemy remaining. Last player. 30 seconds left. Seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player. One enemy. Flawless. Run.
Kidding me right now?
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Taken out.
Beat back. One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Die.
One enemy remaining.
And with that, welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Arkamask, and next to me there is the wonderful and absolutely amazing Winterino. And we are going to present to you today Heroic versus Valiant. And, you know, those are going to be amazing games. Like, I'm hyped to be back on this broadcast. I'm hyped that VCT EMEA, Game Changers EMEA is back. And what else to say?
Yeah, and honestly, I think we closed out both of our last casts on Split 2 together. So I feel like it's just like a full circle moment when we're coming back in, of course, for Stage 3 and for the first match of Heroic versus Valiant. And for me personally, I definitely think this is going to be a little bit of a revenge possibility for these teams, because if we're thinking about, well, Split 2, Heroic and Valiant didn't necessarily have the start that they wanted into that split, and neither of them ended very well. So yeah, if you're having a look at these Stage 2 standings, just have a look at Group A. They were both in the same group, similar to last time, but this time, hopefully they can have a little bit of a different outcome for Valiant, because they didn't even make it to playoffs. They went 0-4 in the group stage, and it was actually the game against Heroic Valkyries that you can see that their one win got them into the playoffs, and that was against Valiant. And yeah, it wasn't a nice affair for the side of Valiant. It was an 0-2, and when we're looking at their experience in the whole of Stage 2, I think they only won 2 maps, I want to say, but they never won a series. And it's similar to Heroic Valkyries. You had glimmers of hope on certain maps, but it ultimately was the defeat over Valiant that got them into playoffs and saved them from being relegated.
Yeah, like Focus and Valiant were the only teams that didn't even put up one best of 3 win in the last split. And you see it right here. Heroic two out them in the last outing. Lotus and Icebox were the maps. And like, I think I casted this one, or was it? But it was like not the most close series, right? Heroic really had a good showing there. Was probably their best showing of the whole split, and afterwards, yeah, Valiant couldn't get out of the slumber, and had to go through the relegation battle. Where, to be clear, like in contenders, Valiant were another beast. They like stomped without losing a map throughout the whole thing, and are back in the main event 100% deserved. Like, in the other group we have Alternate, who's the other team that qualified for contenders, but Alternate didn't even come close to what Valiant did. They were without a doubt the best team in the contenders. Similarly to K-Corp in the last stage, where they, you know, sort of tore up contenders, took a little bit of a different path, a little bit more experienced as a team. And what we have to say, there are two new kids in those two teams, Fluxy and Dream, coming into Heroic and Valiant. Both of them already, like Fluxy played with O1O on the split before. Dream new to the Game Changers main event. It's gonna be a little bit interesting to see how the teams adapt with their new players, and yeah, who is the better team with that time they got to improve and to adapt with a new system and new players.
And I think you've basically hit the nail on the head with that in regards to the experience, because yeah, they've had to come through contenders. So when we're talking about whether you want to go deep diving into statistics on different maps, but they've had the experience with this new player coming in with Dream. And yeah, when you're talking about contenders, holy, did you see their match history in that? They lost 2 maps in total, and everything else was in 2-0 fashions, and they absolutely dominated. Like, similarly what you were saying, it didn't seem like there was anyone who could hold a candle up to Valiant in that series, stage 4 to qualify into this main event. Heroic, on the other hand, you were talking about the new player coming in. It's going to be a little bit, I feel, the first week especially is going to be a little bit more of a learning curve, especially with the fact that there is no officials with this new lineup. Of course, Flexi is an established player, great essential. We've seen them in O1O in this main event before, but it's more of how is this cohesion going to affect this current lineup of Heroic.
Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Fluxy is experienced in the main event, right? She had a great showing with O1O in the last split, so it's only reasonable that one of the bigger teams picks her up. But the big question for me is, how can a lineup adapt that fast compared to like Valiant, who had a whole contenders run in that constellation? time to gel together, time to come together and be a good team. And I feel like this will show especially on the first map. Like, I don't know the map beat. We don't know the map veto yet, but if the first map is a heroic pick here, this might actually be a problem because you're running on your first map in your first official with that new lineup, and suddenly you might fall behind because the other team has more experience in their new constellation, and the face of VLNT was a lot different in Contenders, right? You had like Lisa on Duelist, with Dream coming in, Taikusa going out of team, and it was like a whole other dimension. The team suddenly looked like a team where they were really disconnected in the last split, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think we have the veto ready, but like I really do pray that we have maybe a Lotus coming in because they changed their comp after, well, being decimated on it by BBL in Split 2, and coming into this one, through Contenders, they had, well, a pretty large comp difference. They took out the Cypher, Raze, and Sova, replaced it with a Killjoy, Neon, and Fade, and that seemed to suit them amazingly because, well, they went from an 0-1 record on it to a 3-1. So they've had basically a 100% win rate with this new comp. And yes, we are seeing it first, and it was picked by VLNT.
Yeah, I also feel like that's the right call. Lotus seemed to be their home ground in Contenders, as you already said. I love the Neon on it. I think Heroic kind of needs to pivot towards the Cypher. It's a little bit of the natural counter. Once Neon gets better, Cypher also gets better, because it's a natural counter to the speed that Neon provides. Running into a tripwire is not always the nicest thing. So I'm, a little bit curious about the comps that those two teams are going to show us. Icebox also on the page. It's kind of a similar map veto as we saw in the last split from both of the teams. Let the games begin. I'm just hyped to see both of them play again, especially Heroic in that new constellation. They are in bootcamp in Norway. They're playing they're now together, having this offline experience, and this might also help them gel together as a team.
Yeah, for sure. And when I was talking about the stats for maps, that was just within the last 3 months. If you want to think all the way back to the last time these two teams played against each other, it was on that Lotus and Icebox. So basically we have the same veto in regards to the first two maps picked, but obviously Split no longer in the map pool now, and it is Ascend that's been replaced for that third map decider. Last time we saw it was a 2-0 to Valkyries, different comp for VLNT, especially on this Lotus. So I do hope that they stick to utilizing this Neon that we've seen them being using in Contenders. But for the side of Heroic, I think they'd definitely be going into this series confident, and out of all the matchups they could possibly have for the side of Heroic coming into this, obviously we can reiterate the fact that they didn't necessarily have the best Split 2, but VLNT was the ones that they could go toe-to-toe with and, well, inevitably beat. So I think this is a great, not necessarily warm-up match for them, but warming back into officials. And if I'm hoping that we can get this to 3 maps, so we do get to see a little bit more of this new look Heroic roster, and along with how VLNT shape up to, well, T1 GC competition as well.
Yeah, you said it, right? In the end, it's for me a question of how good, as we talked about, how good are they gelled? How good are they playing together at this point into the stage? And this is also kind of a showing match of where the split is going for both teams, because both were bottom 2 teams in the last split. Heroic only had 1 more win than VLNT. And if VLNT takes that best of 3, it might be a problem for Heroic, because at this point they have to fight against relegation. They have to fight for the playoffs to at least get back to where they were last split, and this shouldn't be, where Heroic wants to be. In the end, they want to be in the playoffs. They want to fight for a title. That's the space where a big organization like Heroic wants to be in the game changers area. But it kind of might be a problem if you lose to VLNT on the first match day.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep saying it, but yeah, VLNT lost to Heroic. Heroic beat VLNT, and that's the reason why they didn't get relegated. So it's just sort of turning the wheel of, okay, whether they're fighting for relegation just to stay, make playoffs, make it through groups, but it's just how important Split 3 actually is for some of these teams, because, well, Split 3, you could, if you win this, if we see sort of a miracle run done by either of these teams, especially the ones that towards the lower end of that point bracket in the overall standings, we could see a new team representing EMEA in the championships towards the end of this year, but also having that chance to play on LAN, I think is another thing that we need to put, well, the spotlight on. The finals of this is going to be played in Istanbul, and I think that's just an amazing experience some of these players can get, but also it's sort of, okay, if we can get like a large lump of points, it'll make us feel more confident going into the next year, but it also gives them a chance to qualify to Berlin Championships.
And also, in my opinion, the Istanbul finals offline are so good for all of the teams, because you have to play in Berlin offline once you get to champs, right? And you need the offline experience beforehand. You need to have a crowd and to play in front of a crowd. We saw this in Germany, where we have Project Queens every year with 2 to 3 offline finals, and suddenly teams who looked incredible online started crumbling offline because there was a crowd cheering for or against them. And this is just so much of a different vibe, so much of a different kind of mental strength that you need to have to come to this point and to overcome the problems that might come up in an offline situation. I talked about it with former CSGO pro Dennis. Some people might know him in the chat from Germany, who just told me, oh, I was incredibly ill on an offline event, and then they had Windows issues for 2 hours, and you just kind of need to be there and need to still focus. And those experiences make or break a player, right? Those experiences are incredibly needed, especially in an environment like champs, where in the first 2 rounds, let's be honest, there will be tech issues, right? That's the normal.
Yeah, I think you get tech issues anywhere, online, offline, in the best setup in the world. There's always something that can happen. I agree, but you also sort of, when you have that LAN experience, you also have sort of like a mini boot camp realistically, because you can go away from those games. Yes, you can sit in a Discord call when it's an online or go over like VOD review and stuff. But if you're able to sit there like quite literally in touch and distance of your teammate, you can really feel sort of the vibe of how they're experiencing the game, how they're approaching it. And also, I feel like it's so much easier to fix mistakes when you are, well, in person, looking at each other, being able to go over it a lot more collaboratively. And we were talking in the green room about going back into the office and not liking that, but it does open that sort of line of communication up. And whether you have boot camps, because I'm pretty sure teams like KC just came off a 2-week boot camp in France, where Glance even came over, and I'm pretty sure she's staying even longer for the games. But it's sort of how much emphasis I want to put on the face-to-face contact that these teams can get. Like you said, with the LANs in Project Queens, like the level of play skyrockets.
Yeah, the level of play skyrockets, and as some teams just get a magic buff, and others just suddenly are nervous and shaky and lose to teams that they shouldn't lose to in a normal setting, right? For example, in the start of the year, we saw this with alternate attacks, who all of a sudden then dominated the German scene, and also being second in contenders. They lost to Ryzen Sugar, who afterwards nearly got relegated from the league. Which was kind of this offline run miracle situation where one team was like, oh, we have nothing to lose, and the other one was like, we are a little bit more under pressure, and the fans, we're just a little bit of, in a little bit of shaky situation. And those LAN experiences are incredibly good for teams, especially since you said as much, you can't run away from problems with your team. If you have a problem with your team and you're stuck in an office, you can't run away. You kind of have to solve this. And there will be a moment where things escalate. That's a thing that nearly every team has this moment where, you not necessarily scream at each other, but there is this problem that got so hyped up in the team, and where it all crashes down, and this makes or breaks teams. And for those reasons, LAN events and offline bootcamps are incredibly important to solve those issues, because in an online setting, you can just say, oh guys, I'm out, bye, and click a button and you're out of Discord. And then have to deal with the problems in your own way. But in an offline setting, you can't really run away from those.
And yeah, I think it's just offering that collaborativeness. So when you can see around that maybe a game-winning round went absolutely horribly wrong, there is communication issues, they can be tackled then and there and addressed straight away. But I am going to put my little interviewer hat on for a second. You did mention something about sort of the miracle run one of the teams made, no pressure, nothing to lose sort of thing. Talking about this matchup in particular, do you think that would be on Heroic or Valiant? And
Both
why?
Kind of. Both kind of.
Okay,
Like,
give me both. Give me both.
Whoever win, if one of those two teams wins the split, it's always gonna be a miracle run, because you have one team that haven't won a series since like split 1, and you have another team that has won one series since split 1, which is very close to each other, and both of them had huge problems in the end of the split. Heroic wasn't convincing to me in any way. You know, they won one series and afterwards called it a day. That's not really the the level of play that I want to see from a title contending team, especially with a big organization behind them. I kind of hope that this bootcamp brings them together to maybe at least contest for a title, because having Heroic around as an organization, I love their social media game. I love their social media manager. I don't know who it is, but it's a GOAT. And you gotta respect that. And I kind of hope for a better split for Heroic. On the other hand, Valiant has some chances as well, especially with the new lineup. But I just heard from my producer, shouts going out to Magnum. We are going into a small break because we're experiencing some tech issues behind the scenes. We're trying to fix it, and then we are back in 2 to 3 minutes. Have a good one, chat. Take something to drink and especially some popcorn, because that's going to be a hype matchup. See you in 2 minutes.
And yeah, it wasn't that long a break. Thankfully, the tech issues got sorted, and we are going to be going into game very, 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 very soon. But I do have one more question I can ask, and I don't want any long explanation. I want 3 words maximum, okay?
Okay, 3 words.
Who's going to win? And what is the score?
Heroic 2-1.
Okay. Maybe I should have given you 4 words. Yeah, maybe...
That's okay, Heroic 2-1.
Okay, thank you.
That's 3 words, okay?
Yeah, there you go. smart, concise, and yeah, just having a little bit of a refresher for anyone just joining. This is the first matchup for both of these teams in this split. This is the Vita on the screen. Lotus and Icebox were both played last time these two teams played against each other all the way back in June, June I think it was, and it was a 2-0 to Heroic. So a little bit of a revenge match of Valiant. Both of these teams have a little bit of a new look. 2 new players on each of the teams, one on Valiant, one on Heroic. One's the Duelist from what I know onto Valiant, and Heroic is the Sentinel that's been changed.
Yeah, they swapped a few things around. Dream is playing the Sentinel, Lisa is not playing Duelist, so a little bit of a different look. You already said it, towards Valiant, and they're playing the Neon comp. I love it. I also love the double initiator combination between Breach and Fate. That's, for me personally, one of the stronger comps, and on the other side, Heroic. We talked about this comp in length in our last cast we had on Lotus. I remember it. And I got proven horribly and terribly wrong for criticizing that team comp.
You don't like the Chamber, and I don't respect that opinion. I normally respect people's opinions fine, but the fact that you bashed onto the Chamber when it had that buff, it wasn't as if it was the super nerf Chamber from ages ago. There is some sort of fussing to it, and we saw how well Super Frog was able to utilize it. And yeah, we've seen the Chamber being picked up by a lot more teams, especially I believe it's Smurfette for Giant X that also play this map, can go absolutely phenomenal on the defensive side with the early peaks towards A or C on those long angles. But I really do want to basically hyper focus on how Valiant's going to perform with this new comp against a higher level team per se than what they were facing in contenders. Like, they're back up into the main EMEA GC league, and I want to see how this comp suits them and how their playstyle is going to go up against Heroic.
Yep. Valiant certainly has the tools to break this one. But we can talk a lot. We can give you all the information in the world. But in the end, the teams have to decide this one on the server. It's Heroic Valkyries against Valiant. Our first map of the split and a second game of the split for you guys out there. Lotus is the map, and it's gonna be a stack towards Seaside from Valiant, and that's gonna be a great and big fight exactly to the start of the round. I also feel like Valiant has the tools to break through all of this, but I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, it just depends on their approach, because you can see this players also over towards this B position, possibly even looking for trying to get these kills over towards C, and it's just a stun that comes out. It doesn't necessarily hit them on the mark, because Yuki's able to, on that chamber, is able to get away with a couple of kills. Yu's just being split by the players that have come all the way through B, and no one's stopping these players. They've just ran down 4 players of this Valiant squad.
Hey, you said as much. They're just running down that Valiant squad. Shots are hitting, and that's the most important part, especially when you're picking up a chamber. Now it's just Ninu. 1 versus 4 might be a little hard to pull off. Super Frog pods out. And she's fighting towards Waterfall, but Adora in the end gets the frag. And it's the lead for Heroic Valkyries. Good start for them, but this fight at Mount cost the round for Valiant on the other hand.
I can see what they were trying to do, trying to pull in that sort of trap play. But for me, having Azure in that position right at the corner on C site, rather than playing over towards Waterfall, having that more of a elongated stun, it just sort of bunched up all the players, and you can see the reaction from Heroic. Well, they kind of just got their kills, got out, and then relied on the 2 players that had just basically sprinted all the way through B, round to Waterfall, and it was just the crunch of the remaining players. Ninu then left, well, and retaken full utility, no armor, and only a classic to my name.
Yeah, and I like the approach from Heroic with their team comp. Like, we talked about the chamber a lot in our last cast where we saw that team composition. I feel like you kind of have to go for a slower game, especially on the defensive side. Take some peeks, hold some angles, punish over aggression from your enemy team. And this playstyle have to suit you, right? You have to be made to play around the chamber in those situations. And Heroic certainly seems like they're doing. But right now, they're kind of walking into that gamble stack on the other side. Dream finds the first fight, but Fluxy stays the winner of the situation. And now, I don't like the positioning of Scylla.
Yeah, but the issue is they're wondering if they're going into a stack. Any information on one, the stun comes in, and look at this hyper aggression. You have a slide, a headshot, but is going to get traded back out. And Lida's just going to hold mouse 1 and pick up 3 kills right there and then. And yeah, you're talking about the positioning of some of these players going in. They wanted to take it as slow as possible to make sure they're not walking into a stack like that. But even though they're going into it, you have sort of that protocols from VLNT coming in. You have the breach, then you have the neon stun slide, able to net 1. But it really is the superior weaponry that shines in that sort of position. You have a Vandal who can just hold mouse 1 like you saw and, well, decimate the players with no armor.
Yeah, certainly. Like it's the numbers, it's the weapon advantage in the end, especially when you're trying to fight in those long range situations where you can't really contest with pistols. And that is what VLNT, that is what Heroic is trying to do, and it works out perfectly in the first 2 rounds. Now Super Frog, can she find the angle? Peeks out there with the sniper and the mini guardian in hand.
Yeah, we can even see the pings that are aware of sort of the oversight, and yeah, now Sealer coming in, using that Vapor It actually hasn't hit Mel in that position, but thankfully the root does, but it doesn't matter. The help from Liza's coming in along with the breach utility, and it just feels like they've been completely locked out of their main. Thankfully, they've been able to pick up that spike. As the fast rotate coming over towards C, but while Dream's still here, and there's also reinforced from Ninu, it's going to be a lot of util to get through.
Dream's util might become a nightmare for Heroic in that situation. Nano Swarm's out, but they're trying to go inside Adora. A lot of space created. They have to go back to this one. And Nino with a good aim. She and Liza just spraying this one down. Adora on site without a chance, and Dream in the end becomes the nightmare she seems to be. VLNT gets a round over, but you know, it's the expected outcome in the end with the bigger weapons.
I absolutely love the delay that we saw from Ninu and Dream over towards that C main position. Yeah, you had the satchel that came across, but by the time the Fade utility's gone, as soon as the Fade utility went, you had that Nano Swarm pops, and then yeah, you have to push the issue because time's running out, and then you're also worried about the rotates, but they were already there, and you have 4 players rushing you through Mount, better weaponry, and it's just sort of that squeeze on the players Heroic when they're trying to get in, and you saw how it ended. And even now, look at how much aggression that they've been able to put towards A, and then immediately leave, and the rotates are coming through now.
Yeah, but the space is created, the plant will go down. I mean, you have a good composition to go into those post-plant scenarios, but Super Frog with her operator. This is a scary sight to see. Spike's not planted for her. GX finds a little bit of context against Adora. She needs to settle out of this one. Flash Slug coming through, the fight into Waterfall escalates a little bit. Liza gets the first track, but Scylla at least with a trade on her side. It's taken down by a GX in the end. Leader on side, it's even numbers. Nino has something against this one, but Super Frog is there. The operator works out perfectly. Triple kill for her already. Fluxy closes out the round. New kit on the Bullock with the final frag. Heroic 3, VLNT 1. What a great start from the Norwegians.
Name a more iconic duo than Super Frog on Chamber with an operator. I'll wait. Honestly, I don't think that even comes close, especially in this iteration of Heroic, other than maybe Adora's stylish entries, but just emphasizing on how much like worth Super Frog can get with this operator, even on this attacker side. Like, I'm so excited to see the defense.
Yeah, especially since the offense should be the weaker side for Super Frog with her agent, right? They said as much. When you can hold angles with the operator on chamber on defense, things should get a little bit easier. But will she find the contact against Mel? Highly aggressive positioning again from VLNT. Crawler doesn't spot anything. And here's the question. Can Superfrog find the contact and the angle? Slow contact gameplay, but Superfrog gets it! Liza had the momentum. Should get the frag there, but Superfrog too strong.
I'm pretty sure that was a quick scope as well. Walking out, unscoped, spots Liza to the corner of her eye, turns, deletes. And now it just raises question marks over towards this C position with that Viper up, but it's just a ruse, a complete ruse. It's Dream that's going to be tested now. Like you said, the new player on the block, only able to get one, but taken out then by the chamber of Heroic.
30
Nunu
seconds left.
is able to bring back the advantage in their favor in regards to player count, but a large cost for her HP. Look where all the players are, all three towards CT. Heroic creeping out onto site now. 12 seconds left. Raises question marks. Was that door being opened over towards B? But not committing to anything.
Not committed just yet. VLNT might be back into the driver's seat. Hound gets a little bit of information. No one on the backstep, just 3 players. Trying to retake this one from the main area. Superfrog. What can she do? Fluxy gets the first track. On the side with a double! The new kid! We talked about her so much! How much can those new players impact the series? GX can't get into this one. Full house from Superfrogs. And Fluxy. The new players in the spotlight, and Fluxy clutches this one out.
Yeah, look at
Incredible
that
stuff.
shot. She came out of main unscoped, but I think really highlighting Fluxy's ability to get to here, taking down the low HP player. Mel, honestly, kind of unlucky with the timing of that smoke fading, because as soon as it fades, she's caught out in the open. Fluxy takes advantage of it, and then instantly turns on the head of this round. You have a 2v3 post plan. Yeah, sure, Nino is pretty low, but it's still that number advantage that they can play for the trades. But with Mel being caught off guard, swings heavily into Heroic's favor, and you can see how they ended out that round.
And the timeout pretty important for the side of VLNT. Probably whatever the coach is telling them will only get into effect after the will only get into effect until the next round. But still, you need to get your foot down. You need to get a footing into that defensive half. Like 8-4 is the maximum you can afford to go down, especially with the comp of Heroic, who tends to be stronger on defense than other comps. Lotus always an interesting map where defender-sided and attacker-sided can swing with team compositions that we are seeing, especially when you have those double sentinel setups or a Viper in the double smoke setup, because Viper, as we all know it, can always serve in that sentinel role. What can Liza do? Really, really aggressive with the ultimate. Stuns coming through, but in the end, Heroic just too steady into the spawn, just too stoic to move towards any side.
It's not even that. You have all 5 players in spawn. It's not as if they've done any sort of aggro taking to A, that they know that there's going to be some players getting caught off guard, but do you know who's getting caught off guard? Seal It and Adora. Dream, you switch position, you switch from C to A, you switch weapon, and look how it's serving you. Shotgun to the face.
I hated that. I hated that.
Deep in your soul.
Deep in my soul, I hated that, but it's an amazing play from Dream, and that she gets 2 there. You know? That's the things we really want to see from those players. Mechanically gifted even onto shotguns. What can they do? Still, better weapons in hand, even though Dream got a Vandal on her own. They're pushing into spawn. GX is ready. Does she have the aim? Gets that shot. Is Game Changers Sheriff overall? Double kill GX! The Game Changers Sheriff is back!
I have the spike.
Superfrog switches weapons, but that's might be too little too late. Stun comes through. Superfrog should be more than just known. Tries to plant him backside.
10 seconds
Yeah, just
left.
for the extra credits, but as soon as they come off that plant, as soon as it's completed, it's Mel swinging around the corner with that Sheriff. But yeah, just talking about
Defuse the spike.
hello, Sheriff shots. It was a lovely off angle. Sure that Zhu is playing just outside of that B heaven position, but following up, gets the face on the sort of the surprise on that off angle, and then is swinged by the follow-up player and just absolutely decimates. Super Frog left to, like, in a rough position, having to switch out onto that Vandal just to try and get that plant down, trying to get any sort of kills. Yeah, you can see it now in the replay. Precision from some of these players on these shots.
And that gets an operator into the hands of Dream. Someone in the chat just said it. Bucky and Sheriff won that round. Like, especially the play of Dream that we are all running into in our solo queue sessions. Super Frog still with ultimate, so another operator in hand. Even if it's not the real deal.
If anything, it might be the best one with that tour de force. Not necessarily the best one to take a shot onto Liza. Missed shot. Now away over this tour de force of this, well, kind of dangerous ultimate if you're from the side of Valiant, because you've just won a round of heroics from Dream over towards Door. And now you don't want to give them the opportunity. The swing comes through, the front player is stunned and absolutely confirms that kill, but Stile does get the trade.
At least you're trading it out. The Tour de Force not really cycled them to victory at this point. Heroic a little low for comfort. But Nightfall comes through, takes one person to go. Will be into that B side, but do they know where Fluxy is? That positioning might be really, really devastating for the side of Heroic. If they... Oh, never mind. I'm just... I'm sorry. I haven't casted in a while, and I thought that Omen was on the enemy side. My bad!
Hey, it's color-coded, Akamas. But do you know what is colorful? The amount of ultimates that's being used into this round. You can see over towards this corner, it's going to be dangerous for these players coming out. It's just going to be a spray down for Zeus. He's completely blind, but it's Fluxy and Sealer that deal with... Oh my god, they don't deal with the lockdown. They got detained, but not all the players will be. Lida's going to be coming back through with a shotgun in hand. Her pit is still available, and even a snake bite on the bomb. No time now for Nino. She has to save. But Lida knows exactly where she's saving, possibly even an opportunity to get just before it gets around the corner. No, and Lida even dies to the spike. Expensive round, but a round nonetheless, back on the board, trying to break that momentum that Valiant were starting to build up.
Yeah, you said, but the round's still expensive as hell. The laser swing was good. Nobody survives from the side of Heroic. That's more or less the important thing for Valiant. Don't let the economy snowball onto you. If you win that next one, you should send them back to Echo. But on the other hand, Adora has a showstopper. High impact ultimate available. Nino and GX just need one more round, possibly, if they don't get an early frag. Liza. Aggression is there from the side of Valiant. The French team doesn't want to go down without a fight.
And it's consistent aggression over towards this A main positioning, and like you can see the change. They're not even placing that many players towards it anymore. They're just leaving Super there, who gets deleted. Sealer does pick up another player over towards the other side of the map, and yeah, just look at the util dump for the side of Valley and just trying to delay as much as possible for them going into C. And you can see this is sort of changed their mind about where they want to go, and it could be walking into a crossfire that they can set up over towards B.
And Nightfall comes out as well. GX with the next frag. Nino does the same thing. They're just closing out from every side. Heroic sandwiched. And everyone goes down but Fluxy. Only the Omen left alone on that C side. 1v4. She might have bitten a little bit more off than she can chew. Can Fluxy swing around? She needs to isolate so much. But it should be a safe right here. Your economy doesn't look good. And you need that hero vandal, kinda.
Yeah, and 22 seconds as well. Even an alarm bot over towards C, so there's going to be information. Possibly, if they're able to get this spike with the ultimate invested. Not sure if they wanting to put all the eggs in sort of that basket, especially since the ult economy for Heroic is suffering a little bit. Yes, they were able to bring the round previous to this one with the, I believe it was the Viper's Pit along with the Tour de Force. For Valiant, they only invested the lockdown. So if you, just look across the board now, the only ult you really have to your name is that Omen ult compared to the heavy hitting ones that you have from the side of Valiant. Like you have like super good retake ultimates on that Omen, on that Breach. So even if it does get into a situation where they have to be a little bit more lax in regards to holding down the sites, play more for retake, especially over towards C and B, where we're seeing the Killjoy play with utility across both, and they're playing for those sort of fast rotates and flooding. That pays so well with the way you can utilize the Omen and the Breach ult.
It's like you dropped your showstop hunter the last round, right? So you had 3 ultimates in a row, which are all fairly high impact. Like Tour de Force is a bit iffy, but the other ultimates are really, really high impact. You dropped that and only won one of the 2 rounds. And the other one was so close that you lost all of your players. But in the end, play the Sephiroth theme because it's a JT timeout and we all know what's gonna happen right now. So let's see. I'm a little scared for the position Heroic is in, because if you lose this one and the economy snowballs for Valiant a lot more, if Valiant plays this one fairly flawlessly, they might be able to buy until the end of the half, which means you're in a position where you have to win your rounds because you are in such an economical disadvantage, and also the ult economy doesn't really suit you. We have GX with the Rolling Thunder, very, very high impact. It might be getting rough for Heroic.
Cover going out.
Yeah, and you can see the adaptation Valiant's made. They're not wanting to go hyper aggressive down towards A that they've been consistently doing, because they don't know where this group up over, well, the hero vandal that you've been able to say before, and then also the overwhelming presence of stacking up these pistols. They're able to isolate the player over towards long, but it's Slider that comes in with their first kill, I believe completely stunned as well, traded that out. But look at the positions, they sort of swapped sides. If anyone was joining, you'd think Valiant were attacking and it was Heroic defending, but they have found an open A site.
Yeah, small switcheroo from both sides. And in the end, it's another game changer Sheriff shot that holds Heroic into that game. Her Hero Vandal still in the hands of Fluxy. What can she do with it? That's the big question mark right here. Also the positioning of Sealer might be what tips the scales. Should have heard Dream. Incredible shot from her. Adora shouldn't get spotted by the Haunt. What can she do? Just a frenzy in hand, nothing really. Scylla swings around. There's one as well. Gets the frag onto Mel. Double kill with the Sheriff already.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, but it's not planted for Celia in this position. It is halved, but the sprinting through the smoke gives away the positioning to Zhu, who's thankfully being able to step up big in this round, getting that triple kill. Admittedly, some against those lesser weapons, but it's the impact frags from this play that we look towards in situations like this when, yeah, look at that shot, completely stunned up by that Breach ultimate, but yeah, it got into a position where for the side of Heroic, they knew exactly where all 3 of these players were coming in from. The crosses were in the right place. It's just unfortunately not necessarily the best weapons to do it with. And then Sealer stuck in an unfortunate situation. Spike's not planted for it. Went worried about the stick, ran through smoke, and then gave away the positioning. But yeah, for side Valiant, they've gone really well to bring this back up into more of a competitive scoreline of that 4-5.
Yeah, and we have a small difficulty. That's why we are back. Hi. We are, you know, sometimes next to the beautiful Valorant gameplay, it's also good to see our beautiful faces. So in the end, hi, welcome back. Small technical difficulties, but should be sorted out really, really fast. Yeah, but what you were saying, it's the impact frags in the end. It's the impact frags in the end that brings the impact to the table for the teams. And I feel like that they made this eco round expensive is good for their own mental, especially. Like Scylla getting the double kill is something that's good for your own mentality, especially after it was kind of rough in the last few rounds, especially for Adora. 1 and 8 is not a start that you really hope. Still, you know, they should be fine. They should be catching themselves back up. We once again witnessed the wonderful frag that Zilla brought to us in the end of last round.
Yeah, just having another second look at how the most recent round unfolded before we got some of those issues through. Yeah, you can see worried about that stick, not planted for it, having to make that decision to get into the position where they can take that play that was diffusing off the spike. Unfortunately, it's used right there, Vandal in hand, ready to take care of it. So, more about the round that we're getting into now. This is what I really want to focus on for the side of Heroic. You don't want to look at it that they're losing the momentum. You've had that JT timeout like 2 rounds ago it was. And yeah, it came in on a Nico. They had some good frags. They got some plant money down. And now coming in, this is a full buy. You have Sealer's ult up online again. Same goes for Fluxy's, hasn't actually been utilized yet. But I'm worried about how close they are to Liza's ult and how consistently they've been able to get entry kills over towards this A-long positioning, especially onto Super Frog.
What's an operator for Super Frog? That might be a little bit of a problem. Like, we saw Super Frog pop up in moments where she got the operator, where she had the agency or in her own hands. And they are running into a 3-person stack right here. That might be a bloodbath! Lida and Scylla are there with their aim, but Mel with the double kill brings it to even numbers. Super Frog, a little bit of a redemption for her. No operator in hand, but still the frag falls down. And it's at least a small lead for Heroic. 1 person up and a lot of damage on Nino. Now going through that pre-door. Wanting to execute it a little bit. Nino, spotted by the bot, needs to get out as fast as possible. But saw the lack of Adora. And they know where they are heading. Still, undermanned squad for the side of VLNT.
Yeah, but look at the HP on. Well, both of the teams, you have Super Frog and Adora within the realms of 1 bullet, 2 bullets with util, but Nino is within an inch of your life on that 33 HP. And you have Super Frog basically playing for the contact over towards Fluxy. As soon as the piece, you have a double swing coming through. Exactly know where Dream's going to be playing from. And this just is an impossible situation to get through. You see Fluxy as that sort of first point of contact. Valid. She hit her shots very nice and clean. But say she did falter, you have 2 players ready and waiting, 1 from pit, 1 from backside, to instantly peek afterwards. There was no way in any shape or form that she would be able to get into that and isolate those 1v1s because of the contact swings that you have from backside and pit.
Yeah, I really love the post plans from Heroic. Like, in the moments where they are on site, where the spike is planted, in those moments things get a little bit tend to get a little bit rough for VLNT. They really need to find those early aggressions, those early angles. Mel, once again with an opening for the French squad. So Heroic, 1 player down. What can they do? They have the Nightfall ready to explode onto that B side probably. Crawler gets some info, but instantly smoked off.
And look at the players. You have 3 in this sort of pack for the side of Valley, and then you're trusting Zero and Dream with these sort of better weaponry, I would say, in regards to Dream playing close, has utility to play off, and then Zero with that Vandal on that long range towards C. Having the rest as that sort of pack allows the faster rotate. So you can even see here, Valiant is sort of reading into the possibility that it is going to be over towards this A side, especially with that jump peak there. The information's gathered, and I believe even Spike is going to be spotted. Dream playing with fire here with that judge on the door. Only good for 1 in this situation. Not going to be repeating the successes of the Bucky, but who's going to be repeating the successes in this round? It's going to be Mel. Another kill on the board, and now bunched up players of Heroic are looking like they're going to be meeting the meat grinder of the 4 remaining Valiant players, all ready to pounce on the positionings.
And the crossfires are great to start to plant of Spike, and in that moment Valiant swings around. Nino with the double frag. Nobody gets into backside without being punished by the fate of Valiant. Fate hasn't been sealed, but maybe Valiant has made a big step to get this to get their own map pick. And as much as I think Dream is an amazing player, if I see those shotgun plays, it always kind of shivers something in me, right?
I respect it. I'm not very good with it, admittedly, but whenever you get into the position where you can't necessarily afford the Vandal, you're wanting to buy up into the round, you haven't got enough for the Guardian, for the Bulldog, Judge is where it's at, I'm telling you. But where it's at right now is C long towards this man positioning. A lot of kills going on both ends of this map. Liza's able to pick yet another entry over towards this A-long position. It's been so consistent, maybe biting off more than they can chew, pushing into the lobby position, being traded back out then by Liza. But she's here to pick up the position. And she does so well in it. Crisp headshots onto Sealer, and even an ultimate invested. Fluxy might just be caught off guard right now. It's Omen on Omen, and it's unawareness for Fluxy. And even the fast flank now as well from Dream. They're going to be boxed in Heroic. The only way out is towards this B site. Alarm bot as well up towards main, so they can't necessarily retreat without Dream having that sort of key piece of information. And they're not ready. No one's holding it. Players looking towards CT in heaven.
Dream might crush the dreams and hopes of Heroic to get with a lead into that half. Lida is there, and she gets a double kill, especially make it to Quadra. What was that from Lida? Amazing gameplay, turning around single-handedly saving the gameplay of Heroic. What an amazing play.
And it stops an equal half as well. So you, again, the heroics of the heroic players, if you don't mind my pun. Lida, like you said, the one to look for to save that round and also save the half, because you're coming into this now, you have that 7-5. And when we were talking about in regards to previous matches and like statistics that Heroic have on this map itself, they're a lot better, or at least in the recent months, on that defensive win rate is a lot higher. So the fact that they've been able to win out their attacking half, going onto the defense with a little bit more of a buffer, it's good signs for any Heroic fans in chat.
Yeah, for sure. Like, Lourdes, it's a map that tends to flip with the comps that are going to be played on it. Like, if you see those double sentinel setups, or as we already said, double control over the Viper, this map tends to fall a little bit more defensively than it used to be. You know, it used to be all about the offense, all about what you can do on your attacker side, and over the course of time, things have shifted, tables have turned. But the team that has to turn the tables now is VLNT. French squad, no wins in the last split of Game Changers. Fluxy is known. Dream holds her dreams alive. Next frag onto Fluxy. The heroics coming through. Tiny fighting into CT. It's once again Litter
30 seconds left.
with such bright and big shoulders for her team, lifting them up, carrying them through maybe a round win. But Ninu has something to say in that. It's only Adora and Super Frog with those duelist archetype champions. Need to find their 1v1s, need to find their frags. Super Frog no known. Can Adora finally find the rhythm? She's alone, 1v2, but both are low. That would be a moment to find the rhythm.
Yeah, one body shot each onto these players, but it doesn't matter if Dream's gonna peek out and hit the nastiest headshot onto the remaining player. Pistol now, one each, I believe, in this series. So the conversion, that's going to be important, I believe, for Valiant here, just to equal up that scoreline. But just thinking about how much rotations and they were read into from the side of Heroic, they had 4 players over towards Sia at one point, towards the start of that round. It's just unfortunate that Fluxy gets caught off guard, and then all that follow-up util sort of gets lost.
And there is a similar side for today. sadly. We're in another tech pause. Let's hope that that doesn't mess up the rhythm of some of the players. And like you said, it's we talked a little bit about rhythm, and who doesn't quite get into the rhythm is Adora today. She needs to find a little bit of that. Great work in creating space for her team, especially after attack. Right? We saw her, you know, playing great entries, being on site for her team, but the frags doesn't fall for her right now. On the other side, VLNT, as we know them from their contenders run, very, very equal team.
A little bit of a fun fact, a little bit of a pop quiz. How many rounds? Bear in mind, it was a 13-6 victory to Heroic Valkyries the last time that they played this map. Admittedly, different comps, not necessarily the same full 5 lineup. You've had substitutions in and out. But how many attacking rounds did Valiant win?
Wasn't it 6 and they didn't win anything on defense?
Is that the answer you're going to stick with?
That's the answer I'm going to stick with.
Same guys in chat, you guys have to answer as well. We're doing a little bit of a pop quiz right now. And if anyone Googles it, that's cheating. But yeah, so the last time these two teams played against each other on Lotus, 13-6 victories for Heroic Valkyries, they were only able to net 1 attacking round, but they were able to get the spike down every single round. So out of the, it was a 7-5 half in favor of Heroic Valkyries, and then they basically just ran away with it when they were on their defensive side. But every single round, the bomb got planted, the spike got planted. So that's why I really want to look towards here, if we can see Heroic come back into form for those retakes, because they were absolutely on point with them the last time that they played against each other. But I'm just wondering if with the comp change, with the player changes, there's going to be a little bit more of aggression towards the early round to stop them from getting that spike down, or if they are going to be, again, in the similar fashion, retake demons.
Like, to be fair, I don't think that their comp enables retaking as much as the former comp does, right? Retaking, especially with an operator, not necessarily the most, you know, the most comfortable thing. But that fun fact actually sticks. Only winning 1 on the attacker side is, especially on Lotus, a bad sign for a team. But VLNT, you know, if it goes by the rules of the last time they met each other, VLNT can't win anymore. And so let's see if their attacker side's better. But as you just said, you know, the retake playstyle doesn't really work out for me with that team comp. It's more of a, you need to hold more angles compared to what you can do with, for example, Breach and Fate.
Yeah, no, I do see that. But then you also, if you want to talk about comps, I wasn't necessarily a big fan of the original Heroic comp when you had players on Sage. You had a little bit of a throwback. The comp was Adora on Raze, Sealer on Omen, Lider on Viper, similar to what we're seeing now. But we also had Superfrog on the Sky, and we had Ori on that Sentinel of the Sage. So bringing it into this comp, I think it enables a lot more taking of a main in regards to using the Lurk Wall from Lider when they're on that T side. But now on the defensive, it's having that, you can even see it on the map now, it's pre-placed down. It basically goes horizontal across, cuts off B main entrance, and also you can sneakily see there's a little cubby that you can hide in over towards that A main like hobbit door. And if you're saying like we're on low buys and like going on to the eco rounds, there's so many places that they can utilize the Viper utilities to sort of hide, even if it's getting refreshed by Omen smokes as well.
Yeah, so the little cubby gives up a lot for the side of Heroic this time, and I don't really like the Sage comp either. They played it in Project Queens as well when they competed under the name Neon Blade back in the days, and yeah, you know, it kind of has some clear-cut weaknesses, and the fights, especially you talked about it into a main, seemed so rough with it, and that's something of a staple that we always see on Lotus, right? Teams tend to fight into a main, tend to fight into the rubble area, and like if you can't really do that, your comp kind of is lacking a little bit something of that flavor, of that aggression potential, and of that mix-up of certain speed options. But we are back, and enough talking, enough of the theory. The players have to bring it onto the server for us to judge, and for the chat maybe to talk about it. And that taunt might be crazy good.
Yeah, definitely displaces some of the crosshairs. Enough for Adora to sneak in a Sheriff kill. Wait, how many game changer Sheriff shots are we going to get today? Because I feel like there was so many in the first series. Already had our first share in the first half of this map.
Too many, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like 2 every eco round. But you know, our casters before us, Eco and Zach already said it. If Riot decides to give a gun to the Game Changers fee, it has to be a Sheriff. Because that's kind of the gun of Game Changers. The fight now continues towards Waterfall. Super Frog, nice frag on Nino. But only a trade comes through. Dream also with the Sheriff shot as well. We talked about it earlier. Super Frog comes from Waterfall, but Mel has the aim. It's only the small guns in the hands of VLNT right now. The Vandal has dropped towards the hands of Adora, but she falls into that smoke. Dream with a nice shot. But Lida has a double coup. The Game Changer Sheriff finds the frags. It's only GX. GD's as a Bulldog. They're a little bit ring around the Rosie's dancing. Fortline comes through as well. One tap from Lida.
No time.
But GX needs to swing around this. Lida gets the frag, but the round goes to Heroic. Goes to VLNT.
Yeah, round goes to Valiant, but all the kills in favor for Heroic there. And we were talking about the game changer Sheriff. We've had it coming from both sides. Dream even opting for the Sheriff shot, pot shot through the smoke, connects a headshot, and then yeah, it just sorted that back and forth through both of these teams. Yeah, there you go. Adora didn't even stand a chance. Great opening from her over towards a long. It's nice to see her getting a little bit back into shape because yeah, Adora's gone missing on this map, and this is what I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of Heroic. When your duelist isn't necessarily having that sort of firepower behind it, it can be hard, especially when you were talking about that on that attacker side. But on this defense, it is Adora that is actually going to get the chance to be tested with a Vandal in hand this time, though. Reinforcements on their way through in regards to Sealer.
But a little bit of second-hand shot by on the side of VLNT. 2 Vandals. Because they played the pistols in the last round.
Right there. Flash out.
And Super Frog gets the frag.
Down A.
At least an opening for Heroic. They know.
Disadvantages of running half armor.
Yeah, especially when you don't, like, especially in those rounds, it's so strong. Coming through with the outdoor next frag from Super Frog. Lisa is down.
Wait, none of them actually have full armor, so this outlook can actually get so much for its worth. And even for the flank from Fluxy, 1, 2, and now it's all down to the shoulders of Mel in situation. It goes overlooked slightly by Adora, but yeah, the paranoia coming through, a little bit of support from the teammates, and that's another on the board for Adora. And nice to see her starting to wake up.
Flawless.
Yeah, you said it there.
It's perfect.
Starting to wake up slowly but surely. Flawless round from the side of Heroic. Super Frog with that outlaw. Incredibly strong. Also the flank from Fluxy works wonders. Full buy versus full buy. Incredibly important round. Lida already with 16 frags in her own hands. She and Super Frog kind of standing out for the side of Heroic, and the timer has stopped. I'm not really fond of seeing that.
I mean, it could be worse. We could be going into a full-on technical timeout, change of scenes, but no, thankfully it's just a little bit of a stop on the clock, starting up again now. And yeah, coming into this, the ult economy is not necessarily coming around for either of these teams at 2 or 3 away from some of the groundbreaking ones. But it's this time, again, it's this sort of A main that Valiant have been showing so much preference towards, whether it's on the defensive side or even on the attacking that we're seeing now. And it's going uncontested because look how much space that they've been able to gather with that deep smoke.
And no fights from the side of Heroic into that main area. They should know that the space has been taken from the side of Valiant. But also, like, no information what they are doing with it. It's like a little bit of a problem that keeps you in suspense all the time. You can't really rotate onto one side because you're not gonna know what's happening. And once you're over-rotating, Valiant will punish this one severely. Hound's coming through as well. And the execute might be on B. It might be ending there. Hound gets the information that no one is on site. Adora in Heaven needs to do some work. Needs to be there for her team. We talked that she's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, and there's so many question marks for the side of her because they're not even sure if they could be still lurking through A. Because you can even see that Super Frog is actively checking the stays push when majority of these players are focused towards this main and Hobbit positioning. Adora coming in from Heaven with utility supporting the paranoias, and it's just seeming like it's going to be going into the meat grinder over towards Dark, and that's exactly what happens. It's kills after kills that are scattering that kill feed in red for Valiant. Liza's going to be adding in another into it. Now it's all down to Fluxy, the new addition to this team. Is this going to be a first clutch for this team? Gets the first, but it's the time that's ticking. And even Stroud step just to get out of dodge. Save that weapon. And again, we're tying back up this scoreline.
Dream had 0 bullets. Not in her magazine, but in her whole weapon. If Luxie has more time, she might win this. But we talked about it. It was about the space and about the information. Like, there were such a huge information deficit on the side of Heroic because they didn't know what happened in that main area on A. They were, like, so inconfident in going towards that B spot because you need to hold the A area to not get flanked. Because you have no information where the players are positioned. Then you are running into that meat grinder. And Liza just completely pulverizes the enemy team. A triple kill from her side. Fluxy survives, gets the Vandal into the next round, and the eco is still okay-ish for the side of Heroic, but everything could be better. And for me, just an incredible gameplay from the side of Valiant. Incredibly abusing the weaknesses that the comp of Heroic shows.
Yes, again, over towards this A main. Had a little bit of a look over towards B to start. Checking if anyone was pushing out of any of those smokes. But again, back onto this A hit. Heavy through door. They weren't necessarily on site for any of these players to find, but that just opens the door for Liza to take an aggressive position in Heaven. It is known. So the sound of that zipwire should have been heard, so they're going to be worried. You can even see Super Frog posted up with it with that tour de force, but no peek is coming through.
Alarmbot's triggered, but it's the timing right for Dream. Gets only one frag Adora. At least with a good refrag. As the showstopper in her hands, pulls it. They want to get on side, but Liza with the next frag in Heaven. Showstopper goes into backside, deals a little bit of damage, but Mel survives this one. That's the important part. Adora with her next frag, starting to wake up, but Mel still gets the refrag. It's only Lida against the world. 1 versus 3 might be a little bit much, even though she played incredibly throughout the series, but Nino closes it out. Attacker side win for the side of Valiant. Mel dies to the spike, but that's okay, because you transitioned into that 9th round, and you're ahead in the standings. Really important alarm bot also from the side of Dream.
And it's the first time in a fair few rounds that Valiant's actually been able to take the lead rather than just closing the gap to what Heroic was really pushing forward.
Careful there.
And yeah, And it's looking like it's going to be double digits soon for Valiant, just looking at the buy coming in from Heroic.
Oh! What a shot from Super Frog! Gets off the kill onto Liza. And that's the corner that you talked about. You need to check this one. But on the other hand, Valiant with the breach ult onto side, a lot of space taken. Even though your duelist is dead. Spike plan should go down. Dream has the ultimate to stall this out a little bit more. You're the Kate, you captured the door against the frag. Nade comes through and you have to pull out the lockdown. You have to capture the side with it. So no post-plan shenanigans. And 2 players down from the side of Valiant. This one is an incredibly close series.
Oh, this paranoia is going to be huge, but unfortunately it does catch off Dream as well in this position, but there's so much information to how many of the players are coming from heaven, and it's the jump of the pistols that's just going to be displacing crosses. Superfrog takes advantage of it, picks up 3 so far in the round already, and now you have 3 players just making a firing range for the remaining player. Nunu has nothing to say in that round because, well, she doesn't even get a chance.
I said she doesn't even get a chance. The first contact she finds is when 4 weapons look onto her. Rough round for Ninu. And what an incredible round from the side of Superfrog. Triple kill for her. The Seize plus Nade combination takes also so much damage. And in the end, it's just Superfrog supremacy. Frog's reign is supreme. And Heroic evens up the series. Ultimate's
Fast
also
play up towards B, wall in. There's going to be a trick for the follow-up, but this is not exactly where they want to be going. They want to be over towards this splitting onto B, and these players are caught off guard. Lion doesn't even know where to look. Is traded back out by Adora, but we're in a position where Flux is just going to get players running through the smoke. Sheriff even gets a kill in towards this site, and it's a 2v2. Health depleted on you, but there should be guns that they can even upgrade to if they do please, because look how far away the Heroic players are. They're scared. They don't know necessarily how deep these players have pushed when, well, they haven't moved anywhere. They're hunkering down onto site, bunkering it in. It's as if they're on defensive now. They're wanting to hold down this site.
Last player standing.
Scylla gets the frag, but a retrade with the Bucky. And the shotgun beats Supreme again. Wow, Superfrog! I don't know how she manages to get this one with 5 HP. She's hanging on a thread. And gets another frag. The Frog reigns supreme once again. No Bucky for Dream. And the double digits for Heroic, even though it's only by 1 round margin. And the timeout's coming through by the French squad.
Yeah, honestly, when we're talking about the push and pull that this game has been in regards to the score lines, we've seen multi-rounds stacked up, and in the last couple, it's been 1-1, 1-1. Finally, Valiant had the opportunity to go to double digits. They had the weaponry. They get basically ecoed by Heroic with the Hero Vandal over Superfrog, over towards that A, being able to get that early first kill, and then just the flood of players coming onto site. And then now you see this, you're left in a position of, like, from what we've seen already from the shotgun for the side of Valiant, how well it's worked out for them on that defense. We were talking about how it's switched the tides regarding C, that they were defending that bomb site. Now you look at Superfrog, you have an operator trying to retake a close angle versus a Bucky. First shot doesn't necessarily hit, brings out the headhunter then, and then you're just, okay, she's probably about 30 HP, already got like a half shot onto her, swings around and immediately hits that head. True to the name, the headhunter finds Dream, and then the defuse comes in. 5 HP. That was all that was stood between Valiant being the first ones to hit that double digits.
Yeah, this must be a heartbreaker. But on the other side, Heroic, they need to think about that. You can't get this slip this round out of your hand. Especially, I'm a bit confused what Lider did there. Why she didn't really recognize the neon approaching her. You should have heard that. Brawler coming through as well, doesn't spot any contact. And once again, we have the same problem that we had in some of the other rounds VLNT won. No information in that main A-main area. That Viper wall is good to play around. Especially since the other team also can't really enter sides with it. But it gives you such a huge information deficit. Because you don't really know what's happening in A main. But the rotation is coming through from Heroic. They try to focus on B. Only Super Frog left alone on that A side. It's going to be smoked off now. And that should be a call that they want to execute this one on A.
And we've seen how confusing possibly the takes from VLNT can be, especially with Liza, with the Neon just barreling into the back over the side of Heroic and their setups. They're not necessarily wanting to rotate, but now the confirmation has come through. And even a Nightfall invested from VLNT just to buy some extra time along with information on where they're going to be coming from.
A lot of fears coming through. Double ultimates from the Fates. Fate will be decided right here, right now. Liza gets down out of heaven, trades herself out against Adora, but just jumps right into that molly. Nino with the next frag on the Scylla. Here, VLNT gets those frag. Heroic is falling apart, but it's Liza with another Odin gameplay, trying to save the round. Last player is known, and Super Frog with the operator, just too safe, too steady. Round 11 for Heroic. The Vikings push Supreme over to the side of VLNT. 2 rounds up, and all of the cards on their side.
Yeah, and the dynamic duo, really, when you're talking about how Lida and Super Frog approach that retake. Lida's just absolutely decimating people with an Odin. Picks, like, you can see it in the replay, picks up her 3rd of the round there. And this shot in particular for Super Frog to hit was so influential because there was barely any time. There was, I think it was 1 second left. So Lida had to stick that defuse. If Super Frog misses and dies, and then Lida's forced to come off and then go on to that defuse again, they lose the round. But precision coming in from that operator player. Lida back to her antics with this Odin, even peels out the shorty after getting stunned, but it's Mel that comes out on top. Even Liza's found one over towards the backside of this site. Repositions deeper into a safer post-plant position.
Showstopper available for a retake. Dream too unaware of the stairs positioning. Just too much trust into her alarm bot. Also Super Frog, the retake is going well this far. You have the Showstopper coming out, but Mel gets another frag. Super Frog is down. The operator out of the game. But it's only GX and Mel. What can they do? Are they able to turn this one around? Adora dodges the aftershock. But they know that she's on the spike right now. Fluxy gets another frag. It's only GX. But can she do it? She can't. It's 12 and 9. Fluxy gets the last frag. And it's match point for Heroic on the enemy map pick.
Match point.
VLNT struggles so much against the heroics that their enemies are putting up. The Super Frog operator frag, insane. And too much unawareness towards the stairs area.
Yeah, it felt as if there was some sort of information coming from the side of VLNT, or even a miscon, because Dream looked like in such an urgency to move out of the position that she was in, go to take towards stairs. And in that was the catalyst for the Heroic retake to start again. That kill, so important. Got that Showstopper in line. Got the kill as well over to the player playing by the door. And then Super Frog on that flank. Lovely shot with the operator. It's been consistent getting those kills, but consistently, again, another opening kill for VLNT. They've been really good with getting the opening. It's just holding on to this advantage they seem to be struggling with.
Liza in the tree area gets stunned, gets haunted. Everything comes her way. Liza with another great push around that corner. In Germany, we call it the Knochenregel. You don't win round number 13 after you get to 12. Normal Valorant stuff that's happening right again, once again. Dream of the next frag onto Super Frog. It's only Fluxy in that situation once again. She was there so often in the last few rounds. And probably the gun will be saved. And Heroic will try again next round.
That's the thing. They can try a next round. They can, and what they're trying to do is to close out the match, not to force it to overtime. So they have another 2 opportunities now to close out this without going into overtime, to keep it within regulation. For the side of Valiant, they're going to be under the pressure now. They're the ones that were having a momentum shift towards the beginning of the half, and well, let it slip away from them, quite frankly. Heroic then able to bring it up onto that 12. Some nice retakes in particular coming through. But yeah, timeout from JT here. We can see how well it's worked in the past. And now it's going to be important just to not get flustered if they do lose this round and it ends up being 12-11. They still have that other opportunity. But for the side of Valiant, eyes are on them to make this comeback.
Yeah, let the boss H people come up. JT timeouts are back. But yeah, you said as much. Ultimates are also on deck for the side of Heroic. You have the Viper's Pit. On the other side, the Rolling Thunder will be good for a side tag. It all comes down who plays a Dozer better. Same goes for the lockdown, also available. Heroic adapted really, really well after that. Like, I kind of feel very, very devastating round where they lost so much space into their main area. Now there's just so much more information for them on their hands. Play better around that Viper wall, better around the smokes of their opponents. We need to see if they can close it out right here, right now.
Yeah, talking about the ultimates, like you said, there's one away from that lockdown, but there's also Rolling Thunder available. So especially with looking how grouped up the Heroic players are, this could be devastating if they do decide to hit towards A and take towards 3. But it's the lockdown that they want to invest first.
Yeah, lockdown comes through and Heroic moves offside quickly. They should hear some steps at least, so... I'm sorry. It's the observer moment, but Adora gets the frag at last.
Spike planted.
No jumping into heaven, but frags falling down. Dream has a great positioning, but they're pushing Adora into drop. Dies down to the hands of Nino. She swings out of tree as well. Nobody gets onto side. You shall not pass towards my spike.
Ladder might have an opportunity to sneak through, but now with that tap of spike, they're going to be away.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Luxy? Our first game for Heroic. Can she clutch them into the win? 1 versus 3. The biggest Heroics that a new player can pull out.
Swarm grenade.
But it might be too late. The time isn't on her side. Fluxy with the triple kill, but the spike will explode. Statement set, but no round wins for Valiant. No round wins for Heroic. Valiant is pushing towards overtime. One more chance for Heroic to close it out in regulation. And Super Frog now up onto Dream Tactics. No! No!
Don't show this.
No, show
Actually,
it again.
no. Actually, it was all tactical because the double satchel made them think possibly. I know they couldn't hear it, but it's just the thoughts that there couldn't be anyone there.
You know, why?
Philosophy satchels forces her into the peak because she's like, oh, I gotta peek now, and she gets her kill. So I think it's absolutely positively fine, and we should not talk about it.
The thing is, it's like always when I cast this lineup, I casted them, like I told this much earlier, I casted them in Queens when they were still on a Neon Blade. And there we had a replay where someone did throw her bird into a corner, team flashed 5 people, and afterwards Adora shot her showstopper against the wall right in front of her. And that in like 1 segment, and our observers were like playing that replay 3 times.
3? Oh, okay. Once is okay. I think 3.
And
3,
like,
there's a bit of malice behind it.
And it's like always against Heroic. I don't know why. But the tech pulse was needed. Not now we are back. Liza pushes off, but the port of Mel is called unnoticed. by the entirety.
I don't think they've
Heroic.
even clocked it. I don't think they even know. The pings finally coming through, as you can see them being scattered across the map as the realization actually, well, take through in their heads about, okay, where have I just died from? I haven't seen this player. Oh wait, they've just TP'd behind me, and now such aggression again, and it's an unfortunate situation to be in. If you're Lido, you're in a 1v4. Thankfully, the score lines aren't reversed. They do have that promise of overtime.
They have the promise of overtime. Lida in a 1v4. The best player on the side of Heroic, but in the triple high-low setup, you can't do anything. It's overtime. Valiant pulls themselves up by the strings
Overtime.
and saves themselves into overtime. Wild play from both of these teams, but in the end, Valiant had the better last few rounds. And that was, you know this old ICQ sound?
Go, go, go.
How are we like this? Uh-oh! And I feel like that was the voice comms of Heroic after the Omen ported into their back.
Honestly, though, I love that ultimate, though. The just repositioning, because of how heavy teams tend to go into that A main fight, especially given the sort of conditioning Valiant had made that that's the place that they want to take, catches them off guard, and is just a thorn in the back. And again, back to the original scheduled broadcasting of Valiant and A main. They absolutely love taking, and they've been so consistent in it as well, both on the defensive side and the attacking. This has been a real problem for Heroic, and it plays towards a lot of like lack of map control that they're able to get.
Still in sight.
Yes, that's much map control, not really on their side. Also, I think the attack side operator no shield is really, really interesting for Super Frog. She played amazing with it, don't get me wrong, but it's still such a high risk play, especially on attack. GX has forward line in hand, can stop an approach onto B side. What a close map. Super Frog is the operator enough. Super Frog gets damage, but ports out. No frag has been fallen, but Lider in middle. Gets GX on B. Retakes are numbered. And Nino can at least equalize the numbers.
Yeah, but it's not also just that. Being able to get that double kill and also further information that there's another player towards B who initially got that trade. When you're coming over to this post plant now, they had a little bit more of time to set up. Still, it's very site-centered, and especially with Nunu now coming in from the flank, it's going to be a crunch of these players over towards this bend positioning.
One enemy remaining.
Dreams Magazine is close to empty, but in the end, Valiant. What a great retake from them. A valiant effort by Heroic, but it doesn't really turn out in the win. Match point for Valiant after being down 4. Chances were thrown away by Heroic.
Match
And with the side switch, it might be the end for the Norwegian lineup on map 1. Timeouts coming through from the side of Valiant, making sure that they close it out this time. That they don't make the same mistakes as the players on the other side.
Great control, or just map taking space for that retake. Admittedly, Heroic had a little bit more time to set up in that post plant, but from the repositioning from Nino going through door and then just having so much information, that mound is clear, especially with a player coming out from CT, coming out from waterfalls. Like, the only place that these players can be is on an incredibly long flank, which is highly unlikely given the situation, or all towards this bend or front bend looking towards mound. And it just does come down to those gunfights, but it's also of, well, if you're sat in mound, you have a player coming from main, you have a player that's coming from CT that can shoot you in the side if you're fighting the player from mound. Then you're on top of that, you also have the added threat of waterfall being compromised as well. So the only place you can be, you're backed up into a corner and you have 2 places to look.
Not the most comfortable spot. As you explained, Heroic. One more chance to at least save this map. On the other side, Valiant can turn this one around. Liza doesn't find it. Adora's aim is clean. No more frags for the side of Valiant. Fast side take. Fluxy is flashed. Gets taken out by Mel. Her counterpart is just stronger, but triple kill. Quadra for Adora. Liza closes it out. And what a fast retake. I'm not really sure if you can even call it that.
Switching sides.
But Adora woke up.
You don't want to think about what the possibility of this scoreline could be if we had this Adora towards the start of this map, because even the last time that they played against each other, we saw, well, heroics from Adora. She went 30 and 13 last time these two teams faced each other on this map, was like plus 17 in regards to KD ratio and the difference. And now we're just seeing again the heroics from this player that, well, shines really getting those multi-frags, especially on entries. And, well, entries, talking about entries, we see a double entry over towards C-Mound by Fluxy on the Omen.
She's not playing Phoenix, but Fluxy just called jokes over, you're dead. No more joking around, no more fun, just pure aim. Coming through from Fluxy, double kill for her. But I kinda jinxed it, she hacks. In the end, takes her out. Liza also known for the side of Heroic. Even numbers.
Bring them down.
But both initiators available for Valiant. Both initiators for a retake. Also their Neon. Here to see this one unfold. Fort line coming through. Odin. No more hits really available, but Liza swings around Super Frog with her next frag. The heroics of those two players just might be too much for Valiant. Liza gets one frag, but great trade from Super Frog. Gets the duelist out, and in the end, it's once again another match point for Heroic.
Yeah, it just seems like a little bit of an oversight from Valiant over towards that C-man position. They invested, they know there's a smoke, there's a possibility. They haven't cleared behind it. There's gaps available for Heroic to take the position. That's exactly what Fluxy has done and is able to capitalize on possibly maybe the inexperience of some of these players on Valiant, since it was Dream that went out trying to put that utility down before it was fully cleared. And then looking towards the bailout of the remaining Valiant players on that retake, but that's just not what came through. This time, going back to what has been working for them, the A take, look how fast that they've been able to scale up on A, by the way. There's just no contention from the side of Heroic other than that operator. First miss shot has to bail out.
And retakes might be hard. Especially in full force for Valiant. They're not pushing into stairs. They're playing so disciplined. Liza's known, but is that enough of information? Mel trades herself out. Stairs pushes also now Nino with the double frag. Opens up so many doors for the side of Valiant. Heroic Fluxy. At least with another one. 10 HP on her. Super Frog is hurt, but what is that frag from her? The operator. Just too strong. Downgrades, but upgrades on the Vandal.
Enemy remaining.
Swings
Look how far
around,
Dreamer
next frag
is.
into Nino. But Dream.
Oh, look how
All
low.
the hopes and dreams in her hands. Triple kill, Super Frog, and Spike will explode. What is this match, Winter?
There was highlights of concern there when Dream was over towards that B. Fortunately, Hobbit door was open, and also Molly's on the bomb was able to secure the kill on the first player, trying to get half since the time was running out. You can see it here through the smoke. The spam is absolutely perfect onto Fluxy, and well, even Superfrog only just about gets away with 6 HP in that gunfight. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily matter because it's overtime, and yeah, another timeout now, since they do get refreshed when we're going into OT. And yeah, Heroic, what do you think that is going to be the real crux of their problem right now?
Space. Especially in A main. Like, you called it in the beginning of the round. Valiant was able to get right into A main and right onto A side without any contention. Superfrog gets one operator shot, but pulls out and afterwards is basically out of the game with her operator. I mean, she's goated. She gets an insane frag out of drop. Down, but upgrades to a Vandal. In that situation, the better gun. And gets another one, but it can't go down to like incredible aim performances or heroics by single players. You need to have a structured game plan for defending that A side. Otherwise, we will just fall apart once again, because Heroic is able to get so much space to get on site without any real contestation from the other side. I'm not really convinced about their A defense right now, especially since we have seen this 2 times in really similar ways that the A main space bites them in the end of a round. And who also bites the slicer.
Yeah, and it's not A main this time, it's towards B. Trying to shake it up a little bit is Heroic, and that trap play, the stun, the swing, absolutely perfect. And since it was only Elijah in that situation, nothing that can be done about it. But a lot of scaling's done by Superfrog over towards A, and you can see how reserved Nino is playing, giving up not only A, but also stays, like being aware that, oh yeah, we're just not fighting for this. We're playing this fully on the retake. We have the advantage in regards to numbers. And even when they didn't, Dream was able to clutch out a 1v3 previously, not 1 round ago. So they're not necessarily too stressed about that. Now the confirmation is there. That is an A plan. You can see heavy rotation, no flank either available for either of these teams.
Yeah, it's a very coordinated heaven play. Liza opens up, pings onto Adora. 2 players down. What can Scylla do out of that smoke? Nothing is the answer. Dream just catches onto this one. It's Fluxy alone. 1 versus 4. But that might be a little bit much. Next frag for Fluxy, but Mel's rates are out. 1 versus 4. A little bit much for the new kid on the block. Great clutch performances from her so far. But VLNT prevails.
Switching sides.
1 more round. Next match point for them. But how often did we talk about this? How often today did we talk about match points? That game might be destined to go for ages. 15-14. 1 round for VLNT to close it out. And, you know, to take home their own map pick.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, who actually has the longest? Is it Odd One Out? I'm pretty sure it was on Icebox, and it was like 34, 36 rounds that had been played. So this is nearing on that sort of territory and how many rounds that we're going to be seeing from both of these teams. And honestly, I much prefer this and the improvement that we've seen from Valiant coming in with this new roster, with this new comp. But this time it's Superfrog that's going to be taking that entry straight onto Liza. But it's interesting that there's no sort of follow-up planned. Possibly wasn't expecting that much of a advanced positioning for Superfrog after falling back off the original long angle.
Superfrog far behind. V-spot is open. Might be an option for the side of VLNT, but the retake with 1 person up might go well for the side of Heroic. Still everything on the table for VLNT. They need to clear out drop. They have to expect Superfrog right there. Seas comes through, Superfrog ports out. At least the survivor right there, Adora. Can she get something from stairs? Dream, great positioning, but Superfrog reigns supreme once again. Dream only gets 1, Adora trades her as well. 2 versus 4, but Ninu might get her hero performance as well. 1 player up, and this game, it takes us to 15-15. Crazy what's happening right here. Heroic pushes it to the next overtime.
Actually thinks that would work.
Another overtime, another chance, because out of the 3 that we've had, there's only been 1 situation where Heroic actually won the first round of that overtime, and we're on that sort of leading foot, while Valiant, they won majority of the first opening round, so it's the follow-up that they were struggling to convert, but there's less pressure then because you're back and forth in regards to keeping it into another overtime, into another one now. So realistically, I'm just looking at who is able to win this first round now in this set of overtimes, because if it's Heroic, then I think there's a strong chance that it's going to be converted further on.
Bring them down.
Yeah, but nothing is guaranteed in this matchup. Amazing teams. I mean, we talked about it a bit. Who has the better improvement? Which team sticks together better? Right now, they seem pretty even. And insane performance from both teams. I feel like the improvement is really, really visible from both sides.
There.
I mean, shades of multiple saw right here. If it goes that long. People who know. But
Look at the stalemate. Nothing necessarily has gone any damage on either of these two teams. And similarly, the space towards A main that Valiant were so consistent in taking, they've just completely abandoned it. They've given this open to Heroic, who've just slowly crept their way in. But there are 3 players here to fight.
And Nino has to pull off right now, but Eliza gets the opening.
Oh, position
No,
from
but
Fluxy.
Fluxy! Triple! She makes 3 the backside! Fluxy pushes around towards Heroic. It's only Dream and GX. What a timing from Fluxy! What a movement!
Right there.
The new kid saves Heroic and pushes them maybe to their next match point.
Remaining.
Adora gets GX. And Lighter gets the last frag onto Dream. We talked so much about Super Frog and so much about Lighter, but Fluxy is the hero of the day.
Match point.
What an oversight into the gap that they've just completely left open over towards that left side of A. You can see all 3 players were looking towards Tree and that sort of avenue. And on timing, sure, they turned around, but it's too late. Fluxy was in their back lines, and she just decided, okay, 1, 2, 3, you're all coming with me. And that's basically a round-winning play from Fluxy, 16 on the board, and it could even be game-winning for how consistent Heroic have been on this defender side.
And in that exact moment that you're saying this, the caster's curse hits and Liza opens up the round.
Right there.
Again, the lead for Valiant. This game goes on and 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 on. But who cracks the code? Who can get 2 in a row to close this series, this map out? It would be heartbreak for Heroic if they lose it.
Has been
Still,
evened up though.
evens up.
Sea is able to get one, and again, Fluxy is the one to watch onto Dream. Flanks now compromised, and look at the positions. Each team have 2 avenues back into this site. It just depends which team can shut off the avenues first. No smoke on the bomb, but still tries to stick, comes off, but his Trey's going back and forth. Last is Mel, smoke on the bomb, so there's going to be cover to go into that defuse, and it's Lida that closes it out. Seal is sticking onto that defuse, and that's going to be the first map finally concluding in favor of Heroic. Lotus, again, in this matchup in particular, Valorant v Heroic, is an improvement for sure in regards to the 13-6 scoreline we saw previously. But this time, Heroic still managed to take it. And just look at the kills from Lida and Fluxy that have been so influential throughout this entire game.
Yeah, you said as much, but on top is Lida. What an amazing gameplay from her. But look at Fluxy and Super Frog right behind her. It's not much of a difference. 29, 29, 28. Amazing performance. Also, Adora bringing it back in the second half helps so much for the side of Heroic. What a great map. What a great performance. And I'm just, really happy that we see more games from those two teams. And I really hope that we are going onto a third map, because that matchup seems to be destined for entertainment.
Entertainment for sure, and I'm just worried that we might not even be getting to that third map. in regards to going to Ascend, because we've seen this. It's before it was a 2-0 in regards to Heroic. Yes, a little bit more of back and forth on this map, especially if you're looking at the first kills in regards to the statistics. It wasn't like, when I say the entries could have gone either way, and it was more into the mid-rounding and late-rounding clutches that I feel like this matchup really concluded itself in regards to like the Dream 1v3, the Fluxy 3k towards backside in that mid-round, sort of towards the post plant, but also just have a look at the post plant stats as well, especially when you're seeing Heroic. They managed to get 9 out of the 13 plant to convert. And then look at Valorant, 8 to 15, shows they were more consistently able to get that spike down for sure in regards to 15 to 13, but it's the conversion that was a little bit of a problem. And even when we were talking about the last time that they played together, going on a little bit of a tangent here, but it was that 13-6, one round that they were able to win, sure, by the spike, well, eventually erupting, but it was the 6 other rounds that were all post plans. It's just they weren't able to convert because of the retakes from Heroic. Doesn't matter if the comps have changed, they're still sort of able to bring it back from their position, paying for those retakes and really utilizing the manpower that they have. I think it was one round in particular towards Heaven. I think they had pistols as well, like the hero rifle coming in from Superfrog. You had 3 players jumping around the corner just for Superfrog to be able to follow up with that Vandal. So I think that's the main thing to look at when we're going into the next map, is the retakes and then the post-plan holds that we're going to be getting from Valiant. I think is going to cause a little bit even more issues when we're going on to Icebox.
Yeah, especially with Icebox being such an A default heavy map, which most of the time leads to spike plant, right? And yeah, in those situations, the retakes are really important, especially since Icebox sides are really hard to retake, especially A side. You can theoretically, if you don't have a flank, you can only go from screens and rafters, and both isn't like the best situation, but we are going to see that in a few minutes. We have a short break right here. Our producer told us it's going to be a really short one, so don't go far away if you want to see that next map. We see each other in a few seconds. See ya, and up until the next map.
One enemy remains. 30 seconds. This! One enemy. Omen killed. Found them. Guys on. One enemy. Satchel out. Bye-bye. One enemy remains. One enemy remains. One enemy remains. Last player standing. One enemy. Yatasha. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy.
And with that, welcome back to the VCT Game Changers EMEA broadcast here on DivE. My name is still Akamask, and next to me is the GOAT, Winter Rio. What
I love how you clarified that your name is still Akamask. I rate it.
You
Yeah,
know?
true.
You know, I could change it in between maps. Magnum would hate me for that because he needs to change everything up. When the producer right in your middle of your sentence drops true, you know that the banter was on peak. But in the end, what a map. We have just witnessed 17-15. It's, you know, just insane Valorant we see from both of those teams. Heroic and VLNT both make jumps towards the next level. And in the end, they just keep showing us great Valorant. Next map is gonna be Icebox. Heroic starting on the defender side, on a slightly more attacker-sided map. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good one.
Would you like my trivia for this map? So,
Okay, give me another trivia quiz.
I don't know if it was okay. Can you remember the scoreline for the last
13-11.
Yeah, okay. So for that 13-11 scoreline, we're looking at the first map was a 13-6. It was Heroic's map choice, and yeah, they did well on it. Now coming into this series, it was VLNT's map pick, and it was a really close affair. Going from that 13-6, a couple of roster changes, couple of comp changes, sure, but coming back into it, if we want to look straight by straight sort of comparison, this has been a massive improvement for the side of VLNT. So when we're looking at this matchup, last time they played this, it was a 13-11. So I'm possibly thinking we're going to be getting another OT coming in, or definitely a back and forth affair. But look at these comps. We have a Sage on both and a Clove on the Heroic Valkyrie side.
Can I say that I love the comp for our Heroic?
You do?
I am in it.
This is the first time you've ever liked an obscure comp. When there was a chamber brought out for giant eggs on Lotus, you were like, oh no, this is awful. And how it's so off meta, like it's not gonna work.
No. I was
love this.
No. I was not so off meta. I was like, I see some certain problems that this comp is gonna have that are still things I not criticize necessarily, but I still have in mind when commentating that comp, right?
Mm.
But I love seeing off-meta stuff. It's not like I hate off-meta. I like seeing it, but off-meta normally brings some problems because, you know, it's meta for a reason, but meta doesn't really matter in that matchup, it seems, because we have a double Sage. And Heroic VLNT versus VLNT, second map of the day. It's gonna be a really, really great run, I see. No duelist for the side of Heroic. I'm so intrigued how it's gonna be played out.
Yeah, I feel like JT's been cooking with this one. No comp change for the side of VLNT, but a large switch up for Heroic, and it's going to be interesting how this starts off. A little bit more of a default, though, for the side of VLNT, just making sure their presence is known towards both sort of ends of the map, whether it's towards A or just trying to break the stage rule over towards B.
I mean, JT is British, so this might be the best cooking they've ever done. In the end, comms are going to...
Oh, like Great British Break Off. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
It took me a minute for that one. I was like, British? Okay. But do you know who's cooking is Lida with those classic shots.
Lida opens it up. Sorry, the British joke have to hit in. I have to hit at some point, right? I'm sometimes a little bit confused that there are no Germany jokes in the chat, but that's okay. So let's gonna swing around this one. You know, get some damage still. An undermanned lineup for the side of VLNT. Mel has a great positioning. Lots of space taken.
Yeah, space taken, but now it's being spotted out by Flexi, and she's got a perfect line to try and stop this plant, because while there's 15 seconds basically on the clock, there's not going to be much chance for any sort of missing of this. Yes, they have that stage rule to get the spike down, but there's going to be a lot of utility and a lot of, well, murder coming through. 2 kills going through. So jump on top of their head. Doesn't net the kill. Flexi comes and bails out that remaining player, and, well, the defusers coming in, you have a wall that's protected you, and well, Dream's gone on a little bit of gander towards mid.
A little bit of a walk from Dream. And when you're alone at the lurk, and suddenly you have to rejoin with your team, it's gonna be a long one. And you said that there's a lot of murder coming through from the side of Heroic. Just jumping over the wall. Sorry, I saw this one in chat and I can't get over it. But in the end, Heroic 1-0. They're up. The comp works really, really good on defense. Especially retakes work out strong. Fluxy opens this one up again. What a great series from her up until this point. Both players behind yellow. Trying to hold that side down.
For this round, especially with the buy that they've got, looking towards if you're wanting to lose anyone, that it would be best for it to be Superfrog, or at least someone who can pick up the weaponry and dying in more of a safe place. But Adora putting this Sage Wall up has just funneled them over into the yellow position, and also allowing for Fluxy to play to hold the higher angle. Because close quarter gunfights that's going in favor of GX on that corner of yellow. 1 for 1 basically in the situations.
I don't really like the fights that they are taking. Like, so close cornered, you already said it, and the smaller guns just have more impact than those close range fights. Especially on the B side, you can fight for so long angles. You can try to force your opponents to get long fights, to play this one in a more long range game. But it doesn't really work out for VLNT. And now they have to retake this one. Still better weapons in hand. But can they get onto side? There is a gap in the wall. This one is important. To just play around. Zilla opens it up at GX with the next trade. And even though they have the better weapons, this might be a round to take for VLNT. But Fuse is coming through. And once again, you can't really defend this one. GX with the double kill. Another game changer, Sheriff moment, Quadra for GX. But doesn't take it home.
Oh, and I love the fact that they picked up the Outlaw as well, because just based on, sure, they won the round and they're be going into a bonus anyway, so it's fine to start off as sort of that 2-1, especially after winning Pistol. But look how many players aren't going to have any armor, if not just half armor, especially coming into it. Dream should be able to basically farm up these kills, especially with peeking towards mid, and you can even see that it's going to be challenged.
Here.
Yeah, you said as much. They're pushing through tubes. GX. Aim is clean. It's also Superfrog chunked out. Two rounds for Heroic.
Right here.
But this one seems to be VLNT for the tagging. You can only throw so much. Rotation coming into the A side. It's sort of a gamble for Heroic that the execute's gonna be there, but A is the default side.
It's also trying to protect the investment that Superfrog has made in regards to buying up into this Outlaw, especially in the nature that Valiant didn't try to force necessarily anything into the previous round, got away with all the kills. None of them have half armor. None of them have even been touched with a lick of damage. And with this Outlaw, it's going to be need to be a headshot or a body shot with some assistance from teammates if the gunfights go in very fast. But Flexy's playing a dangerous game. Trying to be a smoke criminal at the moment. Goes through, does not get the shots, catches them off guard, does a lot of damage as well in the process, but it's still Valiant that are looking ever so strong with the advantage into this one. 4v2 and a heal coming up now for the Sage.
A Dream with another frag. Mel. No spotted Sealer. Superfrag also only able to trade herself out. Sealer left alone in the main area. Dream takes her time. In the end, the frag falls. Good round for VLNT. 3 weapons that I can transition into the next round. You bought one outdoor on the other side, which is pretty fine, actually, if we look at it this way. More money for you to spend. I like the time Dream is taking to take out Sealer there. You have to rest on the side of GX. 6 frags into 3 rounds. Even though Valiant lost 2 of those, incredible performance by GX.
And you're talking about the ultimate as well for that stage. It's basically like a safe man for this roster. You can send basically any of your players to go peek this. Maybe it's towards a belt. We're going to try and get that feed sorted for you as soon as possible because we're not seeing anything either. But just for the start of this map, there's definitely been a little bit of a interesting plays and how they're wanting to play around smokes, especially over towards that B-bomb side that they're seeming to be favoring. I don't think they've gone to A once.
Yeah, which is interesting because for most teams, this A side is for sure the default. Like, I heard teams talking about, oh, we pick Icebox and we go once B and 11 times A. Which seems to be the default option for most of the teams. Like, Icebox is a map where, oh, let's go A, try to get a frag, and afterwards noise cancel, lure out the enemies, lure out rotations, listen where they are going, and
30 seconds left.
but execute will go down on B, and Adora just too uncautious, too unaware about what's gonna happen. The push was long, and you can, if you want to commit this one. Rest Liza is in a solid position to do that. But heroic with the retake, especially with that controller-centric comp. It might be a far stretch to feel this one. Nino, triple kill from her. Also, Mel gets into the action, but Seele refrags as well. The crossfire is there. Quadra for Nino. And in the end, Valiant with another round. 2 on 2. Valiant. To be fair, I really, really love the improvement we see from this lineup, because in situations like this, in the last split, probably Valiant would have fallen apart once one player starts to be fragging out against them. Now they're a team. They finally got together and showing great Valorant.
There's definitely great Valorant ahead. The only concern for me is regarding the heroic comp, that they've been forced onto this eco round for sure, but in the next they really need to get the rounds on the board just because of, well, the nature that they have. They have a lot of supportive agents in regards to utility, and Zero Duelist can make it difficult to get into sites, especially onto BNA when we're seeing Liza's entries.
Liza with a lot of pressure gets back onto Adora. Up onto yellow, fighting on the wall. Which gets more into the way of Heroic than helping them. Fluxy. He gets into the action, but only a trade. Nino reigns supreme. We talked about it. Noise cancels an icebox. Best friends on the server. GX planting the spike. Still has the ultimate. No. Nano Swarm bounced off of it. Really don't love to see it. Retake. Only 2 players. Make it 1. It's only Lida. And I need to retake at the recon. Shows where she is.
Yeah, just trying to do any damage here would be great, especially a kill onto Mal, but yeah, the economy is just going to be building and building for the side of Valorant. You can even see Dream, who's on just under 6k currently. You have Nino, Andrew around that 5.5 mark. There's going to be money to spare for Valiant. And for the side of her, well, some of the players are scraping the bottom of the barrel. There's quite literally 0 left in the Super Frog Bank right now.
Yeah, if you lose this one, you're back to ecoing, and I don't know if I like this comp on offense. Like, they need to at least win 7 or 8 rounds on defense, I feel like. Yes, Icebox is a map that tends to fall more into the attack side. But with that comp, without a duelist, it might be hard to get onto sides, especially with this A side where you need to be explosive, where you need to have this explosive entry. It might be hard, but Lider, aim is steady, ultimate. It's gonna be used, but chased down by Liza. Forgets her a second time. Hunter's Fury comes through just to stall some more time. But in the end, Valiant reigns supreme. Trades this one out. GX is down, so no reses. At least one of the two smokers drops out of the game.
Toes spotted as well, and the Cross decides to go for a re-peek into it.
Toxins going up.
Smell that comes out on top with the information as well that it's okay for Heroic to assume that is going to be towards that B site. You saw the Cross. Well, you died as well with that Adora player towards mid, and now we're looking towards A, which is where the bomb's heading, and it's where there's only one player who's just toying with the idea of leaving.
It's only Silo on that side. You need to get a frag. There's no way around it. But I don't think that they are aware. Silo stops the spike plant and gets a double kill. Both players that tried to take the side
13 seconds.
fall into the hand of Silo. 13 seconds. You need to get the plant in any way, but the rotation's coming through. The plant will go down, but the spot is not that great. You need to hold it on side. No playing from the main area. No playing from behind. Maybe with the Sova ultimate, but Fluxy removes that option for the side of Valiant. Super Frog and Fluxy.
My ultimate is ready.
Turn it into a 1v1. Dream isolates it. No awareness for the positioning of the Killjoy.
She's been seen. She knows she's in nest towards here, and it's a zoom off the rope, but because of Dream's position, they're already in there. Her aims already stabilized.
I got money. Need something?
And it's another win for Valiant. It would have been so important for Fluxy to get that frag. You're back on an eco. You see that opening once again. And the chase down by Liza. Also, that operator shot miss is so painful. I feel like there was a bit of movement into this.
One enemy remaining.
Fluxy makes it even.
Is so important, especially playing around just on sort of the corner of 410 with the smoke up as well that had been placed by Lida. They might not necessarily think that there was even an angle to get, whether it was too thin that the smoke would be covering it slightly. But yeah, the isolation of the 1v1s has been incredible from the side of Dream. And I feel like when they're in the situation where it's just them solely, they're playing a lot better than certain instances we've seen them maybe falter with inexperience in regards to when they're playing in that post plant with multiple players alive that we saw on the previous map. But it's nice to see the little highlights from Dream, and I'm really excited to see how they actually develop on this roster going into, like, obviously main stage of EMEA. This is sort of, they've had contenders to sort through sort of growing pains, but it's a different kettle of fish when you're comparing contenders to VCT EMEA.
Yeah, the level of contenders is certainly growing, right? Tier 2 teams getting better. But we saw, especially Valiant and K-Corp in the last two splits, just plainly stomping through contenders without losing much of maps. I'm intrigued how alternate attacks tomorrow is starting into that tournament. Coming through the contenders. The other contenders team, Valiant. Good showing today. No matter how this one turns out, Valiant is showing that they are here to fight, that they are here to play, and that they are here to win. In the end. Spike is going down once again. Post-plant situations was so crucial for the side of Valiant. The French squad. I think such good Valorant, especially with the smaller guns. This one will be hard for Heroic. Wall is going up, but will be shut down instantly. The spam goes through onto the spike. Liza gets a frag. Also Ninu with the Hunter's Fury. A lot of range between her and the rest of the team. Adora finds Liza, but that's only one kill. That's going down. You need to push into that smoke. Double kill for Adora. Game Changer Sheriff is coming through, but it's a 1v2. Adora on her own. Can't reload. And with that, 5th round for Valiant. One more round to bring it to 6-6 at last. And with that comp of Heroic, I don't really see them bring it back from 6-6 or even a lead at halftime for Heroic, for Valiant.
Yeah, ever since the pistol, it just feels it's just been domination by Valiant. The rounds not necessarily even getting too close, but I believe it was two. It was a 1v2 round that we saw Dream clutch out, and then a 2v1.
And this comp from the side of Heroic might be a little bit like British food, overcooked.
Duty is not over.
GX can revive Liza. And let's see how Heroic can bring this back, maybe. Not really data on what they're doing on offense with that comp. And JT, for sure, one of the best coaches in the Game Changers region.
After the first initial fights over towards A, we've gone back into this sort of stalemate. Res invested, so the only sort of interaction you can say has been dealt is Liza's lost her shields and Lida has lost a lot of HP, but otherwise it's still tending towards this B side, which you can already see 3 players are in close vicinity. Plus, Sealer is looking towards mid, so this could be 4 players ready to stop this plant.
And they are ready. Molly's coming through as well. A lot of damage on GX. 30 seconds left, so if you stop the plant another time, it might be over. Fluxy, good frag onto GX. 22 seconds, plant a spike, and no wall available. Liza only gets 1 frag. This might be the round for Heroic, and it would be so important. 12 seconds to plant.
10 seconds left.
And they might stop it while it's going Lida with a triple kill. Sittler gets this one as well. And that's the strength of the comp that we were talking about. So much supportive utility. So much options to fight it off. Heroic. Great gameplay from them, and in the end, the round falls.
I think we've seen that early fight from Lida come probably about 3 times now so far. Whether it nets a kill or not, I think majority of the time it's Lida that is coming out on top, but especially with how Valiant have sort of been conditioning Heroic that it's going to be B, I wouldn't like shy away from a fast A hit in the next couple of rounds. Or even this round, actually. You have 4 players stacked towards this. Only have Nunu over towards B just to give a little bit of presence with that drone. Again, Lida is going to be the first to fall for the side of Heroic. Being this sort of duelist in a controller's skin, basically, on this Clove. Since there is an ability with the smokes that do still have presence on the map after a death. But look at this. It's just going to be walking into a meat grind, I feel, for the side of Valiant. Back and forth, though. 3 for 2. And it equals out the count of players. There's even a heal available for Zhu as well, who can heal up her teammate.
Spike planted.
Wall has been broken down. The timing was so good from the side of Heroic. But now we are in Fluxy's world. Now we are in Mel's world. Viper's Pit is up. Fluxy could counter this one. It just hovers over it.
Oh,
Wants
this
to
could
punish
be
someone going out.
Yeah, jumping down into this though. It's exactly what happens. Fluxy's able to get one. And Sleeper Frog trays it back out. It was just the drop into that ultimate then. Catching these players off guard, not necessarily expecting one to come from the heavens and one to come from elbow, expecting maybe one to come from side behind that Sage Roll. But yeah, this interaction here, you could see the idea that Valiant wanted to go with. You've gotten that first pick. It hasn't been traded out. There's no one else close because, well, that's not necessarily how Lida's been playing that forward position on A. And with the conditioning with going towards B a lot, there's less likely to be backup. So they've just waited. They've sat and waited, wanted to see if there was going to be any aggression coming out. But because of how far Heroic players were away, it took a little bit of extra time to get into the position where they could go to re-clear. And you can see Valiant, Liza had maybe a little bit too much time. She got a little bit bored waiting, got the knife ready to jump over towards Pipe and then start the re-aggression over towards A. Fortunately for the side of Heroic, they do come out on top from that fight. They're able to equal back down to 2v2. And yeah, the clutch goes in favor of Heroic after that pit invested over towards side. Just look at the ultimate economy as well, Akamas. It's favoriting a certain team and definitely more than the other.
Yeah, certainly. Heroic on their way to make it at least 7-5. But I feel that round goes drastically different if Eliza doesn't pull out her knife in the wrong second. If she has a weapon in hand, I'm pretty sure that Valiant is going to win that fight and everything goes drastically different, but the timing is perfect for the side of Heroic. Now there's the operator in hand in Liza's hands.
Like there's a lot of faith being put into Lida, not only with this operator, but on the Clove, basically playing solo A for a large majority of the times, or at least the main aggressor and the first contact over towards pipes. Again, forced off the position by the drone now, but there are teammates for this fast rotate, and you have already Super Frog embedded towards backside and a player ready to help with the crossfires from screen. So this could be a little bit of an interesting exec.
Careful.
I love the positioning in middle. Dream might be the one that swings this round around. Super Frog gets tagged, needs to get out of position, but Dream is in kitchen. But gets maybe flying from the side. Mel entries this one onto Liza. Liza gets herself into the action as well. Hunter's Fury just goes through without hitting anyone. 3 versus 5. Incredibly hard retake. Make it at least a little bit better. With Liza coming back. Drops from the heavens, but Liza is there. The operator still in hand, but misses her shot. Swings around, but only Fluxy can get into the frags. Liza and Fluxy just pulling out. Going off from their angles, just saving the weapons that you have in hand. GX needs to peek this one. But in the end, Liza with another frag. Still, the round goes for Valiant.
Swarm grenade out.
And that's not the best situation for Heroic. It's at least 6 at the half for the French team. And Heroic probably with some problems.
Yeah, and it just felt like even in the replay here, it just seems to be one-on-one gunfights that we were seeing. Or just taking those solo gunfights from the side of Heroic. And Valiant, I would want to say this is more of a attacker-sided map in general, but especially for the comp that both of these teams are running, you see, I don't feel like Valiant are going to have that much of a problem on the defense, especially when you have sort of a pseudo triple sentinel with the Sage, Viper, and Killjoy. And then for the side of Heroic, this is where I thought they would be shining. Like a 7-5 would be like decent, an 8-4 like a good for their comp, but it seems like Valiant have other ideas. And look how far Dream is already up. And I don't think Taylor has even thought of this possibility since she's on that deep angle in mid. Now opens up the realms of alert through kitchen, but Dream's already up close and personal, and it's a Killjoy and Killjoy duel. And even crosses back over, spots the player, and that is just perfect play from the Valiant players, playing off each other. And well, Nino doesn't need any help over towards B.
Yeah, and in the end, it's only Liza left alone on the A side with an operator in hand. Scared and left alone. Liza closes it out, and I mean, you said as much. With those kind of comps, like, yeah, Icebox is a map that typically falls a little bit more attacker-sided than defensive-sided. Not like generally something like Breeze, right? But a little bit at least, and more into the attacker favored. But especially with those comps on the line, I don't see it fall in any way attack-sided. And I don't know if Heroic has the tools to break through the defense and that pseudo triple sentinel setup off the side of Valiant.
Well, on the other hand of that, you have that pseudo triple sentinel, sure, but you have from the side of Heroic, you have the ability. I feel like their default is going to be super strong with the ability to use those close smokes over towards mid rather than having to utilize Viper's utility. So there's a lot of like ifs and buts and maybes, but I feel like an 8-4 for them here isn't going to be necessarily the nicest thing. So converting this round is going to be ever so important, especially just for the whole morale of things, that they started off, they went on a massive losing streak, and how to close it out with such an attempt at a buy, I want to say, with even one player still being on a sidearm. You have SMGs, unupgraded rifles. Yeah, there's a lot to play for the side of Heroic here. An 8-4 might be a little bit too much of an ask if they can't convert the pistol.
Yeah, it comes down to pistols, as it so often does. Liza opens up things. Long-range fights, not good for the side of Heroic. You have those short-range weapons, only Fluxy on a Vandal. And this dead post bench might also be a little bit much ask from the side of Heroic. And Liza, what an amazing play with the nice, just jumps behind yellow. Double kills to her enemies. Knives in hand, sees Fluxy. Liza finds her necessary frag,
Remaining.
but the crossfire too strong. You know where the last player is. You know Fluxy behind yellow. And Dream. Aim is steady. 8-4 Valiant in prime position to take us to map 3.
Switching sides.
Pistol round is everything for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, and it's a really nice sort of pause from Valiant. We saw it previously when they went A. They've got the first energy kill, and they just wait. They wait to see if there's any sort of re-aggression. There was nothing that was from the side of Heroic. They weren't flanking through mid. They weren't coming up behind the players in main. They could just wait for Usul to refresh, make sure that they have the Viper smoke available, that they have the arrow as well. And you can see how well it worked when they were able to get into the site then. Yes, sure, the Heroic players were ready and waiting, but again, you're going back to the fact that they had better weapons, better utility, dare I say, for the going for that spike plant, and then just setting up into pretty comfy after plants with players in main, players on yellow. There's a lot to do.
There's a lot to do, and Liza
Spike down.
wants to cut out every question mark that's still up there. GX also with the double frag. That corner rarely checked. And GX makes it her own. Sille shoots back. Double kill for her as well. It's a 2v2 situation. Superfrog needs to reunite with her teammate now. Pushed throughout the entirety of kitchen. They have smokes available. Due to Lighter being on the clove. Dream known. And if Spike goes down the road, should be falling into the hands of Heroic. Game changers. Sheriffs comes the far way. What was that shot?
20 HP as well. This turret could prove so difficult if Superfrog does not hit the first shot coming around the corner. And it's just, I think even it was a body shot, not much damage, and it was 30 HP.
I had to focus.
All that could be done towards Dream in that situation. And well, Sheriffs, body shots or headshots, it's a game changer specialty.
And Dream turns into a nightmare for Heroic once again. Thiele does so much to save that round, but can't quite get it in the end. And then, what nice shots of Dream. Not the awareness from the side of Thiele to even check the nest positioning. No one to refrag her. And that so important pistol round falls into the hand of Valiant. Double digits on the line. Maybe need to buy against this one, but game changers, Sheriffs. We know this one might be enough for Heroic. That wall stops their approach as well.
Another good thing about the double controller comp, you could see G2 goes in along with the main G2 team in Americas. They were using Brimstone, and having that ability to be able to default this wall over towards B has been great for Lukes. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily work out this time. Fluxy falls towards the other side of the map, and Liza gets a pick onto Sealer along with information onto other players that are approaching this A-bomb site.
And it's gonna be a hard task to pull off. Small weapons in hand. 3 versus 5. You know where stuff's going. Nino swings around. Double kill for her. And it's Lighter. All on her own. Finds the player in Raptors.
30 seconds.
Refreshing. But it might not be enough. Not enough refreshment. Not enough bullets in your gun. And a small weapon in hand. Double digits for Valiant. a completely changed team from what we have seen in the last stage of Game Changers.
Seems Herc, they were looking to find their footing on this defensive side and failed to do so. Pistol each now, so it's not necessarily as if Valiant had been winning both of the pistols, that they've got that sort of 4 head start in regards to the scoreline. No, this is fully down to buy rounds that Valiant have just been, well, dominating really towards Heroic, and now they're continuing to do so, or looking to continue to do so on this defensive half.
Oh, Liza gets the trade. It's so important to at least trade yourself out in that situation. No numbers advantage, but at least a half advantage through Adora's shield getting a bit broken.
Spike planted.
Arrow sits good. Not the best weapon in hands. Game Changers Sheriff's come with far away. Hello, setups are placed. Retake comes through screens. Only GX will take the way the way from Raptors.
Look how deep they're playing though for this post plan. They've just completely decided, yeah, sight's not an issue for us. Although the wall has managed to go down, she does fall to that snake bite, so there's going to be safety for this team, and they have to stick it. And look how many walls they have to break. This is just a lost round, and it has to be sticked, and it is. And it's 4 kills for Nunu and another round for Valiant on the board. Sage has brought so much, well, impact into the round. Sure, fine, we might even see in the replay that she, yeah, even here, inevitably dies to this snake bite, but the impact of that wall going up, there's just no way Adora can play from her positioning because of the wall. Even if everyone around her fell, sure, she might have been able to net those 2 kills very quickly, but the amount of time it would take for her to either break the walls or just run up and come towards the side, it would have been diffused 3 years ago.
Yeah, the wall was so smart, not walling off the area, but putting it in a straight line, so you have to shoot through 4 walls at once. Valiant, a 10 too smart on that play.
Revealing area.
Crazy what they're doing. Hunter's Fury is coming through from Nino. Finds the tag. Kenji finds another one. Kill goes down, but Adora. Trade onto Mel is real. He's still playing into an operator. Liza on long. Amazing gameplay from her side throughout the whole map. Valiant is smelling the rotation. They're holding the angles on mid. GX. Does she have the timing? You hear steps. The bot spots her.
Again, look at this. They're faking over towards A, and Valiant, they're buying into it. They're buying into that this is where the end of the round is hoping to be. When you look at the other side of the map, they're just going to be getting a peaceful plan over towards B. But their players are falling on A, so they're going to have the advantage coming in for the retake in regards to it being a 4v3. Sage Roll still active. You have the arrow as well from Nino available. Fortunately, a res invested for Lyda to bring him back onto the board.
But Sealer, comfort frag. Now you have to fight into this one, but Sealer, I don't think that they're aware. The X is looking towards side. Now the bot clears her. But they have to look behind themselves. Nino is dropping down.
Last player standing.
And Sealer and Adora just clearing this one out. No chance for the side of Valiant to stop the round falling into the hands of Heroic. And it's kind of the motionless in white moment, the sighing of life for the side of Heroic, for the Nordic Viking, for the Nordic Valkyries to get this one over the edge. They are living. Live to die another day. 2 more rounds for Valiant, 7 at least. 8 at least for the side of Heroic. It's gonna be a hard one. But that was finally a good round on the offense.
Here.
lot of important ults soon to be coming online in the next couple. So if Heroic are able to fight back and stay alive, there's definitely opportunities to bring this back. Not to the point of match point for Valiant just yet, so there's even still time for, if you want to believe in it, the Heroic comeback to win this in a 13-11 fashion. But it calls for flawlessness from the side of Heroic, because Valiant, they just need 2 rounds. That's all that's asked of them to push this to a 3rd map, as at this moment in time, information gathered only spots out Sealer though, so not going to call for any rotates in just yet.
It's a hard task to pull off, especially since the economy is still not on your side that much. Still, there are 2 Guardians in hand. No money on the Dora. Minus positioning is checked, but Lighter gets into this one. The crossfire so strong. GX with the next double kill. Make it 3.
Spike down A.
Last player on Rev to scene. Everything streams match point. For the side of Heroic.
30
Fluxy
seconds left.
needs to be the Omni-Man, Homelander, Superman combination in once.
Turret out.
Superpowers needed to clear this 1v4. 50 HP.
Screen down.
10 seconds
No
left.
bomb, no time. Spike's in no man's land at the moment, and so is Fluxy behind the enemy lines. Zoo on the stage, 4th kill of the round.
Point.
And to put them onto match point. Curious, be only now is the 2nd timeout coming in for Heroic.
Remaining.
I fear we're on the realms of it being too little too late. When sheer perfection is required from the side of Heroic. But not only just for 1 round. Not for 2, not for 5, but for 7. It's 7 perfect rounds that are required from Heroic. When Valiant, you can look to them and they're like, okay, we have 7 rounds. This is our opportunity. We have 7 chances. They don't necessarily need to be the cleanest of rounds. They could just get an eco, just a random round available to them in the next 7. And when you want to think of the odds of that, especially how close the rounds Heroic were actually able to win and have been, that they could have been in favor of Valiant. This could have been an entirely different scoreline of more of a 13-3 or 13-4, just based on how well Valiant players have been playing, especially Zhu and Ninu on sort of the supported agents, but still frying out. And of course, Liza on those entries when they were on that attacker side.
It relies on solo plays. Those are not coming through that map. Those are coming through 2 tags. You need to find an opening.
Deploying drone.
Adora only on the Sheriff. I mean, only is a hard word when there's a Sheriff in Game Changers, but chips are in the back
Out of charges.
for Heroic. Attacker side Killjoy ultimate. It's gonna be pulled. Lockdown's gonna give some space on side, and Super Frog finds an opening. GX is down. No more top fragger available for the side of Valiant. Now there's a retake coming through. Wall is placed. Towards screens to stop the approach right there. Can Lizard find Lighter? That's the important question. The jump spot reveals the claw, but no follow-up, and Lighter is there. Liza with the refrag, but that's too little, too late. Super Frog, another triple kill for her. Her shoulders are so strong. Puts the team into her back and brings them over to the finish line. 6-12. That was one of the perfect rounds, but 6 more needed.
And that's what you gotta be thinking if you're on the side of Heroic. It's just round by round is what's needed. There's no point thinking, okay, it is 7 that we have to convert. Just do what you can with what's in front of you. And But fortunately enough for them, they've been able to keep the economy of Valiant in check enough that there's 3 players that are going to be on these pistols, along with a Blaze Storm coming in for Liza on that jet, and a Hero Vandal for Mel. Not necessarily a name that we've been shouting from the rooftops, especially in this particular map, but someone who can for sure have this impact, especially when she's holding B down on her own. Trying to push, if anyone does come towards B, just trying to entice them in over towards A, into the large stack of Valiant players, but a stack that's decreasing by the minute.
Dora opens up things. Double kill. For GX and Liza are down. 1 weapon out of hand. The Blade Storm no longer in play. And it's a long rotation. Icebox Classic. Noise kill into noise cancel. Just lure out some rotations.
Scanning ahead.
But Nino stays there, stoic. Onto that side. What can she do? But the spam through the wall works out perfectly. Fluxy gets another frag. Adora with the triple. It's her round. And it's the round for Heroic to lose. Super Frog closes it out against her counterpart. 5 more perfect needed to bring this into OT. Still, the way is long. They need to walk 500 miles just to bring it to overtime.
Timeout for Valiant. And honestly, a perfect time, I feel, for them. This is the round that, sure, they didn't necessarily have the best buy going into the last. They have plenty of money to buy up. Even an operator, I believe, Liza's on the verge of buying with 6.5k in her pocket. Along with 2 heavy hitting ultimates, especially on this defensive side. If they're able to run down the clock enough with how Heroic have been playing, with the heavy defaulting and then grouping up over towards A. And we can see these late round executes, especially onto the site where we're seeing the spams through the walls and then the challenges to backside. If they get into a situation where the clock has been run down and Nino is still alive, this Hunter's Fury can be so impactful, along with the res available for GX. You could be in a situation where there's just no time on the clock. You have nothing you could do about it other than try and dodge, possibly even plant in a off-kilter section of the site. I hope that you don't get spammed.
Enemy tag.
That's right, and you don't want to get into a situation where you're hoping, praying Nino puts out the ultimate. Also the peek in middle from Liza. Good timing, but no frag falling down for her. Pushes are going onto side. Utility is out. Just to clear it out, and Liza is falling to the hands of Fluxy. Such an impactful player for Heroic in that series thus far. Dream. Gets 1 frag as well, but we are in Fluxy's world. And after the last few rounds, you don't want to really be in there. Because Fluxy is another monster. Defender side Killjoy coming through.
The
Clearing
clock.
some space, but no spike planted.
Hunter's Fury invested to just make sure the lockdown can, well, be nullified so the Viper Spit stays up so they can get the plants in. That means no Hunter's Fury now for either side. So when we're coming in, Zhu is going to be challenging towards lower sight. And yeah, just caught between shooting towards pipes or not. And there's loads of kills going. Vyson versus back in a 2v2, but Liza needed to get a kill to stay alive, and that was all down onto Fluxy.
Fluxy alone, 1v2. She needs to isolate it in a way. Get the frick onto Nino, and it's only a few HP on Mel. Last player standing between Valiant and the win. And it's Fluxy, but the spike is ticking down, and Mel has no idea where Fluxy is. She's aiming into... I think she is safe and she's a nest, but the frag goes onto Fluxy, and she saves it once again. What a clutch. Fluxy makes the series her own and clutches it again. Heroic's clutch queen is coming through once again, and I'm just speechless about what Fluxy is doing right there.
Honestly, the first entry of Flexi onto that site, you could see in the replay from Liza's perspective, there's so many kills I feel like has been going through in this match that the opposition didn't have any chance. They've been like straight headshots through smokes or similar ways of being deleted off the map without being able to get your say in the round. Liza had one pot shot of the operator over towards mid. Sure, pushed the rest of Heroic into A, but when it came down to it, headshot through a smoke is never nice to be getting.
Alarm bot down.
That's closing the gap now for Heroic. Hoping to put a 9th on the board with the buy over Valiant coming into this.
The miracle might be possible. Lida opens things up once again. Just one Bulldog on Nino. That's everything you have on for bigger weapons. Needs a miracle for Heroic to bring this one back. But it gets more realistic by the minute. Here it's coming through. Super Frog, great positioning, but will be spotted out by the bot. Now pushing onto Spike. Super Frog goes up tubes. Also light up. Picks herself the next frag up. It's gonna be a hard one because Super Frog closes it out. Brings it to 9
remaining.
for the side of Heroic. It's only Nino alone against the world. 1v5 and Nida closes it out. Flawless round. Perfection from the side of Heroic. 3 more needed. And the momentum 100% on their side.
One enemy remaining.
You could see Dream had spotted out Super Frog over towards the mid on the crossing, went to clear it. Just went from under instead. Assumed the opposition killjoy went back to main, but no, it was all the way up through into kitchen. Was able to get a free frag, well, to the side of the head basically for Dream. That was an eco round. That was a half fight. Coming into this now, I feel like this is going to be one of the 2 remaining chances that Valiant have to get a full buy-in into this. Maybe even 1 of 3, but it's the number is falling and dwindling by the minute.
But Liza makes it a little bit more realistic. Opener on Scylla. But we've seen this so often today that the opener doesn't matter. But Liza, triple kill on sight. You shall not pass. 3 players of Heroic falling down to the hands of Liza.
In a smoke.
She's standing behind Heroic at the miracle. Adora
You will not
gets the raid boss out. Gets another rest. But it's gonna be punished. Dream and Mal closes it out. And we are going to map 3. Valiant has a new face. Valiant is a whole other level. Valiant is a different team than last split. We are going to map 3. And they're winning against Heroic on map 3, on their own map pick, defending that series.
Yeah, we have seen sort of a trade in regards to the map picks from the first veto. It's still the same ones, and now finally we have more life into Valiant. We said how close the first game was, and then coming into this one, that it was a 13-11 previously for Heroic, and it was their win. And to see such an improvement from Valiant on the first map with the new addition onto the team, and yeah, I feel like this is absolutely amazing to see for Valiant, especially. Of course, we don't know if they're going to win the series yet, but from both of these teams, it's so nice to see bigger breath of life into them than we saw previously in, well, the last split of Game Changers.
Yeah, you said it. Like, the breath of life that come into those teams is amazing to see. What a great series. Valiant had such a weird showing last split, but is able to get it together this time. I think it's going to be a far stretch still for them to beat Heroic on Ascent, because Ascent normally falls into the pocket of the team that has better fundamentals, and I feel like Heroic is the more fundamental heavy team. The team that, you know, especially with sticking together so long with the core of 4, is the team that might be better fundamentally based. But we will see the outcome of that. Like, I'm genuinely curious how this one turns out. because both teams show a completely different face from the last split, and I love to see that. I love to see more competition, a more close map in that Game Changers May event. Yeah,
for sure. Well, the next map is going to be Ascend, but I don't know about you guys, but I think I need some water after that game. I'm blown away by the performance of Valiant, and I'm truly excited to get into map 3. But that's a discussion for another time about what's going to happen on the Ascend. Right now, it's go get yourself some tea if you're English. Like, we know about the UK and the tea, but anyone else, you can just get water. That's fine. Just hydrate. Be back here in, I think, a few minutes, and we're going to be getting ready to take you through Ascend.
Spike planted. One enemy. One. One enemy remains. Spike down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One. Player standing. Have a cat. Spike down. B. Headshot. One enemy remaining. Stand down. One enemy remaining. Shit.
I hope at least one of you in chat have gotten water and have hydrated, because this is a long series, okay? I'm looking out for your well-being. But we are back for the final map. It's going to be Ascent. And yeah, this is sort of a revenge map for Valiant. If we're going back to what we were talking about before, about it was Heroic that actually stopped them from getting into playoffs last split, with their only win actually being against Valorant in a 2-0 fashion on Lotus and Icebox. But this time, there's a little bit of spice in there, because Valiant have actually been able to take away Heroic's map pick of Icebox. So going into Ascent now, technically neither of these teams have actually played it in split 2 and 1. Heroic went unfortunately 0-3 on it against NASA, Giant X, and Odd One Out. So it's definitely not one of the strongest maps for them. But vice versa for Valiant as well. This isn't a tried and tested map for them. They've only played it in contenders.
Did I ever mention that I hate Ascent?
What do you like?
My local football club.
Okay, about Valorant. What's your favorite Valorant map then?
My favorite. If I tell you about my favorite Valorant map now, the whole chat is gonna hate me once again.
Breeze.
Genuinely Breeze.
Yeah. Okay. I rescind my question. I rescind my question. You don't have to answer. We're just skipping over that. Mine personally is Fracture, so that I feel like that one's an okay choice. But
no. It's getting worse. It's either Breeze or Split.
Oh, Split's not that bad. Okay, I respect the Split choice, but the fact that you said Breeze is your favorite map out of all the maps that we have in Valorant,
look,
sir.
Breeze, Split, Sunset? No, it's probably Sunset. Meanwhile, it's probably Sunset. But it keeps getting worse with every moment I'm talking about my map liking in Valorant.
How would you like a solo cast by me? Getting Akamas out of here. But no, we're in on Ascent. It doesn't matter if you like it or if you hate it. It's sort of like a love-hate. I feel like it's like Marmite. You either love it or you hate it, because it's been around for so long. It's always been in the map pool. It's one of the OG maps. But my only question is has the changes that Heroic have made on Ascent going to be enough to sort of obviously have a new player coming in? Is there going to be any comp changes? Because when we're looking at their experiences on this map in game changes since June, all 3 games have been a loss, and 2 of them were pretty devastating losses as well. 13-2 to Giant X, a 13-4 to NASA Ignite, and then a 13-9 to Odd One Out. And I don't necessarily want to look into any of the stats because they're pretty abysmal in regards to like if they're stronger on attack or defense. So they never actually had a chance of truly getting online on either. So what I really want to see is like an actual elongated map from both of these, so we can see how well they actually match up against each other on this map, and if changes and adaptations that they've made over this break between split 2 and 3 has been like significant enough to make us believe that Ascent is a viable choice for them, especially going into like how many other game changer teams like to play it, like the Turkish squads of BBL, of Giant X, and so on and so forth.
I just hope that we see some comp variety, right? That's my biggest problem with Ascent, is that it's always the same, right? You know what to expect from that map. That makes it easy to commentate, in my opinion, but also like in a way very boring. Because if teams play the same God Exodia comp, then it's just a little bit boring to watch sometimes, because it's always plays out in similar ways. But if teams change it up a little bit, we saw some Yorus and stuff, crazy stuff like this in Queens, which I personally love. But let's see. That's what I would expect from those teams. But in the end, you never know with Ascent. Most teams stick to those standard comps, stick to the Exodia one, and yeah, we're seeing one Exodia, one Cypher Deadlock. I like the Cypher Deadlock one more. It's kind of a very defensive-sided comp, but in the end, it's one that I prefer watching over, KO, Omen, Killjoy, Sober, Jet that we see all the time, right?
Yeah, this is actually a different comp than they were playing in Contenders for the side of Valiant. So in Contenders, they were playing, well, the default comp that you see Heroic playing with. And yeah, it was a 1-1 in sort of their records against Zaren's Mint and Ryzen Sugar. So it's not necessarily anything was catastrophically wrong with it. It's the default comp, but I'm really interested to see how they're going to be playing around this double Sentinel. And seeing if they're going to have similar issues to what we saw Heroic Valkyries have when they were running that double controller on Icebox just before.
I think it's a good thing that they're starting on defense, right? You get the momentum going right up until the halftime, and then you just have to, you know, mentally it's better to go with a lead into the halftime, even though you know that you're gonna probably lose more rounds on attack than you're going to be winning. I think it's exactly in that series that is very, very fought and very, very close. You want to have the mental edge. But Winter, prediction time. Who's gonna win this one?
I don't want to answer, but I generally think we're going to have a really close game. And I'm hoping, like, maybe not necessarily over into OT, but maybe around the, like, 13-10, 13-9, that sort of realm is a possibility. And I'm just going to say, whoever wins the first couple of rounds and solidifies the momentum, because generally I feel like this could go either way. Like, especially, like you said, with Valiant starting on that defensive side first, with this comp that they're opting to go with, if they are able to shut down like Adora, like similar like they were doing in the first map, because you saw how much impact Adora had towards the later realms of Lotus. So if they're able to shut down Adora early, we could be in for a highly dominant first half from Valiant.
Okay, one word. Which team wins?
Yes.
Great!
I win because I get to cast good Valorant. That's
Okay,
my
great.
viewpoint on this.
Great! We are going to map number 3. It's Heroic vs Valiant. Still running. So many overtimes up to see. Drone is clearing out a lot of space in the middle. Laser might have to pre-fire. Early dash from her side. Not available for a perfect retake situation. But Super Frog just walks into the meat grinder. Dies down. And with that, we have another lead for Valiant. Cages are triggered. You need to push into that Cypher side, which is gonna be a rough feat to pull off. Sealer is there, double kill into heaven. No more wiggle room for Valiant, also Lighter. Gets track number 3. Double retake from heaven is the call, Ninu. Finds Lighter, but still undemanned unit. 2 players up for the side of Valiant. Scylla on Adora, the crossfire too strong. Kills for them, triple for Scylla, saves the round for Heroic. And that's such an important pistol, especially against this defensive heavy comp.
Yikes. One enemy remaining.
I do like the use of that deadlock wall though, and I think it's going to come into relevance on any sort of gun by rounds when they're retaking A, and Zhu is still alive for the retake. They can wall off completely of hell, especially with the spike plant spots not necessarily being planted for hell as the main positioning to be playing from. If there is a player playing towards it, they could just completely be bypassed with the utility of the deadlock as well. So there's possibilities for great retakes coming in if they're focusing heavily on the util. Sniper's going to get a decent amount of information over towards B, especially since it's going to tag out 2 of the players. And I believe the drone even spotted the 3rd, so they should know that there's at least 3 players stacked over towards this B site. Admittedly, all, well, majority classics other than Liza with that 1 sheriff. There's a possibility to get overrun if you have, well, 3 people shooting at you. Sure, the guns don't do that much damage. But as a collective, it could be pretty dangerous.
Collective, single individual weak, collective strong. That's the call. Steps should have been heard by the side of Mel. Rotation going into the A side. You need to clear that wall. Takes a bit of time. GX, what can she
30
do?
seconds left.
Nade in hand. Here's the steps of Drugs. He swings around. Jax gets the frag. Open strings up.
That's a Vandal.
And now a Vandal in hand. That's an opportunity. The paranoia is great. Flashes all of them. Dream with another frag. The retake is so good for Valiant. And in the blink of an eye, the French squad evens things up. Heroic dies down on site. And what a retake by Valiant. Great
Classic.
paranoia.
Have hands. This is what I'm saying. You can't count them out. Especially, I'm a Deadlock like fan in the sense of it's just I love playing it. I love watching other people play. I love playing with one on my team as well, and just the ability to use, like you saw there with the Gravnet on main. Yes, it's an isolated 1v1 anyway, but it's not necessarily the nicest thing to fight through. And you can see it's even been able to net a Vandal from the situation, and everyone then on site gets squished in, and that's exactly what's happening again. Everybody's coming out of main. Flexi has managed to get out. It's a right click going to be going in favor, but it's the omen of the opposition that really rings true. 4 kills on the round. It's just, well, at that point, it's farming your ecos, but it's something Heroic weren't actually able to do the round previous.
One enemy remaining.
A great aim switch by Mel. Need to win round, obviously, but in the end, Valiant transitions this one. Compared to Heroic, who lost it. Operator in hand of Lyza. Will be painful once someone watches into it. You know, some spray. Maybe destroy the bot or something like this, but no damage found. I like the trickery that they are playing around with. Cypher on one side without a setup, only the cam. And Deadlock on the other. Setup switched. That's so intelligent to play into that KO because you think, oh, I got the knife. We can execute on site. But then you're running into another setup. Turret has gone destroyed. The wall stalls more of the time. Heroic needs to find an opening.
They are. Mal's not even aware of this possibility. Heroic have, well, they've done exactly what you asked. They found that opening. They've just had a leisurely stroll up to mid into the defender spawn. But once they are trying to go over towards this site, Jax might be completely isolated towards this main position and decides to take the fight over towards Superfrog, fails, and now it's Nunu all alone towards site. It's the Odin and it's the Span that is not working out, only for chip damage onto Lida and, well, a decent chunk onto Adora and a 4v2. And look how far Dream is away. Liza makes her case though onto site.
Makes a case that they might bring this one back, but not the best of positionings from the side of Heroic. You can't have someone just walk blatantly through mid, cut the map in half, and take all your chances of winning. 2 versus 3. Such an important round for the side of Valiant. But Zilla gets the frag. Dream all on her own. 70 HP and Dream. But Zilla stops this one in her tracks. 2 on 2. Heroic. Such a nice gameplay. Cuts this one off, but in my opinion, this was just such a rough situation for the side of Valiant. I don't know how people can just... They just walked up to that. Like, no one spotted it. Mel with smokes in hand just dies there.
Honestly, I wish I was sort of hyper-focused onto what Valiant were actually holding, but you can see Mel's idea of just getting into that position, and it's common to play on sort of that little fountain in spawn and just jump from it, being able to peek into mid, gets early information as well. And it's just more of the fact that, well, we didn't have any of that, and she was going late to the position. Maybe it was a miscomm or something, but definitely what's not going to be missed so far in this round, thankfully we got the little screen back up, well, is the shots that we've gotten onto Adora and Lida.
Yeah, small opening. Important for Valiant. You can't really lose too many rounds on the defensive side. Your setup, it's just too focused around that. That wall isn't good. It isn't great, but the crossfire compared to that, much better. Triple kill for Lyza. Dream and Tree is ready.
Down
Fluxy
A.
at least gets the trade, but is she aware of Dream's positioning? Liza makes it to Quadra. Picks up the Odin real quick. And with that, Valiant up ahead again.
I
Only one
actually
round.
love that wall in mid. Especially look at the Gravnet as well. I'm so glad we got to see that because I don't know about you guys, but my screen went completely black. But the utility usage there towards tiles is something that you normally see like with the KO. Like when you look in a heroic comp, you have sort of the was it Supermassive Blaze, the KO flash over the top, and then you have the jet dashing. There's a lot to. A lot of teams been using that as their default sort of mid take when they're on egos or when they were trying to push them further back. But yeah, it's nice to see that the adaptation of using the deadlock as well to sort of reinvent that play when they don't have that flasher on the team, and it still works out and it just opens up the round perfectly for Liza to swoop in, get a double kill, and then just mosey on out back to safety.
Yeah, reinvent is a good word for that because like this comp is known, right? Fnatic played it, and afterwards, basically everyone in the world tried to adapt it in their pool just to be a little bit more flexible on Ascent. And reinventing new things with a known comp is something that is really hard to pull off, but Heroic does it, and that's but Valiant does it in a great way, in my opinion. And you said as much. Those fights into the main areas, they work out really, really good for them. Up until now, but only one round ahead. And you need to pull a little bit more to really bring Heroic to a breaking point.
They're in a poised position to do that, though. Just look at the money. It's sheriffs across the board. Sure, there's only 3 players with any sort of armor, so it's definitely one of the lower buys in regards to what we could see Heroic coming out with. A missed shot from Liza, a dink coming in through mid from Adora, and a lot of damage done onto Superfrog over towards B main by the Odin of EMEA, I believe it was.
Great paranoia. Great paranoia on the side of Fluxy. So much space taken. Heroic can just rush up through gardens. Position should be known, but they will re-evaporate from heaven. Need to drop at some point or another. Good paranoia. The Omens really with great gameplay at this point. Adora trades this one out, but Mel comes out of hell. Double kill for her to get this round and back into the hands of Valiant. But in the end, it's Fluxy. A name we've heard so much today. Spam into hell. Fluxy needs support to the other side. Both players known, so you get the spike plant at least. Cypher ultimate, a lot of information, so no surprises for the remaining Valiant players. Operator and Fluxy Sand is a wild guess. Up onto lane. Do they know where she's positioned? Triple kill for Fluxy.
Cage triggered.
Just too good of a player. The new pickup, but she saw the shoulder. Fluxy is known. Probably
No
peek
charges
around.
left.
That next tap needs to isolate. 2v1 Dream, great frag on Super Frog, but isn't enough? Dream gets it! Isolation works! Fluxy! With the operator not fast enough. Valiant, what a clutch for Dream.
Always play high stakes.
5 seconds.
And this is what I mean when I talk about Dream's addition to this roster. From at least what we've seen so far in this series, the ability of this player has been phenomenal, especially when they're in the 1vx situations. It's just, even then the isolation, you can see the idea that Superfrog was low HP, is quite literally started the round basically off 4, wanted to play first because Fluxy had that operator, had more HP, and had a better position for the spike plant. And yeah, just being able to isolate those one after one, plays it perfectly in that clutch and nets Valiant a 4th. Admittedly, a laboured one against an eco buy. But they luckily have the funds to back it up and reinvest into this one.
Especially since I'm pretty sure they have the operator, that's an important part. I'll have to reinvest. The funds are very, very good. Oh, operator shot into the leg of Superfrog. Survives this altercation. Killjoy is known. Heroic. They're taking their time. But once again, it's an execute for 3. As we have seen so often. Flashes in hand, comes through. Good turn from GX. But the paranoia is something you can't turn away from Dream. At least get Super Frog and Mel is there as well.
Down A.
No more flashes available for the side of Heroic. And they're stuck between Rock and a hard place once again. Because if you're on the rotate through B, you know you're running into another setup. Undermanned line up with the Dora.
Seconds left.
Peeks into there so perfectly. Double kill for her. Also Fluxy, especially already on site. Finds Mel, finds the other home, and then it's back to a 2v2 situation. But Nino, such an important player throughout the whole series. 13 seconds left for Valiant. Nino spraying, but can Adora do it? The Heroic needs to be huge. Knife in hand, no awareness towards 3, and Liza closes it out. 5-2. The defensive setup works so good. And once again, they predicted to go through gardens.
Honestly, I do love the sort of short tree split that we can see. Like, normally it comes with that paranoia of the Omen in main from Flexi, and then also the sort of the KO flash as well coming through short, and then you just have that barrage of players sort of trying to overwhelm anyone who's playing in short itself or in tree or further back towards sort of heaven window on A. And you can see how it worked in previous rounds where they were able to just fully wrap out onto heaven. But in rounds where it comes to the full buy, there's definitely a lot more that Valiant have to say in regards to just stopping it at the entry point. And look at that. I absolutely love this play. Liza spotted Super Frog getting into the corner. She's like, okay, quick, Dream, come over, span this corner, see if we can make them, well, isolate this kill, obviously, but force them out into the operator. Exactly what happens. Super Frog falls, and a reposition now from Liza, wanting to, well, farm up her eco kills, but it's the operator that's in hand. Adora stuck in the corner. Knives out, but Knives won't do anything against the operator of Liza. Liza has managed to tag down to 50, but from what we're seeing,
Liza just popping off. Like, the mobile operator works so well for her.
Sensor destroyed.
Sensor has been destroyed, but with that, Liza is known. Falls through the hands of GX, and it's only Fluxy. So often today, I have said this, but Liza closes out with a Quadra. Second one of the map. What a pop of performance by Liza. The operator shots just work so well. Ever since that lost second round, Heroic seems to struggle against that defensive lineup.
Mid.
One way in through middle. But Valiant learned their lessons. Middle is much more secured right now, the deadlock setup there.
feels like we're in a sort of a Liza highlight reel in the last couple of rounds, really coming online with this operator. And, well, we're talking about how the operator can make the defensive half even more, like, deadly. On top of they already being a double sentinel, and even with this aggressive peek over towards main, it's just going to be posted up on this, controlling over towards this site, which allows more sort of attention to be put on the possibility of another B split, because this is a part of the map that isn't necessarily constantly protected from the side of Valiant. Only when you see Zhuk playing it with the wall that you tend to have fights behind it. But now, her might have identified this as a gap possibility for this team.
It's once again the go for Gardens. This doesn't work out. It didn't work out in the past. And it's very used, but operator shot misses. Liza can be run down now, but the quick scope, no, Super Frog gets it. Super Frog finds the frag onto Liza. And with that, the defense is broken, but Mel in boathouse. Is she able to do it? Is she able to pull it off? Dream, come to our rescue! You want to push my mate?
Oh, this reveal could be amazing. It's just revealed both of the players onto site, and the second one soon to come through, and that's exactly it. And it aids Mel in staying alive. It aids Mel in closing that round out with a double kill. But Dream, hello. welcome to this team. Welcome to EMEA main league. Doing absolutely amazing on this roster, but bailing out so many of her teammates with her positioning, with her utility as well. And that neural theft was so impactful.
To be fair, this wasn't EMEA welcoming Dream. This was Dream welcoming EMEA to our gameplay. Like, oh my god, was that insane. But too much of a hyper focus for from the heroic side towards the main angle. Once again, Ninu finds an opening. Super Frog's dead. Hugo comes through middle, but this time no frags to be found. On the side of Heroic, you're running into the Cypher setup. Your Cypher left alone on the other side. Liza finds another frag off that wire. Dream makes work, even if she's not on site. Shorty in hand, Liza just hops in that, but Liza, the timing is so great. Liza can only trade it out. Nino gets another frag. Fluxy left on her own. Once again, we have heard this so much. Fluxy needs to clutch it. 1v2. Knows the position of both players. Pots herself into the smoke.
Ult available.
Ult available, you said it. She can just walk over through B. Oh my god,
The
that's fake.
information now as well that both of these players were towards B, but she hasn't necessarily made her way all the way to A yet. She wants to try and catch off one of the kills first, and that's exactly what she does. But because it's a 2v1, they've grouped up and they're walking together. Nunu gets a trade and gets an 8th on the board for Valiant. This is phenomenal for this team, and I feel like we're watching sort of your child grow up from Split 2 with a couple of changes. They got relegated. It didn't seem like they sort of had a leg to stand on in this league on how they were performing back then, but now I'm getting so pleasantly surprised, and I'm so excited for what we could be seeing. Whether they win this match or not, the outcome is just irrelevant to the leaps and bounds that we're seeing this team progress with.
It's all about improvement overall, and Liza,
Spike down mid.
an uncountable amount of operator frags in this round. Such an amazing team, born from contenders. We saw that with K-Corp in the last split. One change, a contenders run, and suddenly you have a top team up in that series. But it seems like Heroic is running out of ideas. Once again, it's a go through the gardens area. Dream now known. But is that enough? There's still an undermanned group, and Dream finds another through the smoke. What an amazing player that got introduced through the main event in that matchup. Adora peeks into that, but Dream gets another one. Only Super Frog able to stop her in the end, but it's a 2 versus 4 situation. You know where Super Frog is. Knives flying right and left, but Liza has more than enough time. Mel closes it out against Fluxy. 9 on 2, and
Last
like,
round in the half.
as 10,000 gold is a breaking point in League of Legends, I feel like those 10-2 half times are always a breaking point in Valorant of what you can realistically pull back. 9 free comebacks is a meme. We know that all of that, but if Valiant wins that next round, it's gonna be so hard for Heroic.
Yeah, reaching double digits within one half could be catastrophic, but not undoable. It's just the domination that Valiant have been opening up these rounds and also closing them. The stark difference, Liza peek towards tiles, towards B main, has so much information, which means it's go for Heroic. Taking into this site, they have nowhere else to go because from what they know, they've been boxed in. Especially after being spotted out towards mid. And there's so many players with Valiant here ready to just try and span through the smoke.
Melis to tent, Adora. A lot of damage onto the duelist already. But it's Jet, it's completely fine. Fluxy. What can they do? It's a situation where they got on site. A retake will be hard for Valiant. 9 free cores. Needs to be triggered right here, right now. As I said, a lot of damage, but Liza is down. The main carry dies to the hands of Fluxy. But the tripwires are still there. Super Frog. What can she do? Nowhere to run. GX gonna be hunted down. Dies for another one. Fluxy just with a small pop-up performance. Triple kill for her. It's the 9-3. Heroic saves themselves from unwinnable territory.
Switching sides.
The curse must be activated. Important pistol rounds coming up.
Heavy impact from Fluxy there. Just slow down the retake, even picking up 3 for herself in that round. But like you said, the pistol, this pistol in particular is just going to be so important for the side of her if they want to even make a case of a comeback. Because at this point, we don't even have that. We've seen the pistol split on both Lotus and Icebox, each team taking 1. Let's see if it continues the trend into this one, or if Valiant, well, they're just going to be putting their foot down, and it looks like they're going to be putting foot to the pedal and just absolutely running it down onto B. But there is 3 players stacked here, and Liza just has nothing to do with it. Goes all the way into the smoke, onto Market, peeks back out, takes down Liza, and Sunny Stealer left remaining on this B defense.
No way Liza just does this. But Fluxy and still a good refrags Dream. To keep the dream alive. To finally win a series and game changers. It's been so long for that team of VLNT. The spike is down. The post plant will be hard for Super Frog. No known. Leaving a bot there just for the opportunity that Dream might be there. Turret has been killed. They need to pick it together, but Super Frog's isolated. 1 on lane. Should be known, but needs to defuse this one now. Dream controls the next frag ball! Dream saves us! Her shoulders are just too wide. Too strong of a player. Dream, are you kidding me?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
And again, the pistol has been split again in this map, but unfortunately for the side of her, they weren't actually able to capitalize on it. If you look back and you can just about see the first pistol that they won, the follow-up, when they were just facing classics and 1 sheriff, they crumbled. And that feels like that's what we're getting a repeat of going into this half. Heroics from Dream to get Valiant their 10th. It's 10-3 Akamask. This is just feeling so dominant with this new look of Valiant.
This might be round number 11. Valiant already on site. Retakes again against this comp. So incredibly hard. Wires everywhere. Sensors everywhere. Such a hard feat to pull off. It's gonna be a collective effort from heaven.
Oh, and even the net as well. You can just buy so much time.
Dash coming through as well. The dart tracks them all. Nino just tries to spam through a roof. It's lacking a little bit, but no frag's done yet. Dream once again opens this up. Liza as well with the frag. Liza can only do so much. And in the end, it's only Super Frog. Frogs are down. Liza with a triple kill. That's number 20 in 14 rounds. Valiant seems to be destined for their first win. Heroic needs a wonder and real superpowers to just close this out. To just bring it into the direction of overtime. We saw that on the last map. It's gonna be so hard for them.
Placing swarm grenade.
You were talking about in the previous of Dream's addition to Valiant, well, making it a nightmare for Heroic, and that's what it feels like, especially in this map. Sure, we have Liza opening up, getting multi-frag after multi-frag, but the impact that we've seen Dream have in the final map to make it basically into this 11-3, the clutches have been on point, and that's exactly what you want from your Sentinel player. And the tides have turned. They're on the attacking side now, and it's Heroic that are going to be tested over towards backside. 1 already falls.
Mel finds the aim. Also Dream is there. How does she not die? Full flashed.
Down B.
Everyone pushes her down. And now she knows exactly where Adora is. No more excuses. 2 versus 1, and you said at how the tables have turned. Last split, Heroic with a dominant performance on Lotus. Just destroyed them. Only 1 round on attack, but now it seems like VLNT doesn't even give them a single round on the defensive half. Heroic needs to be perfect, needs to be clean for 9 rounds in a row just to bring it back. Mental needs to be flawless. They opened it up with Litter. Is this hard? 20 frags from Liza.
Followed closely behind by Dream, and I feel like I've got her name on repeat. Even on the attacking side, has managed to have so much influence over the speed, over the pace that Valiant are going in with the utility, with the neural theft as well. Saw how impactful that was in the previous. A group up towards mid, destroying any sort of information that they have with the utility that Super Frog has pre-placed. And they've even just inserted Dream to be activated at a later date. To cut rotations, especially since it looks like it's going to be an A pop over towards short. Mel tasked with handling main. But there's no fights being given. It doesn't seem like Heroic want to fight them until they get onto site itself.
But Fluxy, the one person that pops off all the time. Adora also with a double kill makes it a triple.
Spike down A.
And it's Dream on her own. The Dream in her hands.
30 seconds left.
Finally win that series to close it out. Alone in heaven.
Do you ever hear about the Dream 1v4 to win Valiant their first series in Split 3?
You curse it that way.
almost.
No?
I would have been a prophet if I got it. I would have been the prophet, but
If Dream clutches this in 1v4 and you called it, then Valiant better makes a meme out of this. But in the end, it's always the same thing.
well, we're in a bit of a sticky situation for any of the Heroic fans in chat. There's a little bit of a looming match and series point for Valiant. Yes, they had it in the previous, but again, we were talking about the perfect rounds that are needed for comebacks. It's a bit of a larger deficit than we saw on Icebox, and that wasn't even be able to make it into reality. Liza goes to the same pathing on her entry, but Adora's there, Vandal in hand to shut it down already, and that's your entry gone. Everyone else is still stuck towards main. Slowly creeping out now.
Well, it shortly seemed like a normal Tuesday for Adora to close that deficit. Starts it off with a great frag, but it's only the Jet going down. Dream still alive. Jax tries to go fishing with her ultimate. The Fisher's head doesn't quite sit where Mel brings Valiant in the lead. All the cards on deck for the French lineup. Fluxy, nice paranoia, but no one to follow up on it. Still the lead for Valiant. So hard for Heroic. They know one person is in boathouse. Will they be able to clear it out? Do they know about Super Frog? But the timing is perfect! She and Lider! The peaks are perfect, but Dream keeps it alive! Lider on 1 HP in
30
boathouse.
seconds left.
Can she bring it back? Fluxy. Don't want to be in clutch once again, but she is! And it's Dream and Mel. Great performances from both of them. Fluxy left on her own. Can she do it? Can she pull it off once again? She did it so often today.
Spike planted.
It's a tall ask for the new addition to this roster. Fortunately, Mel is towards that lower HP. Guttenbauer spotted as well, and TP here towards backside. It should have been repositioned onto site. Fluxy has to take the peek, and exactly what she does. Mel, low HP, didn't have much else to say in that round, but keeping it close are Valiant. And if you think about how close some of these rounds are getting, especially to the start that we saw Heroic in that round, they had the advantage, but it's the little picks that we're seeing from players like Dream, especially after losing your Jet in such a way. it's just
Enemy
the
remaining.
isolation of these 1v1s, being able to then convert it and keep that advantage in the post plant. Sure, lose it out in the end, but for Valiant, you'd be taking that any day of the week. You're keeping the heroic economy low, even if you are giving away some rounds. Timeout now called to see if they can nip this in the bud, not let it get too far away from themselves.
Fluxy is so amazing. I can't praise her enough today. Like, such great gameplay from her. Those clutches coming in so important for the likes of heroic. Not quite on par on that last map. But other than that, it's just such a great combination, especially her and Adora. But Fluxy seems to be the addition that wasn't needed for heroic. But can they turn it around? On the other side, we can't overstate how good Dream is doing. New player. Introduces herself to the Game Changers main event ecosystem. Had a good showing in Contenders. And then transitions perfectly to the main event.
I'm going to be excited for this new Valiant, sort of new look Valiant to face off against one of the sort of top 3 teams. Because I'm pretty sure in their group they have G2, they have Giant Eggs. There's definitely heavy hitters that I'm excited to see how they shape up against. But at the moment, Superfrog is shaping up well against Mel. Admittedly, on that lower buy onto those pistols. You do have a hero rifle on Zhu and obviously the Blaze Storm on Liza. But definitely looking towards heroic to try and keep this as clean as possible so that he can start to build up that economy.
Dashes out.
I got the spike.
As a need. Oh my god, they cut themselves out! Close the door on their own players, but Liza, no. Gets to plant the spike. But heroic already there. That cost so much time. Superfrog and Adora just together peeking into that area. Gets the frags. And I don't think a Game Changer Sheriff can turn this one around. At least one frag on Adora falls, but still it closes it out. 6 more rounds to go for heroic. Valiant seems a bit shaky, but they need to get it together right here, right now. I don't know if they have a timeout left. I think so. Next full buy round for them. Adora with an operator. That's a sight to see for sure.
Yeah, I believe we're having a few technical issues at the moment, so hopefully getting those players sorted and ready at their sort of their full capacity. Yeah, see the technical pause coming up. But all I'm gonna say, actually, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna ask something from Yakmask.
Oh my god. I'm scared.
You're scared? Are my questions that scary?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's yeah, okay, that's fair enough. What in your mind now? Obviously you can't talk during these technical pauses and it's sort of communication as a no-no, whether it's like between players or between coaches. In your mind, if you're one of the heroic players, what would you be thinking? What do you think is sort of your main ideology going into this round?
It's basically keep up what we are doing right now, right? It's more of a, okay, we have momentum. We know how we beat them on defense. We know their defaults right now. We need to keep up playing against exactly what are their defaults and what is working for our strengths. And that's basically what you have to have in mind. In the end, it comes down to not losing your momentum in those sections. Yeah, it's a no-no talking in tech pause. We know that. But in the end, it's just like about keeping your momentum in your head. And not losing that through a tech pause, because that's something we see happen. That teams build up momentum, suddenly a tech pause hits, and the other team, for whatever reason, gets better.
I can't use
But now
that.
with the knife, there's at least spotted Dream.
Tripwire destroyed.
Fire's going down. And it looks like it's gonna be an A-side execute. New angle for VLNT. Executed B most of the time. That lineups will come through, and afterwards, it's just gonna be a fast one. That's going to backside. Actually hits Luxy, and with that, Liza, nice follow-up, gets the kill. But Scylla stands still high, wall on high, triple kill and full house with Liza. What a fast round.
Yeah, speedy round, and it just felt like it was into the meat grinder of those players ready and waiting over on towards that site. And now you can see the effects that it's had on the Valiant economy. There's not much really to speak of in regards to everyone's going to have full buy, they're going to have all the util. You can see, fortunately, they can afford the util, but there's going to be some sort of give in regards to the weaponry that they're bringing in along with their shields as well. So if you see an Odin possibly spamming down, this could be a little bit scary. It's like you can already see Liza's already gone down to 11 HP.
Shock darts finds Liza.
Spike down.
No more entry options for the side of VLNT. Another round that probably goes into the gutter. Heroic clawing themselves back into that game. Piece by piece. They're just trying to get back to it.
But look how scared you can see how Heroic are playing. You have, sure, A's on lock. You have two players, well, diligently holding short. You have an op posted up on towards A main, but look at the B players, and this is where Valiant have been tending towards the most, is towards B. The peek out, Dream gets one, headshot in. Unfortunately, not able to utilize that neural theft, but it gives so much information to the remaining players of Heroic, but also the sites of Valiant. So this is going to be a 2v4 post-plant situation. And if this is stuck, then it's be crazy from Fluxy, but no, just for the information. Hunter's Fury available.
But no position to use it. No more range, but Nino might just have single-handedly saved the round for Valiant. The Dream has been kept alive by the Silver of Valiant. Spams the angle, gets another headshot, and Mel closes it out. Nino, are you crazy? What was that round?
We were talking about Dream making Valiant's dreams come true of winning a series, which they have done, and in what a fashion. Nunu decided, you know what, they've had enough of a chance of a comeback. I want to end this now. I want to be able to walk away with my head held high with a victory, and that's exactly what she's done. And what a fashion to do it. A perfectly timed peek over into spawn, gets the first, gets the second, repositions, and helps out her team into like just locking down that site. And yeah, just look at the stats here. My MVP, I think, for the whole series has to be towards Dream, but it's specifically in that final map, going 20 and 12, even rivaling the ACS of Adora, going above and beyond for her team.
Yeah, just amazing. Dream, what a great addition for the side of Valiant. What a great player that comes into the Game Changers main event, and that just shows how deep the scene is, how many talented players in Tier 2 are out there who are waiting for a chance, and Dream really showed off today and showed us all why she deserves a place on that Valiant roster. Valiant wins their first game, wins their first best of 3 series since split number 1 can't be understated. They are a threat to be reckoned with for the rest of the split, and Heroic lost in a fashion that hurt, to be honest. Like, both of the last 2 games shouldn't have been this close. Like, this should have been even more of storms from that's from, you know, the score on the board. Because in the end, Heroic clawed themselves back, and Valiant probably got a bit shaky and a bit, oh my god, we can really do that. But Heroic, back to the drawing board. JT is an amazing coach. It's not to be understated that the supporting stuff of Heroic is amazing, but they need to get back to the drawing board at 100% clutch rate and 75% cast for Sentinel is crazy.
Yeah, and I think just the stats themselves, sure, it looked nice. The 260 ACS, the 150 damage around, like that's basically like 1.5 kills if you want to think of it like that. But it's just the impact with not only just her as a person with like, yeah, she can hold a gun, she can shoot back. That's actually kind of cool. But it's also the utility that she brings on that sort of Cypher. These are the stats that you'd be happy with a duelist with that making space. But being able to have the reliability of your Sentinel player fragging out to such extent, while also being able to play as that heavy Sentinel role. And we saw it on the first half of this map. This is why I said, like, whoever wins the first half is going to win, because of how dominant they could be with that Deadlock Cypher. And I love the adaptations that they were making. Like, they have those two heavy Sentinels. They have a KO on the opposition. Whenever that KO had that ultimate, or it was even knifing a particular spot that either of these players like to play, they set up utility on the other side and just completely played with Cypher trips on A while playing B, and vice versa with the Deadlock. So I just can't overstate enough how much impact I feel like Dream had, not only with kills but also just being there as the Cypher.
Yeah, overall, I just think it can't be overstated how good that last map was played on a fundamental and technical understanding basis. Like, they knew what to do with their comp, especially in situations where, you know, the KO is up and available. Because KO is the natural enemy of Cypher, and we saw that in one occasion where KO just overran Cypher with the ultimate. And afterwards, they just swapped places and setups. So when if KO knives one of the sentinels, then at least the setup of the other one is there. And I can't overstate how amazing this was played from the side of VLNT. They were just, I don't know, a different beast than the last split, and I think this has to be acknowledged in every way possible. VLNT is a threat to be reckoned with, and this will be a team that we will love to cast throughout the whole split.
For sure. And even when you're looking at this sort of like recap of what we've seen, Lotus was a 17-15. We could have possibly not even seen ascent from either of these teams. This could have ended in a 2-0, especially how close Lotus was and how very dominant Icebox was in favor of Valiant.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, in the end, Heroic, as I said, back to the drawing board. Lotus wasn't convincing at all, I have to say. Like, Lotus could have gone either way, and in the end, we will now see a very unfamiliar image, because a Valiant leads Group B, and a Carmine Corp on the other hand leads Group A. Vive la France! Saying that with that accent is something that some people aren't used to, I feel like. You need to make jokes about yourself. That's okay. But Carmine Corp and Valiant, with great efforts today, played really, really well. I'm a little bit worried, to be fair, about the state of Odd One Out we saw them in today. After these changes, they need to find themselves. They need to be settled back into a better state where they were last split. And on the other hand, Valiant and Heroic, both are teams that will be really nice to watch for us. And I think, especially in a group with Falcons and Giant X, this will be an interesting one.
Oh, for sure. But talking about the groups and the matches results that we've had today, let's have actually a look about what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, which I'm pretty sure we're both back for that, especially the second series of the day. I'm very excited again, talking about the teams that have come up from contenders, specifically Alternate Attacks going up against one of the heavy hitters, G2.
Yeah. Do I have to say a lot about that series for me?
Do you know what? We're going to have so much time to talk about it tomorrow. So just have a brief. It's going to be a great look at Alternate Attack to see how they're going to be shaping up against, well, the best GC EMEA team that we have so far. They're undefeated in regards to Split 1 and Split 2. They won both. And the first game is sort of another chance for Heroic to sort of have a little bit of a reassessment of what went wrong necessarily today, and be able to adapt and change if there's anything that needs to be changed in time for their game tomorrow against BBL.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one. I'm especially hyped. obviously, from my position, I'm especially hyped to see alternate attacks play. I'm from DACH. I cast their league normally. And yeah, it's an honor. We don't. Let's talk about this tomorrow. But technically, G2 is also a DACH team. The ARC is in Germany.
Okay, I see the stretch. I see the stretch. And I will raise you one to us saying goodbye because we have plenty of time to talk about this tomorrow. So make sure you guys, I'm looking at everyone in chat, make sure you're back here tomorrow for the next set of games. We're watching you. We'll be back tomorrow for the second game, but the first game I think is definitely going to be a banger as well, having Heroic versus a BBL. But for now, I think that's goodbye from us.
Yeah, that's it. Tune in for both games tomorrow. It will be a banger. As Winter already said, we both will be back for the second game of the day. And for the first game, let me quickly open my schedule. You will have Jaren and Zach here, so quality casting across the board. It will be a banger. Yeah, as I said, come back tomorrow for the other games and have a good night. Have some good sleep and, as Winter said already, take some tea. Goodbye, guys.
Spike down. C. One enemy remains.
Standing ahead.
Spike down. C.
You're nothing.
Last 30 seconds left. Spike down. 30 seconds. Kill. Down B. One enemy remaining. Seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Last player. One enemy. Flawless. Run.
Kidding me right now?
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
Taken out.
Be faster. One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Die.
One enemy remaining. Good. Last.
Got you.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Perfect.
One enemy Last player standing. Last player. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Face your fear! Last. One enemy
Kill.
30 seconds left.
Ready.
Last player standing.
Found them. Weak.
Standing.
Where is
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go.
One enemy remaining.
ult's ready? One dead. My ultimate.
Taken out. Go, go, go.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Nice grab. Short cut.
Put down.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds.
Spike planted.
This.
One enemy.
Omen killed. Found Nice on.
One enemy. One.
Satchel out. Bye-bye.
One enemy remain. One enemy remain. One enemy remain. Last player standing. One enemy. Yatasha. Last player standing. One enemy. One enemy.
We'll catch them.
Spike planted. One enemy.
Loot.
One. One enemy remain. Spike down. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One. Player standing.
Have a kit.
Spike down B.
Headshot. Elim.
One enemy remaining.
Bye.
One enemy.
Stand down.
One enemy remaining.
Should.
Flawless. One enemy. Clutch. One enemy. Flawless. A.
Yikes. Crown.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Don't interrupt. Here. Out of charge.
One enemy remaining. Mid. One enemy remaining.
Recon.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Buried.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy
Stay
remaining.
down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Shock done.